does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Buongiorno, signore e signore. Welcome to the CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli. It's the third round of the 2021 FIA Karting European Championship. And what a location at the heart of Napoli and at the foot of Mount Vesuvius herself. What an incredible backdrop to this sizzling third round of the 2021 championship. I'm Jake Sanson. Beside me is Kai Bacchini. It's going to be an absolutely sensational battle at the halfway point. It is already a biblically exciting contest in both the junior and OK senior categories. The juniors are about to get underway. Before they head out onto the circuit, though, let's catch up from qualifying yesterday and meet the two men waving the Italian flag this weekend who will start from pole position. In the junior, James Zigozzi of the Tony Kart factory team. And for the senior OK category, for Kart Republic, it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Well, at the beginning, I was just trying to find a spot that was good. And I was in a decent position, but there was 1 or 2 kids in front of me, so I had to pass them. Once I passed them, I had 2 laps to put down the purple lap. The first lap was decent. It was a fast lap, but not the fastest lap. Then my tires came in, and I was able to put down my last lap and get the draft down the straight. And my last lap was enough for pole position. My focus for tomorrow is going to be trying to get away from everybody and stay away from everybody. And I just want consistent finishes, first, second, and third. If I can stay first, second, third all day tomorrow, I think I'll have a really good shot for the final.
Yeah, for sure. Today was a good start of the weekend. Qualifying was really close, to be honest. I'm really happy because I got pole position. The lap wasn't really good because, as you know, I started in the middle of the pack. Basically, in the first lap, I was behind the guy, so I had to overtake him. So I basically wasted my first lap of car. And I think on the second lap, the car weren't really ready. Yeah, the lap could be a little better, but I'm really happy because I still managed to get pole position.
Zigozzi and Antonelli ready for battle here in Sarno, and it's going to be a very busy day at the office. We'll have 5 races for the morning session, 3 from the junior and 2 from the senior OK category. Lots to talk about. Kai Bacchini standing beside me. This is definitely going to be an exciting day at the office. Sizzling temperatures, a brand new circuit layout, a lot of drivers here for the first time. There's a lot to talk about and a lot can happen.
Exciting is an understatement in some terms, to be honest. As you said, we've got the new layout, so that's a new challenge which will be posing the drivers over the course of this weekend. They've tackled it quite well so far, and it's definitely been taking a toll on the drivers as they've just been getting used to it, pushing the cars to the limits through the new section and finding where they can gain the time and gain the most over their competitors.
It's nearly 10:45 local time, and you can just see on the cameras the heat haze that's already coming up from the pit lane. These drivers are definitely going to be at full tilt. Over the course of the week, it's already been at a high point of 47 degrees Celsius air temperature at times, and the track temperature has been recorded at being in the high 70s. So this is absolutely going to chew tires and spit out marbles all over over the circuit. You can see the updated and revised layout, very different from last year. And at this early point in the day, it is already 27 degrees Celsius. But the biggest factor here is the high humidity. It's 62%. There's barely a breeze. And of course, because we are in the shadow of an active volcano, this is definitely a high cooker pressure point for all these drivers and teams.
Yeah, the heat has been grueling all over the weekend, and I'm sure the drivers will be suffering in their karts, to say the least. That heat just blasting down on the track with the sun. We've seen little to no clouds over the whole weekend so far. I'm sure the drivers wouldn't mind if it cooled down just a little bit. There you see our orders. The next race will start in 19 minutes. We have the junior qualifying Heat C versus F at 11:05. 11:25 will be the junior qualifying Heat A versus E. 11:45 we'll see the first of our OK classes qualifying Heat CVE, and then at 12:05 we will see the OK qualifying Heat BD. Then we have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a lunch break, so that the drivers can relax for a little bit. Then we have the junior qualifying Heat B versus C, and then we have the rest of the day here at 1:25 junior qualifying Heat D versus E, and so on.
Now, even though that graphic says that the next race is in 18 minutes, 39 seconds, I promise you, you won't have to wait that long until the first race. We are literally just a tiny bit delayed in the opening heat of the day, and that is because a couple of karts had to be extricated from the circuit in the final warm-up session, so that's why we're just running a tiny bit behind schedule. We are scheduled to get underway very quickly indeed. There are the two karts in question that have come off the road during the warm-up session, so obviously not a great start to the day for those two competitors. Namely, they are the 170, that is 167, sorry, that is Hugo Besson, and I think that is also Teresa Babichkova in the TEPZ Racing Tony Kart. So they both had an incident during the warm-up session. They were separate incidents from what I can tell as well, so nothing major to concern ourselves with at this point. But the drivers are getting ready for the first race of the day. 7 laps in the OK Junior qualifying heats. It's going to be Groups B versus Group D, and that's going to pitch the fastest driver from one section against the fastest driver from another. Freddie Slater, the championship leader, alongside the Polish star for the Tony Kart Factory team, Jan Piasecki. Let's talk you through the grid in full. Freddie Slater and Jan Piasecki then on the front row of the grid. The teammates, Alex Powell and Jan Puchu, will be on the second row. Then Salim Hanna and William McIntyre, Akshay Bora and Alexander Bondarev, Adam Hideg and Ian Eichmans from Renault Francote, and the wildcard Gerasim Skulinov. Then Thomas Stolchimanis and Matteo De Palo, Marcus Saeta and Alexander Gubenko, Lucas Amalisto and Maxim Olov from Yaroslav Trukin and Keanu Alazari, Kimi Tani and Benjamin Silvesterson, Hugo Hieruin and Len Nice, Theodor Odmark and Max Popov, Konstantin Krapin, Tim Gerhards and Juan Cota Alonso in his new berth at Ward Racing. 29 drivers and a very hot morning already with 7 laps around this course ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race to say the least, with 29 drivers piling into the high-speed first corner. Flat out, we've seen from many of the drivers through the whole of the weekend. But with the marbles being such a big factor through the first corner, if one of the drivers, especially on the outside lane, you're at massive disadvantage. If you go on those marbles, the understeer isn't going to complement the kart in any way.
So we are going to take you on an onboard lap of the circuit a couple of times this afternoon to show you the difference in speed between the juniors and the seniors. But for the moment, we're going to get underway with some absolutely epic racing, and it's going to start right from the get-go. The outside line of that flat-out first corner is not where you want to be. Jan Piasecki needs a great start here, so let's see how they get underway. It's a very controlled start from Slater and Piasecki, and I think we're going to go green straight away. We do, and up to the first corner, Jan Puchu and Alex Powell immediately trying to come through. Powell through in a second, no problem at all as they stretch their way through the first corner. Everybody trying to knit through turn 1, and they've done so relatively cleanly as they come into the first hairpin. Slater in front, Powell in second. Everybody else has stayed out of trouble, so Alex Powell is stepping up the attack on Freddie Slater on lap 1. It's already getting pretty feisty. Further back, contact for third position. 3 of them have come together. Salim Hanna has gone off the circuit, and I think that's Jan Piasecki that's gone off there as well in the 277. The pole has gone from the front row down to the back. Absolute heartbreak, and it's Will McIntyre who's crept through into third position.
Yeah, that's a shame to see from the incident there, but a great start there from McIntyre, promoting himself up to a podium position so far. Alex Powell applying the pressure onto the back of Freddie Slater. Slater in an amazing qualifying, but Powell looking to change that round in the first heat of the day. We saw he was very strong in previous championships around this track, and he's looking to make that statement again here in the FIA European Karting Championship. So as the first lap comes round. You can see Slater still in the lead there from Alex Powell in second position, William McIntyre in third, then we've got Alexander Bondarev, and a great start there from our wildcard driver of Skulinov, who's currently in fifth position. The 479 got a great start.
That's an epic beginning to his weekend. So Skulinov with plenty to do. The CRG driver was actually up in as high as third on the first lap and then lost ground to McIntyre and Bondarev initially. So an excellent start for him. It was the three drivers caught up in the incident. Jan Pichu, Jan Pesadovsky and Salim Hana. They are the ones who are now trying to play catch up, and they are down at the back of the field. Salim Hana is down in dead last and is about 20 seconds behind the rest of the pack. So not good news for him. But Alex Powell swarming around behind Freddie Slater. Looks as though we've got a very intense battle in the midfield building up as they come off the corner. So Alex Powell pushing hard. Third place, Will McIntyre has broken clear of Alexander Bondarev in third position. So Bondarev now has Bora and Skulinov in his sights. Kubenko 7th, Eichmann's 8th, Stolchemanis 9th, and Matteo De Palo in 10th place. Maximolov up 7 places to 11th. The biggest mover is Max Popov. Had a horrific qualifying session, is now up to 14th from 26th on the grid. So a massive recovery drive already from Max Popov as he charges his way back into contention.
Yeah, I was talking to Maximilian Popov yesterday. He was talking about the qualifying pace just not being there for him, but he said his race pace was looking a lot stronger than his qualifying pace, so that's good to see. Who's that pulling into the pits there?
I think it's Salim Hana.
Yeah, Salim Hana pulling into the pit lane. That's not what you want to see from one of the drivers such early on in the session. And who's that off there? Let's try and catch the number as they go round. Can't quite see for the dust cloud that was kicked up by the driver that went off. And we'll see when they come round this time. Who was it?
Juan Cota Alonso in the Ward Racing machine. So Juan Cota Alonso, the Spaniard, unfortunately in his new berth with the team, dropping off the circuit there. As in the midfield, we've got a sensational battle. We've got a side-by-side into turn one as well. One of the Cosmics getting through. I think that was Hugo Hieruin on Len Nice. But we're watching the wildcard racer, the 479, Gerazim Skulinov, as he tries to battle in there with the established guards. He's got Ian Eichmann's in front of him, and behind him, Alexander Kubenko. I tell you what, Gerazim Skulinov, the wildcard, very much getting himself very famous up at the front end with some of the big names in the junior category. Good to see.
Yeah, and we see a 56.127 has been set by Maximilian Popov, so not far off pole position that we saw in qualifying earlier. Popov really picked up the pace today. Surely that motivation has came from not such a great qualifying, wanting to make his way through in the first heat of the day. But we see our leaders come through our shot now. You can see Slater has a little bit of breathing room to Powell behind, and McIntyre stepping up his game, caught 2 temps in that last lap, and McIntyre had the purple sector 2 last time round. So the 215 starting to catch on to the leaders. And I think when it becomes the end of that race, who's that? That's a 214. That's Alex Gabenko having a look for an overtake. Oh, and just all sorts of sideways there goes the Tony Kart driver. A little bit squirmish through the section, manages to keep it under control.
He was trying desperately to get past Skulinov, but Skulinov will not be intimidated. I don't care if you are a Tony Kart factory driver. You're going to have to work to get past me. Now Gubenko gets the job done. The problem is he's lost about 12 kart lengths to Eichmann's in front. And now the floodgates have opened. There goes Bora, I think, go through into position. Oh, no, sorry, that's Matteo De Palo, the local star. And then Thomas Stolchemanis has managed to get through on the inside line there as well. So the Latvian in the energy course machine has also managed to pick up the pace. Slater and Powell still absolutely bolted together at the front end of the field. McIntyre is reeling them in. He's managed to get a 56-0. Here comes Powell making the move on the inside line. And the Jamaican squeezes Freddie Slater out. Alex Powell takes the lead from Freddie Slater. And they are going to continue this battle through the rest of the sector. That is the 281. That's one of the SP Motorsport karts. I think that's Tim Gerhardt's. So Gerhardt's, oh, and it looks as though he had a problem with Hugo Hieruin. So Hieruin is out of the race as well. And it looks as though the two of them have come together in the same place. So Hieruin and Gerhardt's both off at the final turn. And look at Powell. He's already trying to stretch the gap between himself and Slater.
Yeah, so chaos inducing on the penultimate lap of the race that we're on right now. Powell hits the front and he'll be looking to hold this position. Slater, though, we know he's a ruthless driver. He'll be looking for any opportunity to try and regain the lead. McIntyre just sitting in third position, getting ever so closer lap by lap. Just trying to reel in the drivers ahead, just waiting for a mistake or an incident to occur between the two drivers at the front as they make their way up to the second corner. Who's this round? That looks like that's one of the NG course cars. And who's that off with him? That's one of the Kart Republics.
That's De Palo and Stolchemanis on the main straight. So De Palo and Stolchemanis have tangled together on the home stretch. And that is a very precarious place to have an incident. That's one of the big incidents we were expecting to see from these battling juniors, and unfortunately it's happened on the home stretch. So the checkered flag is going to be, well, we might have to finish under slows. Yes, we're going to finish under slow boards. We are going to finish under slow boards here. It's on the final lap, and they are throwing a full course yellow. So we will finish the first race of the day under full course yellows. Well done to Alex Powell. He made the overtaking move at exactly the right moment. We will finish under slow board yellows. No more overtaking. So it's going to be Powell who takes the win in front of Freddie Slater and Will McIntyre. McIntyre can't quite overtake Slater. He's not allowed to. He had caught him up enough to make the move, but unfortunately he's frustrated down in third. Unfortunate that we lost Stolchemanis and DePalo from that race, but the race therefore finishes under full course yellow.
Yeah, you could see there Alex Powell made the overtake at the perfect opportunity. If he had have left that any later, then they may have ran out of opportunities to overtake Freddie Slater, and that may have led to the 281 inevitably winning that heat. But Powell will take the win, and you can see the 210, he'll be happy with that result.
I don't recall a race in the FIA Karting European Championship finishing under yellow flags at least since 2018, so that's a bit of an unusual situation for the start of the day. But for Alex Powell and all of his Jamaican fan base back home, what a way to start the weekend, as Powell makes light work of Freddie Slater, who has actually shown that he's not the dominant force here at Sarno as he was in Genk, as he was in SA. He's really had to dig deep and find that qualifying lap to put him in second overall. You can see a very frustrated Thomas Stolchemanis there in the pits, remonstrating with his mechanic. But Alex Powell and Freddie Slater from Will McIntyre, Alexander Bondarev in fourth place from Akshay Bora and Ian Eichmans, Alexander Gubenko in seventh place in front of Maxim Orlov, Genizim Skulinov in the top 10 on his debut, excellent work. Marcus Saeta in front of Max Popov, what a comeback. Adam Hideg and Lucas Samalisto from Konstantin Krap in another great drive through the field, and Theodor Odmark ahead of Renaud Frankot. Jan Pizadowski recovers to 17th in front of Keanu Alazari, 19th place for Jan Puchu, Len Nice, Benjamin Silvesterson, Kimitani, Yaroslav Trukin, and Juan Cota Alonso, the retirements. Matteo De Palo and Hugo Hieruin on the penultimate lap of the race. They came together on the main straight. Hugo Hieruin was one of them as well with Team Gerhards, and then Salim Hanna after his first lap incident with the two drivers involved, Jan Puchu and Jan Pizadowski. What a dramatic opening heat, and that's only the first race of the weekend.
Well, that's one way to kick off and start the weekend for us, and I'm sure I wouldn't be complaining if we had a couple more races like that, as we saw great action throughout, and a little bit of I'd say wheel-to-wheel action, to say the least, throughout the whole of the grid. So let's hope that it does continue through the whole weekend. But as the truck now goes onto the track to recover the carts, the drivers will regain their composure and get themselves prepared for the next heat, which is coming up next. That will be the second of the OK Junior class. That's going to be C versus F.
So we're going to get ourselves ready for the next race, which is, again, as we mentioned, for the groups C versus F. Before they head out onto the circuit, we're going to catch up with one of the young stars of the 2021 season. You may remember from last time out at Wackersdorf in Germany, when he did a fantastic job in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He lifted the top spot for the Netherlands. He is here as well, and we just saw him out in his first race of the weekend for the Expre Racing team. We caught up with the Dutchman, Renaud Frankot.
I'm feeling, really good and confident because of the win in Academy Trophy in Wackersdorf, and the pace is looking quite good, so I'm confident for the qualifying. Yeah, it definitely lifts some pressure. Yeah, it was just a good weekend. Missed pole by a few hundredths. Won a lot of heats and won the final. I'm really more confident because of the win, and I almost dominated the whole weekend. Much relaxer now because I know that the pace is there. We're working a lot on the setup because we need to improve every little thing on track, and the data is also really important to see where I can brake later, where I can go early on the power, and it's really helpful for me so I can know where I can improve more and more. To be honest, I think the European Championship is a little bit more stronger field, and in Academy the karts are also a little bit different. They're a bit slower. For me it's still a kart, so it doesn't change that much. We've got some bad luck in the training sessions, which I crashed one. It's not that good for the data and all that. We're gonna see the second training session, see where we really are. And I think it'll be a top 5 in my group. It's possible. Yeah, it's a really nice atmosphere in the tent, really amazing. Everyone knows what they are doing, and it's really useful for me because first year in OK Junior, a lot to learn, and I'm learning every weekend more and more. So.
Fascinating to catch up with the Dutchman, whose confidence will be sky high as a result of all bits and pieces. So fabulous result for him last time out at Wackersdorf. Now he's obviously going to have to be working hard to keep up the pace amongst the established guard. But Alex Powell opening the scorecard this weekend with a win in front of Freddie Slater. Now it's up to the next man in pole position. And I have to say, they had a bit of a field day in Sri Lanka last night. It's already been quite an exceptional celebration and party back home on his native land. But the young Sri Lankan, Yavan David, who has become one of the stars of the paddock this season. In the early part of the year, it was already looking pretty strong in Genk. In SA, he was very quick indeed. But here, he is now a genuine threat to be on the top step of the podium. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could have not just Alex Powell on the podium this weekend, but Yavan David, the first ever drivers from Jamaica and Sri Lanka to stand on an FIA karting podium. History could be made this weekend.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the podium mixed up a little bit in comparison to the usual that we've seen in the first 2 rounds. But Yavan David, brilliant performance out in qualifying. I'm sure he'll be looking to carry that over into the heats that is now going to be underway. He's going to be representing his country, and he's going to be running for the Forza Racing team, a well-established team in this paddock, and has had some great results in the past, looking to now make it into the present.
Well, there's plenty of other drivers to try and take him on to that first corner. Let's not forget that he's got plenty of opposition in this particular field. Nigel Edwards there, the race director, just consulting with the drivers at the front of the queue. But Yavan David is going to be there from the front of the grid. His teammate is directly behind him on the grid as well, the American star Kai Sorensen. So there's plenty of action to come from him this weekend. One driver we really do have to keep an eye out for is the new wild card in at the Tony Kart factory team, and that is the Frenchman Jimmy Helias, who has been absolutely blinding out of the blocks and is on the second row of the starting grid for every heat this weekend. So yet another wild card coming in this weekend at Sarno and proving their worth. Now, what is a wild card for those who are watching for the first time? Well, they are drivers that are not here for a full-time championship campaign. They're doing 1 or 2 rounds maximum over the course of the season. They are not eligible to score championship points because they are essentially a guest driver for the weekend. But it's a great opportunity for them with no pressure, with no aggravation of worrying about championships, to see what they can do amongst the might of the field. Now, the man alongside Yavan David on the front row of the starting grid is the man who won last time out at SA, the Brazilian star Matias Ferreira. So we'll see some exciting battles from those two as they head to the first corner. And on the third row behind Sorensen and Hilias, it's an all Ricky Flynn third row. You've got Dion Gouda of Singapore to the inside line, and Tobias Clausen, the Danish star, who is there on the 6th position of the starting grid as well. Great opportunity for these guys to put in an excellent display. There is the morning session that you can see along with the afternoon sessions as well, just to give you an idea of when to watch for your favorite drivers. You can follow all the action on the website, FIAKarting.com, and of course on the social media. On Instagram, it is FIA.karting.championship, and on Twitter, it is FIA Karting. You can also find us on the Facebook page and on the YouTube live stream. Do please like, subscribe, hit the notification bells, and you'll never miss a moment. Hello to all of those of you who are watching us via motorsport.com as well. You're very welcome wherever you are watching from around the world. To many people here in this community, this is the pinnacle of motorsport. Never mind the pinnacle of karting. It doesn't get much more intense than this. These young men and women from all 4 corners of the globe traveling to an exciting venue such as this, a couple of millimeters off the ground, and the intensity they are going to feel as they get from 0 to 60 in a similar time it takes most sports cars and supercars. These guys are absolutely on the limit of adhesion, and they are real warriors and athletes out there, putting in an absolutely spectacular display. The driver's getting ready to start, and from Sri Lanka, on pole position for each of his heats, it will be Yavan David. So this is definitely going to be an exciting opportunity for him as he moves one step closer to the top of the standings. This is a great chance for all of the competitors in this field.
Yeah, this is a great chance for everyone starting on that grid right now, and I don't think that the starting order that we see is going to be anything similar has any resemblance to the finishing order that we see. We'll see the drivers now get away from the grid, and we'll soon be underway with some more action from the OK Juniors.
So for the first time in history, a young man from Sri Lanka will start an FIA karting race from pole position. Jovan David on pole from Matthias Ferreira in second. Kai Sorensen and Jimmy Helias from Dion Gauda and Tobias Clausen. Gustav Wisniewski and Caleb Gafrara. Then Harley Keeble and Mark Kastelich from Jules Caranta and Nasha Tunion. David Walter and Martin Molnar from Thijs Kieren and Kirill Kutskov. Nathan Tai and another of the wildcards, Mika Abrahams. Then Francesco Marengi and Aurelia Nobels from Lucas Flusha and Joel Bergström. Guillaume Bouzard and Shimo Zhang from Alva Siemensvara, Maxi Obst, Kivilit Zitiev, Edward Robinson and Zander Reed, who sadly will not take the start. So it is going to be a fascinating battle for our men at the front. David Ferreira Sorensen and the new boy on the block, Jimmy Helias.
Yeah, Jimmy Helias, we're going to have to keep an eye on him. He obviously, as you said, he's going to be a wild card for this round. The Italian driver racing on home soil, and he's showing us how it's done. On this track, he's going to be starting 4th on the grid, so it'll be interesting to watch him race on this track. Qualifying pace is one thing, but racecraft is another.
So Jovan David and Matthias Ferreira will take up their residence on the front of the starting grid. And this is definitely an opportunity knocking for the two men on the front row of the grid. But what can Kai Sorensen do from 3rd on the grid? And watch for the wild card in P4. The Frenchman, Jimmy Helias, has a great chance to work his way forward. Let's see how they start. And he looks like a good one to me. Up to the first corner, Kai Sorensen immediately trying to squeeze through on the inside and join his teammate at the front end of the field. Great start from Kai Sorensen, and it looks as though it's a good getaway from Dion Gauda too to move up into 3rd. Yes, indeed, he gets there. So excellent run. It's a Forza 1-2 with Jovan David taking a clear advantage over Kai Sorensen, and no problems at all for the man in 3rd place, Dion Gauda, to edge his way into position in front of Matthias Ferreira and Jimmy Helias.
Yeah, outstanding start there from Jovan David to already pull a gap over the rest of the pack. There's the move that we've been looking for. That's going to be the that's a very, very wide for one of the carts that goes off at the top of the circuit. Let's try and see who that was as they now regain at the bottom of the pack.
I think that's one of the Sauber karting drivers that went wide there and lost ground. So that is going to be Gustav Wisniewski, the pole. What a shame for him. Oh, big contact between Kai Sorensen and Dion Gauda, and they're going to be 3-4 wide on the straight. Jimmy Helias trying to get himself up into 4th position. He's managed to get there. So up a position comes Jimmy Helias in front of Harley Keeble, who has fought his way forward. And now Kai Sorensen is down in P6. All of this is absolute fairy dust for Jovan David out in front, because he's now 1.2 seconds clear at the line. And as these guys continue to battle over 2nd, the Sri Lankan's gone.
Yeah, Jovan David, he has the carts battling behind him, which just allows him to pull away from the pack that is following in close pursuit. But a great start there from Harley Keeble. He's got himself up in 4th.
Gauda's got a problem here. He's not got any grip on the brakes. The back of the cart has been sliding around at that big braking zone up at the top end of the course on both laps. It's like he's got absolutely no grip and traction to get the cart slowed down. The back end keeps stepping out, and that's why you've got this queue building up the inside. There goes Keeble, passes his teammate. So Harley Keeble through into position up into P4 now, but watch for Dion Gauda as he comes through in 2nd place. It looks as though the back end of the cart is very unsteady. Now that is Bergström, so Joel Bergström sadly is out of the race. Now there's the move from Ferreira. Ferreira just bangs the wheel slightly into the side there of Gauda, but watch Gauda in the brakies. Oh, that's contact. That's one of the Charles Leclerc chassis. That's got to be Caleb Gafrara, the American. So Caleb Gafrara has come together there, and it looks as though that's David Walter. The Dane has gone as well. What an awful season for bad luck Walter is having.
Yeah, so that's now 3 carts that we've seen off at that top corner. Dion Gauda just about holding off Keeble behind. He's looking for that position, but as you said, the Ricky Flynn car really struggling under braking and dropping a few positions back there. Harley Keeble managing to hold his position, but you can see that that's going to be his teammate. Who's that? That's Tobias Clausen. Sorry, that's Jimmy Helias, losing a couple of positions there. But as we see the rest of the pack file through, the carts now get escorted onto the grass, so that is not in the way for the drivers when they come through on the racing line. Yellow flags will still be in play up at the top corner, so no overtakes will be made. Is that a problem there for Dion Gauda? He's went very, very wide. That just looks like no grit there for the Ricky Flynn car as drivers swarm past left, right, and center.
Well, that was a good tactic, though, because he held up Sorensen, and that's allowed Tobias Clausen to nip through, so he's going to get safety in numbers. Essentially, he'll get a little bit of support now. Keeble into third position behind Matthias Ferreira. I think there was a third kart that went off. Oh, no, they all went off together in the same place, Bergstrom, Walter, and Gafrara. So they're all at the same trouble spot, which is the hairpin at turn 2. That's going to be the new trouble spot for permanent stature on the circuit. Good overtaking moves coming up. Jimmy Helias just losing ground again, this time to the fast-charging Kirill Kutskov, who was second last time out, of course, in SA on the podium. So Kirill Kutskov trying to fight his way back into contention. But as you can see, Jimmy Helias is learning about life in OK Junior in the FIA the hard way. He may have had the speed in qualifying, but these guys are tough and ruthless, and in some cases, they're rough and toothless by the end of the weekend if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think that's one way of putting it, but you can see Van David with 1.5 seconds there. You can see the 279 Dutch gets a new fastest lap, 56.304. Not quite as quick as the first heat, but it's just about getting there. Van David 1.5 seconds in front of the rest of the field, but Harley Keeble catching onto the back of Matthias Ferreira, and still with 3 laps remaining, Ferreira, the Brazilian man, is going to start to feel pressure.
Very impressive race, this one so far for Harley Keeble, up 6 places from the grid. There's the move from Kirill Kutskov, gets his teammate Jules Caranta. So Caranta is down. Kirill Kutskov actually has a warning flag. I'm not entirely sure what that's for. Didn't see anything untoward, but clearly the officials have. So Kirill Kutskov getting the warning flag, and that's going to have to be something he makes a bit of a note of. He's going to have to be very careful for the rest of the race. He doesn't want to get himself into hot water. But out in front, it is still Van David. Dion Gouda has got himself back together again, though, because now he's set the fastest lap, 55.9. I don't know what it was. Maybe just in the first couple of laps, the kart is not so settled for Dion Gouda, but he has managed to get it back together. He has got control of it, and now he is setting fast laps. So a fabulous start in the offing. Still on the cards then for Dion Gouda in P4.
Yeah, the drivers in second and third position. Matthias Ferreira really chipping down the gap to Van David now, as we just see it tumbling sector by sector. 1.2 is now what separates the P1 driver and P2 of Van David. But as he crosses the line, it's going to be the final lap this time round. Is it looking like there's going to be any opportunity for Ferreira to catch onto the back of Van David unless anything drastic happens? Looking for an overtake there. You saw that was the 275. Looking for an overtake there was Martin Mona. Isn't able to pull anything off, but just looking for the overtake opportunity at any given time around this circuit. Final lap is upon us, as we've mentioned. Drivers, last opportunity to get positions.
Harley Keeble still trying to rain down on the parade of Matthias Ferreira on the glass lap, but this man has absolutely danced to victory. Van David, the latest man in the Forza Racing stable to have found raw pace and got himself together. Let's not forget, this is a team that has garnered some great talents over the years, none the least of which is Formula One star George Russell. Isn't it amazing? You wait years for a star from Sri Lanka to emerge, and now he's swamping it all. Van David opens his account for the weekend with a victory, and a fine one at that. Excellent work, and that's just for starters for the young man from Sri Lanka. Van David is victorious. Matthias Ferreira in second, Harley Keeble in third. I wonder, though, looking at his front fairing, maybe Keeble has done a bit too much hard work. Look, it's definitely been a little bit bent in. That's almost certainly going to be a front fairing penalty for Harley Keeble. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but unfortunately, it looks as though Keeble has been just a little bit too aggressive at times.
Yeah, and if he does get a 5 second for that, that looks like it may even put him out of the top 10 positions. So Keeble drove amazing on the track, but if the penalty does dawn upon him, then that's not going to be, it's going to be anything less than ideal there for the 205.
And that's the difficulty with this front fairing penalty system in place. It's obviously to ward off against controversial driving maneuvers and to try and tidy up the racing and clean it up. But you can get a front fairing penalty even if you weren't the instigator, even if it wasn't your fault, just trying to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's what can give the problem. There is David Walter. Only recently recovered from a broken arm, don't forget David Walter, so it's raining and pouring in his universe. Van David, though, victorious in the first race of his weekend. Matthias Ferreira second, Harley Keeble third on the road. Hopefully he'll be able to keep it. Dion Gauda and Tobias Clausen from Kai Sorensen and Kirill Kutskov, Jules Conanta, Jimmy Elias and Mark Kastelich. And then it is Nacho Tunion in front of Nathan Tai. Good races from those two. Mika Abrahams doing well on his debut, and Thijs Kieran from Francesco Marenghi and Martin Molnar, Guillaume Bouzard and Gustav Wisniewski recovering after his off. Then Lucas Flusha and then Kirill Dzitiev from Edu Robinson, Shimo Zhang and Alva Simasvara in front of Maxi Obst and Aurelio Nobels of Brazil. And then the retirements, Caleb Gafrara, David Walter, and then Joel Bergstrom. Those are your three retirements. They all went off on the same bit of racetrack. Unfortunately, it was Gafrara and Walter together, Bergstrom the previous lap. So, a very interesting start to proceedings. And straight out of the blocks, we have Alex Powell and Yvan David, our two early race winners.
Yeah, great driving from both of them in the first heats to get themselves secured on the top spot for their heats. But I was just thinking there, Jake, maybe when we saw going very wide there was Dion Gauda when he was sliding on the brakes. Was that effect of Harley Keeble maybe going into the back of Dion Gauda from slowing down too much? Or did Harley Keeble go into the side of Dion Gauda when he was already sliding?
It's a possibility. It's certainly something to have a look into. One of the drivers we've already seen out on circuit so far this weekend, of course, is the championship leader, Freddie Slater. A lot has been written and discussed about what happened to him at SA last time when he was basically looking odds-on for a clean sweep. Pole position, all 5 heats won, and then the final, and then sadly a penalty was handed to him post-race. I caught up with him yesterday to see how he's feeling and to get his views on the incident.
It's been great season so far. Top ones, top threes, solid point in the FIA. Halfway through at the moment, so I think it's been solid points so far. 2 rounds to go, 13 points in the lead at the moment. Keep on working, consistent results, like that is the main key for me. That's definitely what I've learned over my years of racing. And I just think being consistent, getting the points in, top 3, even going for the win sometimes, not taking too many risks is the key at the moment. SA was hard. Obviously, I think it was a good drive. It wasn't my perfect race. I made a few mistakes, but I think we just have to move on. I was kicking a ball straight after the final with my friends, so I think I done quite well from that. And I think it's just, most sport can be like that sometimes. You just got to move on, go to the next round and get on with it in the next one. It's just kind of the slow, I thought I could go, so I went, and a few people behind didn't really go when I went, so it was struggled a bit. But then I know the penalty got given to me, and I think that's definitely I wanted that win because it means a lot, because we worked really hard that weekend and I wanted to take the clean sweep, definitely. But I think we just got to move on and just focus on this round. Yeah, the performance has been great by the team, by everyone, my mechanic, all my family, everyone, Craig Boyd. Done an amazing job. I think the performance has been amazing in these 2 rounds. Obviously winning both, obviously the last one we didn't quite win in the end. But I think this weekend we're fast at the moment. We've definitely got good for quali and we're looking good set for quali. And I'm just looking forward to getting into the racing, and I'm looking forward to Zuera as well. If I'm fighting for the top 3 position, I think I'm not going to take as many risks. I've got a championship to win. But at the moment I don't really think about the points as many. I just think about being consistent, not taking too many risks in the heats and the finals, and just getting solid points. And the way you're going to win a championship is by a solid point. So I think it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we'll see. Lots of water, sleep, food, good nutritious food is key. A lot of being in the cold air quite a lot and trying to get used to the heat. But the heat is bearable. I think it's not too bad. I think it is definitely hot. But when you're driving around, you're in the moment, so you're not focusing on that at all.
Fascinating to get Freddie Slater's take on recent events, and we were talking about this earlier in the weekend, obviously because Freddie Slater is used to having been racing in various different championships, and the style of racing in England might have been part of his thinking at SA, because obviously in English racing what you tend to find is that drivers will gauge what's happening behind them and then make a decision to just go. And that maybe he's just thought, well, as long as they come with me, it's not going to gain me an advantage at all. He's maybe just slightly miscalculated how close his opponents would have been to him on that restart. So it's interesting. I can see what he's saying in that he doesn't feel he's transgressed the rules in any way, really. But he's doing exactly the right thing. He's taken that on the chin. He's moving on, and he's focused, and he's absolutely back to the front of his game.
Yeah, well, I think Slater just judged the situation a little bit askew. As if the competitors behind him were a little bit closer, and if they were on the mark when he put his foot down, then I don't think the stewards really would have had an issue with it, as he didn't jump the start in comparison to the competitors behind him, as they still would have been within the area that they would have been if he had have accelerated later. But due to the fact of them being so far back and him gaining a 1 second gap over putting his foot down a little bit too early, the stewards may have said, then I can see why that was a problem.
Well, I tell you, one man who's absolutely flying this weekend and managed to snatch the pole position away from Freddie Slater in phenomenal style. The American superstar who's really gaining a little bit of notoriety in this paddock now in only his third weekend in the category as well. James Igozzi for the Tony Kart Factory team. We've seen many drivers come into the green and white stable and have not just a lot of pressure, but a lot of work to do. And I tell you what, his improvement from the start of the season to now, it's like he's a completely different racing driver. He had an edge to him at Genk. He had a lot of tenacity to him at SA. Now, here in his third event, he's starting to look more and more like the complete package.
Yeah, bold statement there from Igozzi to put it on pole. He's proved a lot of people wrong who doubted his talents, but on the pole is the 207, showing us how it's done in the Tony Kart green and white machine, and he'll be looking to keep that car in that position for the remainder of the race, but let's see if he can do it.
I'll tell you one guy who has impressed me as well this weekend. It's great to see him back towards the sharp end. Douwe de Decker of Belgium. He's there on the front row of the starting grid in the BWT colours. There was a little bit of eyebrows raised in terms of his disappearance of pace in the first 2 weekends. They have dug deep, they've worked hard, and Douwe is back where he belongs at the sharp end of the field. It's great to see that he has been able to completely transform his weekend and his form. He's right up to the sharp end. One man that's definitely worth an eye in this particular race, though, for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad, and he's one of the wildcards this weekend. Antonio Apicella, third position on the starting grid. Watch out for him because he knows the circuit very well, has got an incredible amount of speed under his right foot, and he is there third on the grid. He'll be on the second row for every single one of his heats this weekend. He's a dark horse in this one. Local knowledge counts for a lot at this place, so he might spoil a few parties this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen an interesting qualifying session this weekend. I wouldn't really say a surprise result from some drivers, but definitely some drivers are out of place on the grid, especially which we saw with Maximilian Popov. He started from the back of the grid, made his way through to 11th in his heat, so that shows that he was out of position in that qualifying. But there are some drivers that have really turned up here at Sarno, and they've turned up the heat, turned up their level of driving, and performed brilliantly so far this weekend. They'll just be looking to keep that up.
There are several drivers towards the sharp end of this field that are worth a watch as well. Obviously, Josh Erfin on that second row of the starting grid to the outside line. Anatoly Kavalkin in the Paralin, very quick all season long, in the top 4 of the championship, close to the mark. So Kavalkin has a great chance to work his way further forward. Rashid Aldeheri starting right behind him in the Paralin Motorsport kart. He's going to be pretty rapid. Maxim Rem is definitely part of that little collection. And don't forget, of course, as well, that on the starting grid there, we have the 237 racing up at the sharp end and doing a fantastic job over the course of his qualifying performances yesterday for the Alonso kart, which has, of course, changed hands from the OTK group to the Kart Republic group in recent years. That is, of course, Andres Cardenas, the Peruvian star, who really has been putting on an excellent display towards the sharp end of the dais. And let's not forget as well that we have a rapid welcome back to the party from the young man at Sodi Kart. Cahal Clark is in the top 10 of the starting grid this season for the first time, and he'll be in the top 10 every single heat this weekend. So excellent work. Another man who's worked his way forward as well is Enea Frey. So Enea Frey, the young Swiss driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. A lot of names starting to creep into this top 10 very regularly, and it's wonderful to see how these drivers are developing and how they're making good progress. But there's a lot of names towards the front of this field who could be taking the victory in this opening heat of their weekend.
Yeah, we saw a good qualifying result there from Clark as he puts himself in the top 10 for the starting orders. And we've seen a couple of top 10 results from him in the heats, but he'll be looking to make his way forwards through the grid as Nigel Edwards just explains to the drivers on the grid how the starts are going to work as we get ourselves used to this new layout still, as the drivers are still not fully familiar with the track when it comes to the starts of the race. but watch out for the 228 in the Sodi car. He'll be looking to make a mark.
That's been one of the two biggest topics of conversation from driver to officials at the moment, is how those starts are actually going to work, because obviously it's a new layout for the circuit. You come off the final turn, there is a flat-out right kink to lead onto the main straight. So they've been very clear with the drivers. We want you to be nice and slow coming off that corner, nice and bunched. Then you can start to make an acceleration. No movements before that yellow line, of course. So a very fascinating situation for the competitors as they run through. It will be a fascinating start again. But for James Igozzi, who is racing under an Italian license, so he'll carry the Italian flag this weekend, but he is the young man from the United States. He's one to watch. James Igozzi and Due De Decker on the front row. Antonio Apicella and Josh Erfin. Anatoly Kavalkin and Andres Cardenas from Rashid Al-Daheri and Maxim Rem. Cahal Clark and Anea Frey. Then Dimitri Madviv and Maciej Gladij from Augustin Bernier and Heita Delagnol. Then it is Edgar Anpiligov and Artur Polain, Adrian Maliero and Maxon Verbruge, Miguel Costa and August Therbeau from Simone Bianco and Oscar Wurtz, Zachary David and Clement Outram from Arte Dorisson, Guy Elbag of Israel, Matis Subadou, Ekaterina Lucia and Andy Rettel at the back of the grid. This could be an interesting one. James Igozzi made a statement in qualifying yesterday. Now he's got to prove it wasn't just a one-lap wonder.
Yeah, Igozzi, all he has to do is keep those lap times consistent and try and keep the rest of the field at bay. Due De Decker, though, he'll be looking to charge into the first corner, but starting on the outside, will it be a problem and will it be difficult for him to try and challenge for that P1 going into the top of the second corner? The second corner is a major overtaking zone for many drivers around the field as we now get our way into formation, and we'll soon be underway with the start for the final of our OKG heats this morning.
So here are the drivers coming off the turn. Igozzi to the inside line for the factory Tony Kart team. Due De Decker in the BWT colours that we've become so used to seeing in the Grand Prix paddock in various guises. And now in karting too. Here we go. Are we going to get started? Yes, we are. No problems at all from the front of the grid as James Igozzi swarms across through to the inside line. Apicella's going to try and get into second place. Due De Decker desperately trying to squeeze him and hold position. And he's not quite going to make it. In fact, he drifts wide. And the Paralins are trying to come through of Kavalkin and Al-Daheri. Are they going to make their way past him? And Apicella's going to have to surrender the place. No, indeed. Apicella's still there in second. Up to third, though, comes Kavalkin. So a good start. Rashid Al-Daheri, P5. In behind Due De Decker. No dust thrown up yet, but it's a perfect start for James Igozzi. Into second. Kavalkin dives through on the inside. So Anatoly Kavalkin in the hairpin manages to get through into second position. The Russian now setting off after the American in the lead.
Yeah, not the best start there from De Decker, but a great job there from the Paralin to make
his
way.
Off! That's Apicella. He runs wide. So Apicella kicks up the dust, and now Andres Cardenas is trying to get through. He nudges. Come on, get out of the way. And I would not at all be surprised if Cardenas now has an issue on the front fairing. Drivers trying to squeeze through and kicking up the dust as they come through on the main straight. Very crazy stuff already as Apicella tries to get back into his rhythm, but there are carts all over the shop trying to come through. There goes Rashid Al-Daheri. He gets up into third place past Due De Decker. Now the young Emirati is definitely going to be trying to break the toe and get into a rhythm to close up on his teammate. They could charge after Igozzi.
Yeah, so much has happened on this first lap of the race. All drivers squabbling for position here. Al-Daheri doing a great job to get himself up in the third. Looks for a move there. De Decker tries it. Al-Daheri squeezes the line. You can see going for a move there. That's Maxime Brem manages to squeeze through. Did there Josh Erfin manage to get through as well? Yes, he did. Erfin promotes himself up a position, and De Decker falls even further back.
Yeah, he tries to gain one and ends up losing two instead, so not a great start to the race for Due De Decker. Look at the squabble in the mid-pack as they're trying to make their way out of the final turn in good community. Great racing as they come onto the main straight. The 245, Miguel Costa trying to get away from the train of Delagnol, Maliero, Bernier, Poulon and Clark all in the mix there. Andres Cardenas has a warning flag. That's got to be for that little nudge on the back of Antonio Apicella at the end of the opening lap. They must have felt that was just a little bit too far over the line of acceptance. Anatoly Kavalkin is James Igozzi, massive Maxim Rem as they go through. And that will have been a full check as well, so that could have been a very nice Maxim Rem. We've seen several drivers take too much curb around this course over the practice and even in qualifying and come flying off the road. So you've got to be so careful how much curb you're willing to utilize. because we walked around the circuit on Thursday morning, and you can see on Friday morning, sorry, and you can see massive gaps in the types of the curbing. And here we go on the inside line. That's Josh Erfen and Douwe de Decker squeezing past Maxime Rem. Rem was caught out there in the final bend.
Yeah, Rem was not expecting that overtake there, as we see drivers looking for position there. That looks like that was going to be a move there from the driver in the, I can't remember what, 267 car making an overtake there. He's now in, what position is that?
That's going to be 13th. He's made the move on Costa. That's Heiter de Lagnol on the Praga. So nice move there from de Lagnol. He's got to the front of his little queue. Douwe de Decker right in behind the 2-1-1 of Josh Erfen. Cardenas actually sets the fastest lap of the race now, so Cardenas is trying to work his way further forward. But Egozzi out in front of Anatoly Kevalkin. The gap has come down to 0.6 of a second. Incredibly, despite all the drama, all 29 drivers in this heat are still circulating. They're still racing. We had Oscar Wirtz get squeezed out to the back of the field at the end of the previous lap as well, having to take to the grass. And now here is the bid as the 2:27, I think that is, trying to make up ground. That's Edgar Piligov on the Ricky Flynn, trying to work his way forward. Can he make his move on the inside of Antonio Apicella? Not yet. Here's Maxon Verbruge getting past, and Katarina Lucia is the latest driver to get a warning flag.
Yeah, as you can see, 2 more laps will be remaining of this race. You can see Kevalkin picks himself up the fastest lap, 56.217, not the fastest we've seen from the OKJ today. Kevalkin currently sitting very nicely in second position, has a lot of breathing room to the drivers behind, just trying to cut down the gap to James Egozzi. And the 207 in the Tony car, doing a great job out in front. As we can see, that is going to be, that's got Josh Erfen and Rashid Al-Daheri working together to try and pull away from Douwe de Decker behind as they make their way down into final corner. De Decker has a little look, but they make their way round and everyone files through in the same position.
Kevalkin's got great belief in the parallel. He can close in on Egozzi. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Kevalkin could steal this from James Egozzi. It's up to Rashid Al-Daheri to keep Erfen at bay. Erfen having a look. But Rashid Al-Daheri protects very well indeed there. That's very sensible placement of the kart from Rashid Al-Daheri. Just a couple of millimeters over the normal driving line. Enough to keep Erfen a little bit doubtful as to whether he could place the front fairing of the kart alongside. So Rashid Al-Daheri still keeping it very strong in third place. Enea Frey goes to the top of the lap charts. And again, look at that. A big move from Erfen, but a big defensive line from Al-Daheri. You're not getting through. They almost rub wheels on the exit. Al-Daheri keeping that kart as wide as a Cadillac through there. Absolutely. Oh, contact! Contact. That's the CRG coming together with one of the wild cards. 3 karts involved. Wirtz is parking it. I think that was Mati Subadu. And one of the CRGs in there, that could be Art Dorisson. Here's De Decker, side by side down the main straight with Josh Erfen. He's come up to third. So Al-Daheri and Erfen have clearly been battling too strong. De Decker's come through into third place on the last lap. And look how close Kevalkin is on the final lap to Egozzi. He could take it from him.
Yeah, De Decker now driving that defensive race that we've seen all race from Al-Daheri. Erfen now in the position of attacking the BWT machine, the pink and navy blue colours, but we see Egozzi make his way through the top corner, and you can see Kevalkin still trying to have a look at the back of Egozzi. De Decker trying to hold on to it.
Enea Frey's lost out as well. The Swiss driver having a bit of an issue. We've had one card side, it's Mati Subadu, so Subadu not going any further, and another card coming off midway round the course. Kevalkin is going to try his best to outsprint Egozzi on the main straight. It's not quite going to be enough though. James Egozzi will hold it to the line. Good run from the American out in front from pole to flag. Oh, that's the one off. That's a Katarina Lucia. So Katarina Lucia very frustrated at the end of her race. So unfortunate there for the Richard Mill Talent Academy driver. So she retires from the race on the last lap. And it's going to be side by side to the line for 2 karts on the main straight. And side with Simone Bianco. I think it was actually the incident at the midway point of lap 3 turned around. That's post flag. That's post flag because Simone Bianco and Andy Rattel came across the line together. And Simone Bianco has gone off on the first corner. Now that could almost certainly lead to an investigation. Something that's happened post-flag, that does not happen every day.
No, and it's the last thing you want to see after a race. You can see the drivers were so close together across the line, and something's clearly happened between the two of them. Through that first corner, Simone Bianco coming off the worst. And there you can see the 269 of Katrin unfortunately pulled off, but here are the results.
They were behind each other by .032 at the line, so they were side by side. Wow. James Igozzi and Anatoly Kavalkin, Doué de Decker third from Josh Erfen, Rashid Al-Deheri and Maxim Rem, Maciej Gledij and Antonio Apicella from Anea Frey and Edgar Piligov, Dimitri Madviv in front of Miguel Costa, Andres Cadenas slipping to 13th in front of Maxime Verbruge, Arthur Poulain and Augustin Bernier, Adrian Maliero in front of Clement Outran in the VDK racing machine. Then it is August Thurbo in front of Cahal Clark, Heitor Delaniel and Zachary David from Arthur Dorisson and Guy Elbag, Simone Bianco and Andy Rattel absolutely dead heated nearly at the line, and then Bianco going off on the first corner. That's going to need an investigation, surely. Then Oscar Wirtz, last one home, Ekaterina Luisha and Mati Subadu not quite able to make it to the full distance of 7 laps. But a very interesting battle in the first 3 races. We have our first 3 winners, James Igozzi, Yvan David and Alex Powell, none of which are leading the championship. That's how open it is this weekend.
Yeah, may not be leading the championship, but definitely within the championship battle. It's so close between these guys at the top when you take into account the drop round. For example, as we've mentioned quite a few times over this weekend, we've got Antonelli, who is starting on pole for the OK class. Not in this next heat, though. He is technically at the top of the championship when you take into account drop rounds, as he's the only one who had a clean sheet.
Absolutely right. So we now head into the OK senior category and qualifying heat C versus E. This is going to be fascinating. The first 4 drivers on the starting grid with plenty to do. The Ward Racing driver for Russia is in pole position. That is Artem Sevryukin, the man who is actually 4th position in the Drivers' Championship coming into this weekend. Solid and consistent across both SA and Genk. So he is there in P4 in the drivers' standings. 5th place is obviously going to be a very hotly fought competition in the drivers' standings this weekend. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But Sevryukin is leading the way in the grid for this one. Alongside him is Joe Turney, captain of the squad at Tony Kart on the factory team. And he is there in the 103. Of course, he was 2nd in the World Championship last year to Callum Bradshaw and ahead of his then teammate Pedro Hiltbrand. On the 2nd row of the grid, it is wonderful to see the Japanese sensation Rintaro Sato bring Ricky Flynn Motorsport back to the front of the senior OK grid. They've been absolutely lightning in junior. In senior, it's been a long haul road for them, but Rintaro Sato is there in 3rd place on the grid, and he was fastest in warm-up this morning in his group, so he's definitely one to watch. We caught up with the man alongside him on the grid in this one. 4th position on the starting grid for the Swede for Ward Racing on his Tony Kart chassis. Yesterday, we managed to catch up with Norton Andreasen.
I would say it's going quite well. We're still adapting to the tires, I would say, and we're seeming to find more pace every time we go on the track, and I'm really happy about that. Yeah, it's quite clear that it's a lot more drivers now fighting for it, and I would say it's more fun to drive like this also, with more people can win. We're just having to work more hard, and we are doing it right now, and we're seeming more confident. We had some problems in the beginning of the European Championship with MG tires. It feels much better now, but obviously KR is doing a great job at the moment, but I'm sure we will. I'm working as hard as them, and we will find it in the end. I think we need to find the peak more of the tire at the moment, because now we are a little bit too consistent in qualifying, as they are more of a one lap pace than us. And I think that's the main problem. Obviously, it's difficult to keep the focus in this heat. Drink a lot of water, keep yourself hydrated, and flat out.
Andreasen is definitely one to keep an eye on this weekend. He's been very solid and smooth all the way through the weekend, has always looked consistently fast. So as we mentioned, Artem Sevryukin and Joe Turney will fill the front row of the grid for this one. 3rd on the grid will be Rintaro Sato. And in 4th place, it will be Norton Andreasen. On that 3rd row of the starting grid, the French star Evan Gilter, who did such a good job at SA in terms of raw speed, but he's been able to carry that through to Sarno, so it's good to see the VDK driver still there at the front of the grid. Another man who's returned to form, and it's great to see it happen in his 3rd weekend as a senior, Tukka Tarpanen from Finland, right up there on the 3rd row of the starting grid on the outside line. It's been a tough transition for him from junior last year to senior this year, but he's got the stable of the incredible drivers around him in Tony Kart, particularly Joe Turney. They work very, very closely together in the awning, and it's wonderful to see that Tarpanen is now getting close to that pace we've always known he's had.
Yeah, Tarpanen has always been strong, and I think anyone on the first 4 rows of this grid could take this win here. It's just so close between the OK drivers in this class, and especially in this heat. You just can't tell who's going to win.
It's a very good point, especially when you consider that one of the men in that first 4 rows on the inside line of row 4 is James Wharton, the Australian star, who is, of course, part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. He's been doing a dual campaign this year. Very tough for drivers to do that these days when you've got the direct drive category as a senior in the OK and in KZ2 in the gearbox as well. Very tough program for James Wharton this year, but he wants to be as diverse and as versatile as possible. It's a great tool to be able to be strong in both disciplines. And it's a fabulous transition again for him to be doing a dual campaign of direct drive and gearbox simultaneously. Not an easy task. Alongside him on the starting grid today, it's going to be Christian Bertuca of the Birolart squad. Good to see him there in 8th position on the grid. Another driver who's had no end of bad luck of late, but has been able to turn his own form around and is now right up towards the sharp end again. Great to see. 9th position on the grid, the other young man in the field this weekend from Peru. We have one in the junior, Andres Cadenas, and we have one in the senior, Rafael Modanese, who represented his country in Peru in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy a couple of seasons ago. And it's great to see him on the Praga factory team kart up in the top 10 of the senior category program. He's doing a great job. 10th on the grid, Andrei Zhivnov, the Russian, another one of the star turns for Ward Racing. They are so strong here at Sarno. They were last year as well, and here they are again doing another fantastic job. They really do seem to have the measure of this Sarno circuit. No matter what the layout is, the Ward Racing guys in black and yellow definitely have the speed around this place. 11th on the grid, it's good to see Nathan Sharp making some good progress. And the Dutchman is there, 11th on the starting grid in his energy course. The factory team, who are really starting to get back up to their winning ways again. Expect Nathan Sharp to be looking at the top 6 in the heats today. He has good speed and good stamina, so this is a good opportunity for him to showcase his skill. Alongside him on the grid, the Israeli star who has become a real social media whirlwind in the last few months, Ariel Elkin, who's really taken it upon himself to very much become his own social promotion. And his video diaries are great to see. If you're not already following them on Instagram and on Facebook, I totally recommend them. It's a great little insight into a kart racer's lifestyle. Ariel Elkin, 12th on the grid, and of course he was the man who won last year's finale of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy at Lonato. Flavio Olivieri, the young man for Praga, is starting there 13th on the starting grid, looking very smooth and very consistent this weekend. Has plenty of decent pace over 1 lap, so we could see some good overtaking moves from Flavio Olivieri in the midfield. Expect him to be challenging for the top 10. Alongside him on the grid, it is Ricardo Gracia. And Gracia, the Brazilian on the X-Prix, is obviously going to be looking for a lot of good moves through the field as well. 15th on the grid, his teammate, the young man from Finland, Nicolas Pietalatti, who's not had the greatest of qualifying by his standards. He would be looking more towards the top 6 for each of the heats. But what he does have is an amazing ability to create gaps and find space. So he should be able to make up some good overtaking moves and some good places through the course of the heats. Ivan Dominguez, the young star from Portugal, is in the mix there as well on the 8th row of the starting grid. There is so much talent through this field, all the way down to the driver starting in 24th, Hugo Besson. Even though not being able to get his raw ultimate lap, there's still plenty of great skill out there. And the thing about these heats is that, as we've already seen from the junior races, even if you don't get the qualifying right, you can make a comeback in the heats here. You can definitely make up ground.
Yeah, we've seen that in the case of Maximilian Popov, which I think was a standout performance in the OKJ heat that we saw earlier on this morning. But as we make our way onto the OK class, as you said, a very talented grid and a very close grid as well. And I think, Jake, I'm going to ask you a difficult question here. What's your top 3 for the heat?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because you've got at least 8 drivers towards this top 10 that could be the first one home. I'm not going to claim an order because I think that would be a little bit tough. I could see in the top 3 of this one, Sevrukin, Sato, Tarpanen. I'm not sure what order they're going to be in, but I can definitely see that working out because Tarpanen seems to be very motivated. He's good at getting his elbows out when he needs to. He's got raw pace and good speed. But Rintaro Sato has started his weekend in a very good manner And his speed this morning in the warm-up seems to be very conducive of a man who's ready to become a race winner in FIA karting. His dad never got the chance at this age to be up at the front end of such an illustrious field as this. He had to go about it the hard way. Rintaro Sato looking very strong indeed for RFM. But watch for Evan Gilter off the start as well. From that third row of the grid, he could make a good impression going through the first couple of corners, and the Frenchman could be in third position by the time we go through turn 2. All he has to do is what essentially is part of the rhythm here at Sarno and tuck in behind Sevrukin and Sato, and from the decent mode, he could be able to make up some places pretty quickly. It's all going to come down to instinct and how quickly people react to what's happening around them.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of incidents and moments on the track from drivers, so reaction times are going to be key in this heat, and it's all going to come down to who's the quickest at reacting to certain situations, and I think that's, especially in the mid-pack for these drivers, that's definitely going to come into play.
10 laps of the heat for the senior drivers. That's the equivalent of 15.5 kilometers of racing around the Sarno circuit. And let's see how it's all going to unfold. Artem Sevrukin in pole position. Joe Turney alongside him. Rintaro Sato and Norton Andreasen from Evan Gilter and Tuukka Tapanen. James Wharton and Christian Bertucca from Rafael Modenese and Andrei Zhivnov. Nathan Schaap and Ariel Elkin from Flavio Olivieri and Riccardo Gracia. Nicholas Piertalati and Ivan Dominguez, Teresa Babichkova and Sebastian Gravlund from Gerard G and Max Angelard, Ruben Moya Lopez and Jose Hernandez from Eduardo Villa and Hugo Besson. 10 laps of Sarno, and a whole world of problems could be arising for a few drivers in this intense heat.
Yeah, so 2 laps extra for the OK drivers in comparison to the OKJ heats which we just had. So 10 laps in the grueling heat, and the sun blasting down on the circuit here for Sarno, and the drivers will soon get into formation, and we will be ready for the start of this 10-lap race.
Well, one driver who barely got out of the dummy grid is the 110. That is Ruben Moya. So Ruben Moya unable to take the start in his position. He'll have to basically be racing from this moment on to try and catch up to the field and take his place at the back of the field. Once again, the officials are just keeping things nice and steady off the final turn. And this is obviously to try and hold up the grid so that they get into their formation. Sevrukin very late to bring the field to formation. Ruben Moya is just about going to be able to catch them in time. Down the straight, and are we going to get going? Yes, we do! Up to the first corner, and Sevrukin manages to cover. Turney holding it round the outside. Can he stay in second? Yes, he does! Joe Turney hangs on to second this time, so he's able to squeeze in front of Rintaro Sato and hold his P2 from the grid. Nobody has been able to do that so far from the junior races, but Joe Turney's got so much experience and has such weight of strength in his upper body. He's able to keep that kart through even though he's on the outside line. Oh, we've had 2 karts collect each other, and a front fairing comes off completely from one of the Cosmics. So that is already disaster for Sebastian Gravlund. He comes together with Hugo Besson, and both of their races are over.
Yeah, so we see a front fairing come off, and I'm sure that will be a technical flag and mechanical failure for the driver that comes around this time in the Cosmic chassis.
Yep.
Managing to get away is the other driver. So
well, that's what karting looked like, of course, in the 80s. So you get a nice little snapshot as it looked like back in the day. Dust being kicked up on the home straight. I think one of the Pragas is making its way into the pit lane. That is, who's that coming into the pits? I think it's Jose Hernandez. Yes, it is. Jose Hernandez off after the first lap, so not a great start to the weekend. But Sevrukin in front of Turney and Sato, no change. Tarpanen up to 4th already.
Yeah, so you mentioned the dust that was getting kicked up down the straight. That was Teresa Babichkova getting squeezed over the curb out of the final corner. And going for a move there. That's Sato up the inside of Joe Turney. Hits into second position, does the 153. And he'll now be chasing down Artem Sevrukin.
No surprises for Grav flag, and that's, of course, because he's still racing despite the fact his front fairing has come off. So he's got the technical flag for that. But as you mentioned, Rintaro Sato, the Japanese star, is now up to 2nd place, chasing down Artem Sevrukin. Very much with an incredible tutor in his double Indy 500 winning father, Taku Sato, who is here this weekend. Here's Turney back on the inside. The door left wide open. Tarpanen gets there as well. Here come the Tony Kart twins, and there's more problems. That's one of the Forzas in trouble after an incident. That is Riccardo Gracia. So Riccardo Gracia is going to get a technical flag. He's got his bumper trailing behind him, and we watched him as he comes through turn 4. That is not good news at all for the Brazilian. Indeed, he picks up the mechanical flag as well.
Yeah, Sato just not able to give anyone any room. Turney sees the opportunity, sees the door being left wide open, and snatches it with the grasp of his hand. He'll take that position, and so will Tuukka Tarppanen. He manages to make his way up in a third position. Sato demoted down to fourth, and with the overtake that we saw earlier on Turney from Sato, doesn't look like he's going to be shy to make a move again.
So Sevrukin, Turney, Tarppanen, Sato, Andreasen in P5, sixth position into the pits. Then comes Gratia. He takes the plaudits then and takes his penalty. We've got a great battle for second developing. Turney, Tarppanen, Sato, and in fifth place that is Norton Andreasen in front of his teammate Andrei Zhivnov. So there's still plenty to do in this one. Tarppanen under pressure from Sato. These two could have been battling last year had the pandemic not kept Sato out of action. Here he comes up the inside of Tarppanen. Sato gets into third place. So now it's Sevrukin from Joe Turney and Rintaro Sato in third.
Yep, Sato just trying to cut his way through the field, taking every position with the opportunities that arrive to the front bumper of that RFM car. Now you'll chase down the back of Joe Turney again. He knows he has the raw pace, but he just needs to string the laps together to try and catch onto the back of the Tony Car factory driver.
All of this is allowing Sevrukin a wide berth. He's got a second on Turney now practically. So this is excellent news indeed as far as Sevrukin is concerned. He's got himself a brilliant opportunity now. So Turney in second place, third Sato, fourth Tarppanen, fastest lap of the race from Artem Sevrukin. He's just stretching out that advantage. The man who is fourth in the Drivers' Championship. Best man behind the famous Kart Republic trio of Lindblad, Kamara, and championship contender Antonelli. Sato makes the move on Turney now. So the Tony Kart twins may have got past him, but Sato digs deep, finds the pace, and gets back past both men.
Yep, Sato, surely he's got to learn from his mistake last time. He hasn't got to leave the door open for Joe Turney, or Turney will pounce at every chance that he gets. Sato just needs to hold his line and can't let the Tony Kart driver pass behind. They need to work together to try and catch onto the back of Sevrukin.
Looking in the background, we can see Christian Bertucca on the Birillard starting to make an impression. Turney just giving a little bit of pressure to Sato. Sato not taking the bait. He's not going to be intimidated. I don't care who you are. You could be Joe Bloggs for all I care. I'm not going to give you the space. I'm not letting you through. Sato covering his bases beautifully. Turney there in third. Tarppanen fourth. And behind them now in fifth. And behind them, you've got Zhivnov being caught by Christian Bertucca. It's great to see the Birillard coming alive again in the senior category. Bertucca finally finding the pace that we know that the boys in red and white are able to work at. So they have been pushing very hard to get to that stage. But Sevrukin, Sato, Turney, Tarppanen, Andreasen, Zhivnov, Bertucca. Up into the top 10 now comes James Wharton. He's managed to work his way back in ahead of Rafael Modanese.
Yeah, you can see Sevrukin out in front, that gap just fluctuating lap by lap. But Sevrukin holding his own pace and managing to hold himself out in the lead. Sato trying to chase down in that second position right now. But it isn't looking that promising as we see another fastest lap there from the 105.
It's a really, really strong battle this for third place. Tarppanen is doing his best to thwart the attentions of Andreasen. And he is working very hard indeed. The two Scandinavians battling here. Tarppanen the Finn, Andreasen the Swede. And they are both very close to each other as Turney runs in third place, just trying to stay with Rintaro Sato. But Sato, now he's got the confidence back and into second place. He's dropping the field. He's doing a great job here in second place. Sevrukin, though, is 1.3 clear. And as he comes across the line with 3 laps to go, nobody's going to catch the Russian up front today.
Yeah, and you can see the 153 as soon as he's hit the front of this back, as soon as he's got into his own air, he's already starting to pull away from the Tony Kart drivers behind of Turney. You can see that's Anderson putting a little bit of pressure on the back of Tuukka Tarppanen, and I'm sure the 112 will be looking for an overtake as soon as possible.
Andreasen still hunting down Tarppanen. Tarppanen keeping the kart wide enough. Both the same karts, of course, both Tony karts, but run from different teams. Tarppanen in the factory outfit. And of course, Andreasen for the Ward Racing team with their black and yellow suits. And it's very much a family-based atmosphere there at Ward Racing. They love to push their young talent forward. And it's a fun environment. It's a very friendly environment too. They like to maximize the best out of their team. And it's get the confidence in themselves, work their way forward. of no pressure at all. It's their best mode of getting the maximum out of their drivers. Just enjoy their moment, they enjoy the spirit of the sport, and they are able to from a very it's a great statement. Rintaro Sato now the fastest man on the track, 54.6 as he drops Turney and Tarpanen further still. Excellent work from the Japanese, who's just charging away.
Yep, Sato just pulling away from the pack behind, but Turney starting to feel a little bit of pressure from Tarpanen behind. And then, as you said, we got Andreasen in behind, currently in 5th position. So this once was a 4-driver pack. Now it is now reduced down to 3. And watch out for Zhivnov behind, actually. He's starting to catch onto the back of the pack. But as we have our leader, Sarukin, around the final corner and cross the line, they'll now start the final lap. Sato in a very comfortable position, nearly as comfortable as Sarukin out in front, but Joe Turney trying to lead the pack onto the back of the RFM driver, currently sitting in second position, Turney in 3rd, but pressure from Tarpanen behind.
Final lap of the race then, and it's Artem Sevrukin who leads from Rintaro Sato. Turney is there in 3rd place from Tarpanen and Andreasen, and that looks like it's going to be the way it stays to the flag. So Artem Sevrukin has been able to keep that gap very steady at 1.5 seconds. No major concerns for the Russian in this one. He's been very smooth throughout, and he's just been able to solidify his advantage. Don't forget, he is P4 in the Drivers' Championship, so if he keeps in banging in positions like this, he could well be a threat at the end of the season. Out of the final turn, no problems for Sevrukin in this first heat. He takes the victory. Brilliant job. Rintaro Sato, though, a very convincing 2nd. And in 3rd place, Joe Turney in front of his teammate Tuukka Tarpanen. Sevrukin able to keep it together. But what a performance from Sevrukin and Sato. They have worked very well indeed at the front end of the field to get clear of the rest of the opposition. It's been very tough indeed for the Russian, Artem Sevrukin, but he has been very confident up at the front end of the field. A great mission and a great performance. So no major catastrophes, no dramas at the moment as the drivers continue in position. But what a sensational run it has been for Artem Sevrukin. 1.6 seconds clear of the Japanese driver Rintaro Sato, Joe Turney and Tuukka Tarpanen. Some great battles, some great performances through the field as well. A lot of places made up. Not the most exciting of races once we got the Flotsam and Jetsam out of the way on the opening couple of laps. But certainly a few drivers making good progress. Zhivnov up 4 places to 6th place from 10th. 3 places made up by Nicolas Bertolatti. Likewise from Gerard G. Eduardo Villa made the most progress. He made up 5 places to come from 23rd on the grid to P18.
Yeah, we can see the drivers just setting their foundations for the rest of the weekend as we see the results now up on our screen. Artem Sevrukin will take the win there from very close 2nd. Renato Sato, then we have got Joe Turney 3rd from Tuukka Tarpanen, Norton Anderson, Andrei Zhivnov, then Christian Batuka. 8th will be Evan Gioter, Ariel Elkin, and 9th, rounding out the top 10, will be James Wharton. Then it will be Nathan Sharp, Nicholas Pilati, Rafael Modeniz, then it'll be Ivan Dominguez, Flavio Aurier, and then we will see the rest of the drivers rounding out the grid. It will be Maximilian Angelard, Ruben Moya Lopez, Hugo Besson, Ricardo Garcia, and unfortunately the last on the grid after a retirement will be Sebastian Gravlund, who rounds out the 23 driver grid here for OK Heat C versus E.
Well, we certainly saw one of the factors in that race is that the Birilat factory squad seemed to be getting their act together again in the OK Senior category. Christian Batuka able to run at the front for the first time in a considerable amount of time. And it's good to see some very confident and some very assertive driving from the drivers in that particular squad. We're not going to see a Birilat driver towards the front end of this particular field, but certainly we can hear from one of their star drivers. He'll be making his first race appearance later on this afternoon. Yesterday I caught up with the Brazilian star for Birilat about the season's progress for the team and for himself, and that of course is Matias Morgato.
Everything with Birilat started last year. Since then we've been improving every time. First round of the European I was 3rd in the qualifying. Was always in the top 3 during the heat. Had a contact in the last heat, which made me start a bit in the back in the final. Could manage to finish P7 in the final. In SI, did a mistake in quali. And then coming from the back every time is always tough, but managed to do it twice to the top 5. And then had contact in 1 heat, which made me start way back in the final P33, managed to finish P17, and we see this week. Yesterday from the team, we'll have very good speed this week and possible to fight for the podium. Now I think it's much high-speed circuit. It's really nice to drive OK around, and I like more now than before, but I would say that before was a harder circuit. For sure to be more constant doing the heats and everything, avoiding stupid crashes, because every time it's happening, we are in front, and then happens a crash in a heat, put us to the back, and for sure if we are constant all the week, always in the top 5, it's possible to be there. I think we can do really good. I think it's possible to be always in the top 5. I will for sure do my best, and I hope for the best.
So interesting to see how Birolot are making big progress forward. They also have another driver who's been able to make big steps and big progress over the course of the season, and that man, of course, is Timotas Kucharczyk, who finds himself starting on the front row of the grid for this next heat. So it's definitely going to be an interesting start to the weekend for him. But the man in pole position is Arvid Lindblad, who'll be there on the front row of the starting grid for the Kart Republic factory team. And the Red Bull youngster has already been making plenty of headlines this season, a race winner and definitely a challenger for the top step of the podium in the 2021 European Championship. He's there racing in the Red Bull colours combined with his Kart Republic chassis, but he obviously has big shoes to fill from this team. There have been many great drivers that have come through here to get amazing success, none the least of whom is, of course, Lorenzo Travasanuto, who raced under the Kart Republic chassis a couple of seasons ago. First on the Rosberg Racing colours, and then following that, the CV Performance Group colours. And now it's time for another great talent to emerge at the front end of the field in the European Championship. Last year, it was his teammate Andrea Kimi Antonelli that was European champion. And then, of course, the Worlds, well, that was a Tony Kart sweep. So now it's all up to Arvid Lindblad in his first season as a senior to see what he can do.
Yeah, Lindblad, he's been looking strong so far this season, though. Obviously, he's starting on the front row of the grid, so I think that kind of secures my point. But Lindblad, we know he's a strong driver. We know he'll be contending for that front position. And I'm sure he will be a force to be reckoned with for the rest of the grid. Alongside him, though, we've got Nikolai Solov. Solov been looking strong all this weekend and throughout the rest of the championship so far. So it'll be good to see a good result from him.
Yeah, Solov is definitely one of my discoveries of the season. He's been absolutely sensational in the first 2 weekends. Raw speed and pace at Genk, right out of the blocks. Great to see him step up to senior and make a big impression on impact. And then last time out at SA, he was so unfortunate. He had an incident in one of the races where it was red flagged and he was unable to take the start due to a light hand injury and was ruled out of one of the heats. Had he been able to retake the start of that, he could easily have started the final from the front 2 rows of the grid and could have challenged for the win. As it was, he was just about able to hang on in the mid-pack and trying to get himself back into position. He ended up spinning off the track. But Solov is definitely one of the stars of this field. Giovanni Trentin, though, great to see him up at the sharp end. And, of course, the youngster in the Kart Republic awning has done a great job again this weekend to put himself right at the front end of the field. He deserves his place, and it's great to see that he's there in P4 with plenty of work still to come. Third row of the grid, the Frenchman, Marlon Hernandez, right up at the sharp end. He's been very quick all weekend, actually, and good to see him make good progress again. I have a feeling that Marlon Hernandez is going to be very, very quick once he gets to that first corner. Again, he's on the inside line of that third row. If he can follow Lindblad and Solov through to the first couple of corners, he can make a big impression and a big impact on this weekend. So let's see what he's capable of in this battle. Alongside him on the grid, it is Arthur Rojon, a big challenge from the Frenchman, having made the switch to Ward Racing. And he's settled in very quickly to this team and has already started to unlock rapid pace. So Arthur Rojon, definitely one to watch out for this weekend in the Ward Racing Tony Kart. Yuga Chukwu will be fighting his way forward, the American star in the Kart Republic team, having won last year's European Championship at junior level. Now he wants to go one better as a senior in 2021. It's a big mission for him at the moment, but this is a good setup for him to work his magic ready for Brazil for the World Championship, which of course this year will be taking place on the new date. It has been ratified that the date has been put back due to the world situation. It will now take place on December the 2nd through to the 5th. So the first weekend of December is when the new World Championship date will be. Alongside Yuga Chukwu on the starting grid, by the way, is Bruno Del Pino, the Spaniard, in the Tony kart. So it'll be fascinating to see what Bruno Del Pino can do now that he's at the right end of the grid. One of the stars of senior qualifying for me yesterday, though, Victoria Blochina. Great to see that she has managed to get so much confidence in this Ward Racing team, in this Tony kart chassis. She starts on the 5th row of the grid for every one of her heats. A couple of weekends ago, she was looking like a fish out of water for the first time. Now she's looking like a shark out there, taking prisoners out on the racetrack. Watch out for Blochina. And in 10th place, Alfio Spina in his new berth at the Paralin team and making good progress. So, here we go. The grid for qualifying Heat B versus D in full. And what a roster of talent. Arvid Lindblad and Timo Kucharczyk on the front row. Nikola Tsolov and Giovanni Trentin from Marlon Hernandez and Arthur Rojon. Then it is Yuga Chukwu and Bruno Del Pino. Victoria Blochina and Alfio Spina round out the top 10. Then Eliska Babichkova and Caspian Hagman. Luigi Coluccio struggling only 13th for this one. Emili Koivisto there next up. Then Michael Paparo and Sandro Hotzem, Kuba Rashki and Rasmus Dutsimis, Nicola Lacorte and Roman Andriolo. Then it is Morgan Porter and Senya Phoenix from Mario Schettino, Ismail Kuja Akbat Kodjiav and Laurence Lecertua, the Belgian talent there in 25th on the starting grid. Not sure if I can see where Lecertua is on the circuit. Yeah, there he is. He is in position. So Lecertua, the Belgian, will take up his position at the back of the grid. Rather unfortunate, as he had good pace on Thursday and Friday, but was not able to get a qualifying lap together yesterday that could stand. So Lindblad versus Kucharczyk on the first corner, but watch out for Tsolov in 3rd place.
Yeah, Tsolov, he'll be looking to make his way through the grid, and obviously he'll be trying to take advantage of the driver starting on the outside, which is going to be Timo Kucharczyk. He'll be starting in 2nd position on the outside row, and I'm sure Tsolov, he'll be trying to file through.
They come off the final turn, well controlled in terms of pace by Lindblad with Kucharczyk there beside him. Think this is going to be a good start so far. No false starts, and we continue with that train. Here we go. Lindblad chops across, Tsolov through to 2nd, no questions asked. Kucharczyk into 3rd, slots in nicely, doesn't let him go a bit too wide, manages to slot into 3rd, does not let the door open for Hernandez, so they storm through the first corner, and a very exciting start as Phoenix and Akmat Kodjiav get a little bit too close together on the way through. Everybody just trying to avoid the badinage in the first lap. So the competitors are just making a little bit of light work of these apexes, trying to get in there. That's Phoenix actually trying to make a move on Schettino as they come up the back straight. But out in front, Lindblad holds the pace. Tsolov is chasing him down.
Yeah, Lindblad trying to pull away from the Fernando Alonso car, which fills up behind him. You can see that's going to be Tsolov trying to pull down onto the back of Lindblad. And he's pretty much on the bumper of him already. The Red Bull Junior driver really starting to feel the pressure in the heat of the grueling sun of Mount Vesuvius here in Sarno.
They really do feel the emotion and passion of this sport to the team. Oh, Tsolov, a late move! And storms on the inside of Arvid Lindblad. I'm not sure he saw that move coming. Nikola Tsolov gets into the lead, and that will make his chassis man's Fernando Alonso very happy indeed. I know he takes a big, passionate interest in the sport. They obviously run Fernando Alonso's colour scheme in the racing trend on this kart, but they were also bringing us a brilliant tribute back at Genk when they celebrated 25 years since Alonso's European Junior title. They ran in his colour scheme back in 1996 for that weekend, and that was a big motivation for Nikola Tsolov to do his boss proud. And I know that Fernando will be having a cheeky grin at that maneuver. A brilliant move from the Bulgarian. Absolutely brilliant, emphatic start. And now he's got Lindblad and Kucharczyk bearing down. But here's they go. We've got a kick up of the dust out of the final turn. Now I wonder, was that Phoenix running just a little bit wide out of the final corner? I think it was. But here's Kucharczyk battling away with Lindblad, trying to make his way through into 2nd place. But Lindblad will not let another driver through.
Yeah, Tsolov looking very strong out in front. Cheeky overtake there up the inside in turn 2. Caught off guard was Lindblad, and he'll not make that mistake again over the rest of the weekend. He'll be expecting someone to pounce at all moments. But can he try and catch within overtaking range of Nikola Solov. You can see Solov, he's got himself a little bit of breathing room, got himself a little bit of a gap back to Lindblad, but can Lindblad break it down? It's not looking too strong right now.
Certainly not. Solov is doing his best out front to stretch away, but Lindblad doesn't seem to have the raw pace in the opening stages of this heat. He's going to have to dig deep and find it again. Kucharczyk may want to go for the overtake. Look, Lindblad trying to protect the inside, but he has to open out the steering. Kucharczyk makes light work of him, so the pole is in a second place. Lindblad struggling to hold his advantage here. Now he's going to try and get Kucharczyk on the switch, but the pole has the advantage. He has the edge, and he's another one with a great Formula One expertise to come back from. He is in contact with Kubica all the time. Lindblad forces the issue on the inside. He can't find the pace, and he loses ground again, this time to the wildcard, Giovanni Trentin. So Trentin has come through into third place.
Yeah, Lindblad really looking like he's struggling right now out on the circuit, as he has a wild card and also technically his teammate for this weekend also running in the Kart Republic colours and chassis. Lindblad now gets dropped down into fourth position, looks behind him, sees the silver helmet of Ugo Chukwu, and will Ugo Chukwu be able to do the same with Lindblad?
Well, Arvid needs to chill out here. He needs to calm down, get himself back together. Come on, focus. Never mind that two guys have got past. You need to reset, reprogram the rhythm, just get himself back into his mode. We saw Sato do this in the previous heat. He lost 2 places, got himself back to second again. So Lindblad will just hit the reset button. That's ancient history. Let's get third back. Okay, that's a good move. Up into third place. Now we got to go after Timo once more.
Yep, Arvid now back on the charge, looking for those positions back. Isn't looking promising to get himself back into lead, but second definitely possible for the Red Bull Junior driver as he now chases down the back of Timo Kucharczyk in second position, running the Kubica chassis, a chassis that you don't see very often, also running in the Birolar awning. So doing a great job out there is Timo Kucharczyk as he holds on to second position for now, but up the inside, that's Ugo Chukwu, makes light work of the wild card. Giovanni Trentin drops down into fifth position, and Ugo Chukwu up into fourth. That's a mistake there from one of the World Racing drivers as he drops down the order. You can see losing many positions there. That looks like that was Arthur Rojan who lost a couple of positions, and under pressure now, the wild card Giovanni Trentin doing a copy work of Arvid Lindblad, losing a couple of positions, and will hopefully try and regain them back.
That overtaking move from Ugo Chukwu was so stellar. He literally was on the four-wheel drift lock stops as he came into the inside apex and managed to catch the kart as it slid through. Excellent overtake on Giovanni Trentin. Nicola Lacorte now has the warning flag. So I'm not sure what the Cetelar Racing satellite driver's been doing, but certainly the officials aren't too impressed. Nikola Solov now 1.1 seconds ahead of the young Pole Timo Kucharczyk, and up to third again Arvid Lindblad. Top 3 is what he needs all the way through the weekend. You've got to stay consistent, you've got to stay focused, and if you can be in the top 3 in every race, he's got a real solid chance of making progress. So he's got to keep it up and keep working his magic. Now, we seem to have lost Luigi Coluccio. The Italian has gone from the race. He is out of it. I didn't even see where he pulled off. He must have come into the pits to retire. But ever since qualifying yesterday, something has gone wrong for the Cosmic driver. He's always towards the sharp end, and Luigi Coluccio is now absolutely out of it.
Yeah, that's a shame to see from the Italian driver, especially at his home race. You definitely don't want to retire, but especially when you're at home. But Arvid Lindblad, he knows he has the pace, he knows he has the racecraft to get himself up into those top positions in the final. All he has to do, as you said, get consistent results and qualify up in the top 3, then he's definitely in contention.
So we've got Solov leading, Kucharczyk, Lindblad, Ugo Chukwu, Trentin and Spina. Then it's Marlon Hernandez in front of Victoria Blokina, who has just made the move on Bruno Del Pino. Great work from Blokina in this one. Emili Koivisto and Sandro Holtzem are making good ground. They're up to 10th and 11th, so they've made up 4 and 5 places from their grid spots respectfully. Laurence de Certua has charged his way through. He's up to 16th now from what was 25th and last on the grid, so good progress made. Overtakes made as well by Lacorte, Andriolo, Porter and Senja Phoenix, so they're all making good progress through the field. We've had an off at the tail end of the field there. That looks to me like one of the Pragas going off. I think that's going to be Michael Paparo, so that's a lot of places lost, sadly, for Paparo. There is Kucharczyk, still trying to close up on Solov, and he has got that gap down to a second. but just how much ground can he expect to make up, really, on Nikola Tsolov in this one? It's a very tough battle all through this race, and the senior drivers working very hard, but Tsolov out in front, Kucharczyk, Lindblad, Yugachukwu, Trentin and Spina. But Tsolov has now dropped, the gap has dropped. It's under a second now. Does Kucharczyk genuinely think he can catch the Bulgarian? He may just have time.
But with one lap remaining after this of the race, it's going to be close, and it's going to go down to the last corners of the race. Tsolov looking pretty up in top position, but Kucharczyk cracking down, working hard to try and break down the gap that separates the top two. But as the gap goes back up again, Tsolov just sitting comfortable in the lead.
There was a wobble from Kucharczyk in the second sector. He got a bit twitchy through the S's, and that was where he lost the ground. So Nikola Tsolov needn't worry about the impending threat of a Polish snatch to take it away from him. It's not going to happen, so Kucharczyk is going to have to settle for second in this one. Nikola Tsolov, though, is going to be purring nicely, the Bulgarian Lion, out in front, doing a great job, and it's wonderful to see him where he belongs in the lead of a race.
Yeah, the 1-2-1's done a great job this race to make his way through the field and get himself up into that top positions. Obviously, he started in third, got himself up in the second in that first position. From there, managed to get past Arvid Lindblad and crack on with his own race. He pushed his own air, and he's going to create his own story as he makes his way down and will soon round the final corner. The Fernando Alonso car will make the final stretch down the straight to win his first heat of the day. Nikola Tsolov will take the win in the Fernando Alonso chassis.
I tell you what, Genk and SA are now ancient history. Nikola Tsolov is back, and he's at the front once more. Timo Kucharczyk second, Arvid Lindblad third. That's damage limitation for both men. But Nikola Tsolov, in the form he's in at the moment, he is looking pretty ominous, threatening to go for the pace, and that's what we think. And that's what we've seen a few times. You can be close to the front of that pack in qualifying, but you don't have to be guaranteed the pole position. As long as you've got reasonable pace in qualifying, it's race pace that counts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just this heat or just a bit of a moment for Arvid Lindblad, but he just didn't look as strong as we'd expect from the level of driving that we normally get from the 102 of Lindblad. Yugachukwu, he got it down to half a second separating him and Lindblad. So the 108 did a great job to catch on to his teammate, but Lindblad, he'll be sat there wondering where it all went wrong.
It will be a slight concern for the Brit, but the American definitely reeling him in towards the end there, and that's definitely going to be a slight cause for concern. Here the drivers are Nikola Tsolov in front of Timo Kucharczyk, Arvid Lindblad in third place from Yugachukwu, then Alfio Spina in front of Giovanni Trentin, Marlon Hernandez in front of Vittorio Blocchina in the top 10 from Emili Koivisto and Bruno Del Pino. Sandro Hodsem in 11th place from Eliska Babichkova, Caspian Hagman in front of Rasmus Jutsimis, Michael Paparo in 15th in front of Lawrence de Sertua, Kuba Rashki is in front of Roman Andriolo. 19th place for Morgan Porter ahead of Arthur Rojon, who had a big problem in the race as we saw. Senya Phoenix in 21st for CRG, then Nicola Lacorte. Mario Scatino is Makujarak Makodjiav, and the one retirement from the race, that was the Luigi Coluccio. What a terrible start for the home hero. That is not the way his weekend should have gone.
Yeah, Luigi Coluccio obviously had a problem in that heat, and I'm sure he'll come back swinging and fighting for his positions when he returns for his second heat later on today.
Well, we are now going to take our lunch break to give the marshals a little bit of a breather. They've been out there since the morning warm-ups, of course, so this is going to be our pause in proceedings. We are going to come back into the action once again, ready for the next race at 1 o'clock. The race itself will start at 1:05, but we'll give you a nice little bit of a build-up heading into the afternoon sessions, where we'll give you 5 straight hours of action. In the meantime, while you're waiting for those races to get underway, let's tell you the story so far from our first 2 weekends of the 2021 European Championship at Genk in Belgium and at SA in France.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
What better way to start the FIA Karting European Championships than at Karting Genk, the home of champions? Racing will be more intense than ever in 2021, with the world still under COVID-19 restrictions. But with the unpredictable weather throwing up rain showers throughout the heats and making tyre strategy an impossible guessing game, the competitors have to stay focused and be more determined than ever before. On board at Karting Genk with Tom Bryken, charging to the first corner where the kart can get loose easily if you miss your braking point by even a metre. Once it tightens, you can get back on the power ready for another big stop into the left-hander. The kart just keeps accelerating through the next two lefts before a good overtaking spot into 5. Brake hard but steady and tuck the kart close to the curb. Then parallel to the bypass, the speed is immense and the big braking zone can catch out many a driver. Avoid the flip-flops on the left or you'll be exceeding track limits. Coax the kart through the double right and balance the throttle, protect the exit and guide the kart back into the left-hand hairpin. You're heading for the grandstand now before a big stop into the right-hander at turn 10. Stay off the curb and you'll get the best line of trajectory for the left, and then another big stop for the final bend. A tight but complex right. But if you turn in precisely, the kart will give you traction and balance, enough to get you over the line with good momentum to do it all over again.
In 2018, Giancarlo Minardi spoke with Toto Wolff. Toto decided to send Gwen Lagrue, that is the boss of Mercedes Junior Driver Program. He saw that I was getting good results. I had the speed, and then they decided to take me. During the whole weekend, I speak a lot with them. I give all the feedback. Obviously, I speak a lot, especially with Gwen. Always also after a race weekend, I explain how it goes.
I think, of course, it affects you quite a bit because it really shows that people are watching you from the top level. Yeah, I think it helps because through the several categories, even if you see champions from Formula 2, even if they don't have the a Formula 1 team supporting them and they still win the championship, they don't go to Formula 1 because there's no seat. Of course, you feel really good if a top team is looking at you, and also, of course, it's important for your future if you have a top team looking at you.
It's just been really exciting. Being part of a Formula 1 program, it's my first time. It's definitely not a golden ticket to the top, and I still need to work incredibly hard. At the end of the day, I just need to deliver results. I think that's the best way to keep people happy, but from a communication point of view, there's not that much going on behind the scenes. It's sort of just, I'm doing my own thing and just doing as best as I can.
I was the youngest at the time to get sponsored by a Formula 1 team. And you know, Mercedes is such a big family, and they're really at the top of their game right now in Formula 1. So I was very happy, not only for myself, but for my family and the rest of my country and the whole Caribbean, because I know how much I've given up and my whole family have given up so much for me. So I kind of felt that brought me one step closer. I still have a long way to go, but I know that Mercedes will do their best to try and get me to Formula 1, hopefully one day.
I'm very happy to be supported by McLaren. They're a very big team in Formula 1, and I hope to drive for them in the future. Not much has changed for my career for now. I'm still in karting, still with Kart Republic, and I just have to do the best job I can. We got a call from Zach Brown. We heard that they were interested in talking to us. I'm confident in this year, I'm confident in this season that I could do well. So I'm happy for the support, and we'll see how it goes.
That was when I was in Le Mans for the World Championship, and they told me that
I would be participating in the Sauber Academy, which was fantastic for me. It's really nice to have a Formula 1 team supporting you. And yeah, like I said, doesn't really change my personal tour weekend because for me there's no pressure, it's my rookie year. I'm really taking it as an opportunity and I'm just still trying to do the best I can.
I was lucky to be chosen out of Australia. Then we go into a camp, a scouting camp in Maranello itself, where we do some mental training, where we do physical training, and we actually do 2 days in the Formula 4 car at the end of the week. And then after a couple of months, they work out who is the best suited for the position. And I got the amazing call on January 1st this year, and it was the best it's been. It took a couple of months really until I got back over in Europe to really work out what just happened for my career itself. So yeah, it's very good.
One team like Formula 1 put effort to young driver and they choose our team. For us is very good things for sure. On the past, the same situation. If we go back more than 20 years ago, we have a Lewis, we have a Nico Rosberg, we have a Kubica sometimes, and we try our best. We try to teach to him how is to be professional driver, step by step. This is like the primary school to be Formula 1 driver.
To be honest with you, under the technical aspect, there's no interference from Ferrari. But what I feel is that they are very keen to know what driver has been doing over the race weekends. They are focusing on their approach, and I see they want the drivers to start at a young age to develop a professional approach to the race meetings and the work as a driver.
Ian Eichmans would start the final from pole position on home soil, with reigning world champion Freddie Slater alongside him, but on the outside line and at a big disadvantage. As the field went into turn 1, Akshay Bora and Dion Gauda, the two young men from Singapore, were able to gain a decent position to follow and pursue the leader Eichmans and slot in ahead of Slater. Lucas Samalisto and Matthias Ferreira made light work of Alex Powell on the run to turn 5, where Paralin's young Emirati Rashid Al-Daheri made his own move to pass. Eichmans, Bora and Gauda were already starting to battle up front, with Slater keeping a watching brief. Whilst further back behind them, there would be plenty of drama. Jan Puchu and Joel Bergstrom ended up parked together at turn 6, with several drivers forced to take avoiding action. Up front, Eichmans was defending already, eagerly hoping to capitalise on his early weekend form, having won 4 times in 5 heats leading up to the final. But with this being his first major taste of racing at this level, even local knowledge wasn't enough to keep the freight train behind him. Bora, Gauda and Slater were all able to squeeze through at the first corner, leaving Eichmans to slip from 1st to 4th. So now it was a Singapore 1-2 with Slater in 3rd position. Now the leader started to increase his pace in his hope to get away, but Slater wasn't prepared to wait around for long and made a bold overtake into turn 9 on teammate Gauda. Now he was back into 2nd position again. Eichmans soon edged himself back into contention with a solid move in the final hairpin back into 3rd, whilst Al-Daheri and Maxime Rem were making a fierce race of it with Samalisto and Ferreira. Gauda retaliated against Eichmans, but it would only last a few metres as Eichmans took the place back instantly. Enzo Deligny was now joining the cavalcade, which was starting to form up rapidly behind a battle for the podium. Gauda was adamant that he could finish on the podium and tried again into turn 5, only for Eichmans to take back the move on the undercut again. But as Gauda veered wide on the exit, he was fortunate to stay on the road and lost out to his teammate Maxime Rem and the Jamaican star Alex Powell. Rashid Al-Daheri made his next bid and passed Gauda, but then civil war broke out at Kart Republic as Samalisto tapped his teammate Ferreira into an airborne spin, which dropped both drivers down the order. So, whilst the battle continued with plenty of aggression in the midfield, Slater had been hunting down Bora, and when the moment presented itself to the young British driver into turn 1, the world champion didn't need to be asked twice. Freddie Slater was now in front, but one of the local heroes was out of the race. Tom Braken's solid weekend for Stanpex Motorsport had ended in disappointment. Deligny was now becoming a force to be reckoned with, and he made a passing move on Dion Gauda. But despite making a successful move into the final corner, Gauda wasn't prepared to play ball and made the same move into the first corner to retake the position.
However, Deligny was relentless and forced the issue again in the next apex. 3 moves in 3 corners, and Deligny was the victor. Harley Keeble had been working his way through the field after a tricky weekend at the office, but now he was giving pressure to Aldeheri on the Paralin chassis. Down the main straight, he lined up the textbook passing manoeuvre and made it look quite straightforward. It turned out he wasn't done yet, as a lap later he caught and passed Maxime Rem into turn 5. Rashid Aldeheri had realised that following Keeble was a smart move, as the Tony kart clearly had pace. So without hesitation, Aldeheri moved ahead of Rem to stay on Keeble's tail. Elsewhere, the race ended abruptly for Matias Ferreira, who never recovered from that airtime and left the race with wildcard Kevin Lantinga. Julius Dinesen and August Thurbo were making up for lost time in the heats and set their sights firmly on Edgar Anpiligov, and with safety in numbers, the pair were able to sweep by. A difficult weekend for all 3 drivers, but proof that in karting, you never give up. The lead battle had fizzled out somewhat, as Slater was setting qualifying pace in a bid to stretch his margin and put the victory beyond doubt. His French teammates were almost at war as Maxime Verbruge tangled with Anpiligov, who narrowly avoided a huge disaster. Whilst one Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver was struggling, the other was in a world of his own up front, ahead of Bora and Eichmanns. Then it was Augustin Bernier's turn to deal with Anpiligov. Up front, Eichmanns had caught up to Bora, and with no chance to make a move, it wasn't long before Alex Powell had caught them both. But there were battles throughout the field wherever you looked, as Arthur Poulain and Leon Hoffmann were demonstrating. As the race drew to a conclusion, it became a battle of nerves, as Bora kept his cool despite the mounting pressure from Eichmanns and Powell. One mistake, and his whole weekend could dissolve in an instant. Instead of buckling under the intimidation, he rose to the challenge and started to set fast laps in order to get away. But Freddie Slater was totally in command. Having been one of the fastest drivers from qualifying, then with 3 wins and 2 third places in the heats, he had more than justified his position at the front of the field at Genk. In 2020, he had failed to win a race in OK Junior until the World Championship weekend at Portimao. But having taken the win at such a tender young age, Slater knew he would have to stay in Junior for another season. Rather than letting this become a source of irritation and frustration, he chose to build upon that form and take on an inner strength to storm ahead. It may be very early days in the 2021 title campaign, but his ruthless efficiency, incredible discipline and flawless speed mark him out as the early favourite to become European champion. For the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, it couldn't have ended better for their young man. Akshay Bora stayed focused under pressure from Ian Eichmanns, who took a very popular podium in his homeland. As Slater was celebrating on the slowing down lap, another competitor would have to accept that this wasn't his day. Matteo De Palo ended his race on the final bend after an intense scrap with Maxime Verbruge and Jules Caranta. But Slater was triumphant ahead of Bora and Eichmanns. Alex Powell took his best finish in an OK Junior FIA final, with Keeble and Aldeheri rounding out the top 6, and with Josh Erfen quietly making progress to 7th ahead of Samalisto, Deligny and Maxime Rem. For the first time since the pandemic outbreak, the drivers could enjoy a fizzy celebration on the podium, and both Freddie Slater and Akshay Bora made it very clear who they wanted to share the moment with. This weekend had been all about the teamwork, and they were both overjoyed and adamant that they couldn't have had any better support.
Yeah, I think it's been a very good weekend, very consistent, all the results have been good. Lots of points taken away from this round, which is the main thing for this championship. I think the team have done a great job, my mechanic, Craig Boyd, my family, all my supporters. And they've all just supported me all the way, and I think we've all done a great job over the weekend.
We qualified first overall, which was definitely an accomplishment, especially at this amazing track in this amazing country. The heats were pretty hard with the changing conditions. The start was really good, and then after I was lacking a little bit in pace, and yeah, so we managed P2, which is an amazing result, and only the first of 4 rounds. So good points.
Yeah, the speed was quite good through all the weekend, especially in the rain, but in the dry we were a bit off the pace already. So I tried to manage to get P3 and that was the maximum we could get.
Amazing performance from Fred, stunning drive. He's a real talent going forward, so watch out for him because he's going to go a long, long way in this sport. It was also a very good team performance. You can see we had 3 in the top 7 for the final. So amazing from everybody in the team, all the lads that work there, day in, day out, and put in so much effort. It culminated in a fantastic result today, so very happy.
With Arvid Lindblad and Rafael Kamara sharing the front row, it took a baffling 3 attempts to start the race. When the lights did go out, Juho Valtonen stepped up the attack and slotted in behind Lindblad. As the field made their way to the far side of the circuit, Andrei Zhivnov stepped up his own attack and made his move on Kamara to move up into third. It wasn't looking great for the Brazilian, whilst in contrast, it was looking spectacular for the Italian star Edoardo Villa, who had rocketed forward to 5th place. The race ended early for Alfio Spina, making his debut for Parolin. Villa was already starting to put pressure on Kamara to speed up, as both men were eager not to let the leading pair move too far ahead of the others. Lindblad had been unbeaten over the course of the weekend, and Valtonen had been in resurgent form with the Stanpex Motorsport team. But if Kamara was going to have a chance to join them on the podium, he would need to make an impression early. Heading into turn 1 at the start of the second lap, he pounced on Zhivnov and was in no mood to wait around. Lindblad and Valtonen were still doing everything they could to pull away from the pack, but it was a very satisfying start for Villa, who made his move on Zhivnov, almost taking the Russian by surprise. Valtonen hadn't led a final since Alajärma in 2019, but with this feisty move on Lindblad, the Flying Finn was back in front. But now that Kamara had made the move into third, he appeared to gain speed and confidence in the kart, and was now in pursuit of Lindblad. It wouldn't take long, and at the end of the lap, Kamara was through, making a clean break on the inside line. Lindblad needed to bounce back and fast. Reclaiming the place would have given him the upper hand psychologically, but Kamara clearly knew that and wouldn't let him have a chance of an overtake into turn 1. The next task was clear: catch Valtonen before Lindblad could pass again. Further back, rush hour was well underway in the midfield, as Morgan Porter and Laurence de Certeau were trying desperately to hold their ground from half a dozen opponents. But before long, attention turned back to the leaders, and on the motorway straight, Kamara made a simple manoeuvre and claimed the lead of the race, backing Valtonen into the path of Lindblad. Kamara then started to push in order to increase the lead, and it wouldn't be long before Lindblad made his own way past Valtonen. Much to his dismay, Kamara had already driven far off into the distance. Edoardo Villa realised how close he was to a podium on his FIA Karting debut and started to intensify the pressure on Valtonen. On the run-up to turn 5, he waited until Valtonen was distracted by Lindblad and seized his chance, a move that looked plain sailing. This was too much for Valtonen to accept, and he stormed back up the inside with a forceful slide that was enough to keep Villa at bay. For now. Behind Andrei Zhivnov, the next man to make a move was Martinius Stenshorn. At the final corner, he moved up to 5th. Behind these two, Nikola Tsolov was looking for his own chance to move up the ranks, and he dived ahead of Zhivnov at turn 1. Little did he know at that point how strong a race he was about to have. This move gave him the resurgence to push harder, wearing the junior karting colours of Fernando Alonso, who had won the European junior title at Genk 25 years before. Stenshorn didn't even have time to react when Tsolov made his move, but there was drama on the horizon. Despite his fantastic moves through the field, Tsolov was carrying a penalty, and he knew it. In an earlier incident, his front fairing had come loose. He was destined to receive a 5-second penalty for the transgression. But how far up the field could he climb before he'd have to take it? For now, he was in 5th, and the damage to the front fairing was plain for all to see. But a few kart lengths ahead, Eduardo Villa was about to give the Bulgarian a chance to move up, as he made a bold last-minute lunge into turn 1 and snatched third position at the last possible moment. The Italian then promptly dropped the anchor and started to defend, much to Valtonen's frustration. Solov decided to drive around them both, but regrettably he couldn't quite fit his kart on the outside line. Another half lap of patience and Solov was rewarded. Now he was up to fourth position. Behind them, Stenshorn and Zhivnov had now been caught by James Wharton, Ariel Elkin and Yugo Yugachukwu, and a titanic struggle for position was now well underway. In the first corner, half of them almost crashed out on the spot, but they just managed to stay out of harm's way. Whilst they continued their squabble, Joe Turney took the chance to slot into the gap, and now he was making huge strides forward too. Matthias Morgato of the Birolot squad was starting to work his way through the pack too. And as they both dived on Zhivnov into turn 10, it was only inevitable with so many drivers fighting that there could be one or two to take the fall. Driving through his frustrations, Solov made the overtake on Villa to move up into third position. But he was running out of time, and with 5 seconds due to be added to his race time, he'd need a miracle. Andrea Kimi Antonelli's weekend of misfortune continued, as he found himself fighting with Lars van Vark and Martinius Stenshorn. But when the chances came to make overtaking moves, Antonelli proved he's lost none of his commitment or determination. Emili Koivisto would join the retirements list with his kart parked in an awkward position. But once the yellow flags were cleared, Stenshorn saw an opportunity and passed Brando Badua for another step forward. Even local hero Yannick de Brabanda was having fun, as the Praga driver made short work of Badua himself. Then, for the first time in 2021, last year's two European champions met, Antonelli and Yugachukwu, which this time would go to Antonelli, after a smooth move past the American. Solov was pushing like crazy to improve his position, and Lindblad was resigned to being runner-up. So when his team told him to move over and let Solov through, he may have hesitated, but he did as he was told. He backed off on the home straight, allowing the Bulgarian to charge into second in a bid to catch Kamara. Once Lindblad was aware that he could still finish second, he decided to accept his fate and keep himself ahead of the chasing pack so as not to lose second. Over the next few laps, Solov pushed harder than ever before and decreased the gap with every ounce of energy he possessed. Knowing he had a penalty to take, he threw caution to the wind and went for it. Any chance he may have had at the podium at that point, there was no way he'd be circumspect. He wanted the win for pride more than anything else. But Kamara displayed the wisdom and character beyond his years and took an incredibly important victory. Not just because it was the first of the season to start the ball rolling, but also because his home nation is due to host the World Championships in October. And there's no denying that a chance of a home winner would send the whole Brazilian karting paddock into fever pitch. As the final corner approached, Kamara realised his objective and stormed to the checkered flag, his joy being tempered by Solov's despair. But it was the Brazilian driver who had been truly spectacular across the whole month, and now we'd have to wait for Essay to see if he could do it all again.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And and we race because we are all purpose-driven.
As the final began, Freddie Slater took advantage of his pole position to head into turn 1 in the lead from Kirill Kutskov. But the tight nature of the circuit caught out several drivers in the opening lap, as first Jan Pisarovsky crashed out, and then 5 more joined him, as Harley Keeble, Josh Erpen, Adam Hideg and Zachary David were out on the spot at turn 2, and Enzo Deligny suffered too much damage to continue, and he pulled in at the end of the lap. The marshals were quick to start clearing the circuit, but couldn't manage it before the field were due to reappear. So the race was neutralised under yellow flags. The victims could do nothing but run to safety and think about what to do next time. Behind the leading duo, Alex and Will McIntyre was in 4th ahead of Matias Ferreira. Fortunately, the wreckage only took 2 laps to clear. But as the field were due to restart, Slater hit the throttle several corners too early and under yellow flags, and the investigations began. Kutskov and Powell did their best to stay with him and not drop back too far, but it was too late. With Slater already building a lead and the pair behind doing their best to catch him, others started to fall away. Lucas Samalisto's weekend came to a premature halt on the final bend, but it turned out he wasn't alone in the incident. And as Samalisto failed to push start his kart uphill, the young German star Maxim Rem was parking his own kart at the marshal post at the first corner. 2 brilliant racers eliminated from the competition. Kutskov and Powell were joining forces to catch the leader, whilst Ferreira had passed McIntyre, who was now under intense pressure from behind. Thomas Stolchemanis made his move, which allowed Arthur Poulain and Max Popov to storm past as well. It turned out that McIntyre had mechanical issues, and he would sadly fall to 12th by the finish line. Ferreira was now approaching his Kart Republic colleagues, whilst James Agozzi was doing his best just to keep it on the road. But Powell was in a difficult position, unable to catch Kutskov and losing ground to Ferreira. They needed to team up to stand any chance of catching Slater. Further back, and a battle was brewing between Rashid Al-Daheri and Kai Sorensen, as the Emirati duelled with the American lap after lap. The Paralin had the measure of the ex-Brit for now, but behind them, James Agozzi had recovered, settled into a strong challenge, and was now fending off Ian Eichmans, who would lose ground to Anatoly Kivalkin and Adrian Maliero. After a few fast laps, the Brazilian had now caught the Jamaican up front, and Ferreira was in no mood to hesitate. His move for 3rd position past Alex Powell would come at the top of the crest into the left-hander, and now he was setting off after Kutskov. In the midfield, Kian Nakamura-Berta was trying to defend from a queue of competitors, and it wasn't easy. With so many drivers so close together, trouble was almost inevitable, as Dion Gauda and Dmitry Madviv tried to stay out of it. Now that Ferreira had caught the back of his teammate, the Kart Republic trio started to work together and steadily increased their pace. But would Freddie Slater be catchable before the checkered flag fell? And another question was arising. Was Kutskov actually holding his teammates up, rather than helping them catch the race leader? A lap later, Ferreira decided to end the debate and took matters into his own hands. The nudge into the hairpin was a clear statement of intent. Go faster or get out of the way. Whilst these drivers are teammates, unlike the world of car racing, there are no team orders in this sport. So the drivers have to make the decisions for themselves out on track. In a world where there's only really one law: don't crash into your teammate. Crucially though, Slater was starting to increase the gap yet further, and as the laps continued to tick down, there was no more time to waste, especially with 3 drivers, Kirill Kutskov, Matias Ferreira and Alex Powell, all wanting their first OK Junior podium. It was the Brazilian who ran out of patience first. He needed to make his move, and on the 19th lap, and with Thomas Stolchemanis closing in rapidly, he seized his chance. At the bottom hairpin bend onto the back straight, he made his bid for second and claimed it. Unfortunately for him, there was no chance of catching Slater for the win, so it looked like second would have to do. Kutzkov tried his best to retaliate and retake his second place, but Ferreira adopted the same defensive tactics, and there was no space. And now there was even more to lose, with 4 men in the queue and a 5th, Max Popov, waiting in the wings. Stolchemanis could see a chance to increase his own points score, and 20 years after his father Marek battled for the win, it was his turn to quest for the podium, and he made his move on Powell for 4th. Just one more pass and he'd be taking home some silverware. Popov wanted a piece of the action too, and did his best to repeat the manoeuvre on Powell. But the Jamaican had gathered himself together and wasn't going to concede another place. But just as Freddie Slater had begun the final lap and the run to victory, Popov snatched his chance and made it happen anyway. Slater had no idea at this point that his incredible performance all weekend, where he had scored pole position in qualifying, race wins in all 5 heats, and led every lap of the final, was about to be spoiled. The stewards decided that he had indeed jumped the gun at the restart and accelerated too early under yellow flags. It meant that his dominant display would be tainted, and whilst he crossed the line in first to assume victory, post-race the officials would hand him a 10-second penalty for his rapid restart, plummeting the championship leader to 10th at the finish. The excellence of his drive all weekend couldn't be denied, and his joy was deserved after such a phenomenal driving performance. But sadly, it would be short-lived. The penalty hands the win to Matías Ferreira in front of Kirill Kutzkov and Thomas Stolchemanis. Behind them, Max Popov finishes ahead of Alex Powell with James Zagotzi in the top 6. More points for Ian Eichmans ahead of Arthur Poulain and Kai Sorensen, with Freddie Slater relegated to 10th. Freddie may not have the points lead he expected to have, or the race victory, but he'll still be hard to beat at Sarno. The mission for the opposition is to make the most of this unexpected chance to move forward.
All the weekend I'm very fast in the qualifying, the heats, and in the final I start from 4. I only do it my best and I did it my first podium on European.
Quali was quite good. I finished second in group and total I was 8. After heats I was 3rd, so it was good. And in the final, the strategy was to have a good temp. I had it, but Ferreira was a bit faster than me. So when he passed me, I wanted just to stay behind, to Paul don't pass me, and I did it. I will be more concentrated on this process and work a bit harder.
I calm down for the final and no stress, concentrate only, and in the final just look to the front drivers and go. I will be stronger only for these races. This is actually my 3rd race in OK Junior, and I very appreciate to drive here. Very big, very strong guys.
We won. I know we won now because we have something happening with us later. We are fast all the weekend with many of our drivers. Some drivers have a little bit less unlucky, a little bit less speed. We know we have something in the pocket. You can win the race with several drivers. And then we won the race and P2 also, because Ferreira won the race and Kutzkov finished P2. Unfortunately, Power lose the 3rd position the last 2 laps, otherwise it's P3 also. But I'm very happy about it. And especially we can reopen championship because, you know, with Slater with 2 double win will be more difficult for the championship. Like this, the championship is open and we'll see the next 2 races.
Kimi Antonelli set to work from pole position in the final with a sweeping defensive move that kept him in the lead, whilst Tuka Tarpanen and Joe Turney ended up being ejected from the pack mid-apex. And as the dust was still being thrown up, they weren't the only ones in trouble. With Rafał Kamara up to second ahead of Artem Sevrukin, Rafał Modenese on the Praga and Finland's Juho Valtonen were off in the background. The latter would get going again, only to retreat to the pit lane and retirement. There were two more victims on the sidelines, as Paralin's Alfio Spina and Ward Racing's Caspian Hagman ended their impressive drives together at the end of the back straight on the second lap. Evan Gilter was keeping local interest in the race alive with his brilliant move on Sevrukin to move into third. But as one VDK Racing driver was on the march to the podium, the other was out of luck, as Hugo Besson crashed out and was about the whole affair. Kamara was pushing Antonelli out front in a bid to extend his championship lead, whilst the race was heating up behind them. A rare mistake from Yuga Chukwu caught out the American, and he lost out to Martini Stenshorn and Yannick de Brabanda, as he learned the hard way that mistakes at Ornay-le-Bois are very costly. The man now closing in was his teammate Arvid Lindblad, who still had a secret game plan to deploy. There was clearly unquestionable speed with the British driver, and as he made a sensational move and accelerated clean past his teammate on the run up the hill, it was evident that Lindblad was on a mission to storm back to the lead. The Red Bull youngster had work to do. Elsewhere, whilst his father Takuma Sato was preparing for the Indy 500, young Rintaro Sato was out of luck, as he somehow recovered from this trip over the grass, but he would finish at the back. Gilter was keeping pressure on the race leaders, whilst behind him, a heartbreaking story reached its climax. Nikolai Solov, one of the favourites for the weekend, pushed too hard and exited stage left. Desperate to recover after missing a heat due to a light injury, he was out, and his championship chances were now in tatters. It was all too much for the feisty Bulgarian, and the frustration was overwhelming. There were now 5 drivers in the hunt for third position, as Gilter and Sevrukin were being hunted down by Stenshorn, de Brabanda and Lindblad. If fate had played its hand differently, Joe Turney could easily have been one of them. However, he was now off-road for a second time. The quintet continued to circulate around behind Kamara, but who would be the first to make a move? In the end, it turned out to be Lindblad, as he sized up the overtake into turn 2 on lap 12. 1 down and 3 to go then, but it was easier said than done. The ever-impressive Norwegian star Martini Stenshorn was next, as he swept past Sevrukin and set off on the Leclerc chassis, heading for the tail of Gilter. But it seemed clear that the Russian hadn't read this version of the script. He needed to pass again quickly with Lindblad on the prowl, and he made his lunge half a lap later, which Lindblad seized with incredible strength and commitment. An impossible overtake? Not anymore. Out in the lead, Antonelli had started to pull far ahead, leaving Kamara on his own in second and Gilter hanging on in third, with Sevrukin trying to shake off the attentions of Lindblad. De Brabanda and Stenshorn behind them then accidentally swapped driving gloves for boxing gloves as they traded paint on the run down the hill. No harm done, but it was a little close for comfort, and now Yuga Chukwu was hot on their heels. Lindblad clearly liked that move at the top of the crest and swept ahead of Sevrukin to move into fourth. Now he was after Gilter, but could he pass the local hero? As Lindblad successfully caught Gilter, Hwarang Kim of South Korea would end his race with 10 laps remaining. The Frenchman was doing everything he could to keep Lindblad at bay, but with the speed the Englishman was unleashing, it was clear the overtake was fairly predictable. Out of the back straight, and it happened again, Lindblad showing that relentless pace. Same corner, same manoeuvre, same outcome. Now the podium was filled with drivers from the Kart Republic factory team, but Lindblad wasn't finished yet. Whilst Lindblad set about decreasing the gap to the Brazilian ahead of him, the quartet he had dispensed with were now left to squabble amongst the remaining positions in the top 6 themselves, waiting to see who would make a mistake first. But it wouldn't end well for everyone, as Riccardo Gracia would have a disappointed walk home, joining Arthur Rojon in retirement. Lindblad spent the next 5 laps eating into Kamara's advantage, but it wasn't until the final lap that he actually reached the point of an overtaking move. And with a championship to fight for, and knowing how badly both men wanted the points, a battle between teammates of that ferocity would probably have caused more problems than solutions. So Kimi Antonelli discarded all the problems from Genk a fortnight ago to begin his renaissance and dominate in glorious fashion. The Italian was not only back in the title fight, but with the raw speed and discipline he showed in France, it was ominous for his rivals as to just how quick he was going to be. Kart Republic.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Welcome back to the action. We are here live at the CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli in the beautiful Sarno region of Napoli itself. And what a brilliant start to the morning it has already been. 3 different winners in the OK Junior category. Yvan David, James Zagotzi and Alex Powell. And 2 fabulous performances in the senior race where we saw Nikolai Solov take the victory in the second of the senior qualifying heats, the first of which was taken by Artem Sevrukin of Russia. It's a great start to the action, and we are here on the 1.55 kilometer circuit, which has been completely overhauled and developed for the 2021 season. It's a completely new configuration and therefore a completely different story. So the battle will resume in the junior category. And what a brilliant situation. The championship leader, Freddie Slater, will be in pole position. Alongside him will be the history maker, Yvan David, the first man from Sri Lanka to take a victory in the FIA Karting paddock. And the winner of race 1 this morning, Alex Powell, will line up in 3rd position on the grid, where he won from earlier, of course. And 4th place on the grid, the American Kai Sorensen. Great talent within this junior field. And this one could be the first real race of the weekend with some proper fireworks in it.
Yeah, I think it definitely will be. We've seen Powell looking so strong this weekend. Slater, our championship leader, Yvan David, will be starting in 2nd position. He took a win in his heat earlier on. So strong drivers, to say the least. Kai Sorensen, the other Forza racing driver, starting in the top 4. He'll definitely be trying to make a charge through the field, trying to make his way to the front of the grid. So there's so many drivers that could make a mark and try and make up these positions from the start line.
So the drivers getting themselves ready for the action. We've been talking to a few of the drivers in the break, and they've been giving us basically the same sort of story each time. just how difficult it is for them to keep cool. You have to take into account the air temperature is one thing, and you can see the air temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. But when you're in your awnings, you're working collectively with all of your mechanics, all that engineering machinery, all those tools, all these metal objects that are all heat conductors. Some of the teams have been reporting that in their awnings, they've been getting 46 to 47 degrees Celsius of temperature. That is such a knife edge for you to be dancing on all weekend.
Yeah, the temperatures have been through the roof quite literally here this weekend in Sarno. I'm standing here absolutely boiling in the commentary box, and we've got air conditioning on, so that kind of just shows what these drivers have to put up with through the race and also through the weekend as they're in their awnings. I think the highest temperature we had for air temperature over the weekend was on Thursday. We had 47 degrees Celsius was recorded for the air temperature and a track temperature of 76 degrees. That's just nuts.
It really is, and it's going to be tough for these guys to cope with all the way through the weekend. A lot of them have found various different coping mechanisms to keep themselves cool and keep themselves clear-headed. But once they're out on the circuit, once they're in the kart, and once they're push-started into position, they are absolutely focused on nothing but the victory. Freddie Slater in pole position. I note, actually, he's made a slight adjustment to his race gear this weekend. He's got a very special pair of racing gloves on, and they have the Three Lions badge for the England football team on. It's a very important weekend if you're an athletic person, and it's clear where his heart lies this weekend. Let's take you through the grid. Freddie Slater and Jovan David on the front row of the grid. Alex Powell and Kai Sorensen on the second. Salim Hanna and Dion Gauda from Akshay Bora and Gustav Wisniewski. Then Adam Hideg and Harley Keeble. Renaud Francot and Jules Caranta. Thomas Stolchamanis and David Walter. Marcus Saeta and Thijs Kieran. Lucas Samalisto and Nathan Tai from Yaroslav Trukin and Francesco Marenghi. Kimi Tani and Lucas Flusha from Hugo Jeremin, Guillaume Bouzard, Theodor Odmark, Alva Siemensvaara, Konstantin Krapin, Kirill Dazitiev and Juan Cota. There will be no start from Zander Reed, who sadly was not able to attend, although he was registered as an entry. So, Freddie Slater, the championship leader and reigning world champion, versus Jovan David, who won his first race of the weekend. It'll be tough from the outside line. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, Jovan David, it will be tough from the outside line, taking into the account the marbles, which just means the drivers have to slow down just a little bit more so that they don't lose control. But Jovan David, he's won a heat before. He is going up against the championship leader this time round. That may pose a little bit of a threat to David's, maybe his chance of winning the heat. But surely that's just got to push him that little bit further to know that he has to beat the championship leader if he wants a chance of winning this round.
Let's see how they start. They've been very controlled off the final turn each race, and it's been very clear-cut how they've got to start. They've been keeping very respectful about it. Let's get underway and racing. Here we go! And up to the first corner. Jovan David getting a good start, keeping himself neatly in position. He's going to tuck in behind Powell. He manages to make sure Salim Hanna does not get through into third position. And already it's Slater versus Powell, and Slater protecting that inside line very covetedly. So Powell is right there with Freddie Slater. Third place, Jovan David. Not a bad start at all from Kai Sorensen. He remains in fourth place. He managed to get one back over on Salim Hanna as they came through turn two. So the American is right behind his Sri Lankan teammate. And as they go down the back straight, Slater versus Powell with Jovan David waiting in the wings.
Yeah, we saw this battle earlier on up the inside. That looks like that was a move there from Kai Sorensen to get himself up in a third position. Great move there from the American driver to promote himself up into fourth, He got himself in a fourth. It looks like he made that move on one of the RFM karts. That may have been Salim Hanna. So Salim Hanna gets demoted down into fifth as that's a move there, up into fourth. But you can see Powell just not able to hang on like he was. Slater pulling a little bit of breathing room. It's only 2 temps. Powell always has a chance to bring it back.
Too big a move in the hairpin as well from Gustav Wisniewski. He managed to barge Akshay Bora out of the way by the look of it. Not his intention at all. I think he was going for a clean overtaking move, but he ended up making contact with Bora's kart, and it drifted the Singaporean out wide, and Bora came through at the end of the lap in 17th place. So not a great start for Akshay Bora. Here is Slater. Powell underneath him. Jovan David there in third place. Fourth is Sorensen. Still a little bit slidey and slippy under brakes for that hairpin. It is a very greasy part of the course, that very dusty, so there's not a lot of traction. Slater still holding fast in front of Powell. Now, this could be even tougher for Slater to hold on to because we saw how ruthless Alex Powell was at taking the win from him in the earlier heat. Now there's two of them in the mix because Jovan David is going to be hunting him down for the victory this time as well. And let's not forget that Kai Sorensen and Salim Hanna are very quick as well. So you're going to have 4 drivers raining down on Slater's parade if you're not careful. But Freddie Slater's been very good at getting himself out of a difficult situation and making up the numbers. Was that Sorensen on David? Yes, it was. Kai Sorensen through then into 3rd position on his teammate. And Jovan David had to work incredibly hard to stop Hanna and Gouda getting through into position. So Salim Hanna and Dion Gouda remaining in 5th and 6th position for the moment. Harley Keeble is lining up a charge through as well. Alex Powell just working his magic to try and close up on Freddie Slater.
So Harley Keeble, in his earlier heat, he finished 3rd on track, but due to post-scrutineering and post-race penalties, he did end up finishing down in 21st position. So not the best finish there for the Tony Kart driver. As we make our way down into final quarter, 3 wide up the inside. Oh
no!
Round.
That is Salim Hanna. Once again, he's the one who gets spat out of the queue. And a very frustrated Salim Hanna. What a shame. That is going to drop him right down the field, down to about 17th place, just in front of Luca Samalisto. No change from the 2 up front. Slater versus Powell continues as it was. Kai Sorensen now 3rd, Gouda 4th, Keeble 5th, David 6th, and Konstantin Krapin is now the fastest driver out on track as he tries to work his way back into the top 20.
Slater and Powell looking comfortable up in the top 2, as we see an adjustment there from the driver in 3rd position. That's Kai Sorensen. We saw the American driver make a move on his teammate to get himself up in 3rd position. Now he's chasing down the top 2 as they make their way around one of the most complicated sections of the track due to the bumps and resurfacing that has been done here around the track. As we round the final corner, just Powell not close enough to be within an overtaking chance of Slater. Slater just keeping himself comfortable in the lead, but Powell, he'll be agitated trying to get himself into lead, but not quite close enough.
He doesn't want to rush this, though. He's sat behind Slater. He knows how close Sorensen is, but he's using Slater's draft here. This is perfect work from Powell. Slater can run in the lead of the race, no problem. It's Powell that's going to get a bit of a breeze around the circuit. Slater's the one cutting through the air and doing all the hard work. Powell is keeping his tyres in check, reining in his engine. He's not passing Slater. He doesn't need to yet. He won't really be thinking about it until lap 6. We're on lap 5, so expect him to run around an additional lap behind Slater, although you've got a rather feisty and fired up Kai Sorensen there in 5th and 3rd position on lap 5 trying to close up. So maybe Powell will have to make the move a little bit earlier than that. Otherwise, Sorensen may be gunning for the move himself out of the final turn and onto the home straight. Powell will gain a massive amount of speed. Slater's banging in a qualifying style lap here to try and get well clear of Alex Powell. He knows how much pressure is on him. So they come through turn 1 up to turn 2. This is where Powell will think about the move. That's the worst camera change timing in history as the mechanics are there in position, but fortunately no overtaking move. So Powell is thinking about it. Slater is making it much harder for the Jamaican to get through this time. And Sorensen is right in underneath Alex Powell. Renault Franco with a warning flag as 2 karts come off at the back of the field. That looks like one of the Paralins. In fact, it might even be 2 Paralins in trouble there. In fact, no, it's a Paralin and an X-Brit. So that is Guillaume Bouzard and Alva Simasvara. Alex Powell's got into the lead, I do believe. Has he made the move? Look how much dust is being kicked up there by Alva Simasvara. Powell is in front. He did make the move of the hairpin, and now there goes Sorensen. Sorensen through in a 2nd place as well. So Powell leads, Sorensen 2nd, and here comes a big lunge from Dion Gouda. He turns rogue on his teammate, and Freddie Slater down to P4 in the last lap.
Amazing move there from Gouda. You can see Slater furious with the situation that just unfolded in front of him. Signals to his teammate. Oh, and he pushes him wide.
Oh, he's gone!
There's contact.
He's gone! Slater's turned around! It's civil war at Ricky Flynn! Slater and Gouda come together, and Freddie Slater is absolutely enraged. Oh my goodness.
Slater dives up the inside of his teammate, and it doesn't quite work. Gouda clearly in pain there. The 2 teammates collide.
Oh, and we got big battles here. There's the 2-4-3 a little further back in the pack, chasing away around. Is that Sorensen in the lead? It is. Sorensen through to the lead past Powell, and Harley Keeble's come through to second. That front fairing's had a little nerf again. It's opened up everything. Harley Keeble's going to have one final bid to come through, and Sorensen on the inside of the final turn. Keeble's there, but he drifts wide on exit. Sorensen and Powell are coming to the line together. Who's going to get it? It's Keeble. Keeble's got there from Sorensen, Powell, Walter, and David. What a race!
Oh my word, Jake, you said that was going to be fireworks, and fireworks was there in that race. Harley Keeble, how did he manage that? Up 9 positions in that race. From 10th to 1st goes the Brit racing for Tony Kart. Sorensen in 2nd, Powell demoted down into 3rd, but the 2 Ricky Flynn teammates, what happened there?
That was civil war unfolding at Sarno between the 2 teammates, and I did wonder if this was the weekend when things might bubble over at RFM. There is Freddie Slater, enraged and furious. Can't believe he's been put down to 4th position initially and then tangled with his own teammate Dion Gauda, trying to work his way back through the field. The pressure is bubbling over. This championship could be thrown wide open with a DNF. Freddie Slater is going to be on the back foot whatever happens. And Dion Gauda can't quite believe his situation either. What a dramatic end to the heat. Harley Keeble and Kai Sorensen with Alex Powell and David Walter from Yevan David. 3/10 between them all at the line. Breno Franco 6th place from Marcus Saeta and Thomas Stolchemanis. Adam Hideg 9th and Akshay Bora in 10th from Gustav Wisniewski and Nathan Tai. Francesco Marengi and Theodor Odmark from Thijs Kiernan and Lucas Samalisto. Salim Hanna recovers to 17th. Hugo Jerevin in 18th position in front of Jules Caranta and Yaroslav Trukin. Then it is Konstantin Krapin from Lucas Flusha. Juan Cotto Alonso and Kimi Tani from Kirill Dezitiev and Guillaume Bouzard. The retirements, big names. Dion Gauda and Freddie Slater. That's his first DNF this season. Alva Simasvara out of the race as well. But I tell you what, there's going to be a very uncomfortable atmosphere in the Ricky Flynn awning now.
You'll be able to cut the tension with a knife between Dion Gauda and Freddie Slater. 28th and 29th for the Singapore and British driver. I'm sure that we'll see much more throughout the weekend from them as Freddie Slater walks back to the dummy grid, enraged with the situation that's just fell upon him. Slater not expecting the race to go that way.
Well, that could not be more dramatic if you'd asked it to be. It's one thing to have a collision with a rival, but with your own teammate, that is just about as bad as it gets. And I would not at all be surprised if the other junior drivers in the field would have seen that moment and had a little cheeky grin, because they know that there's a chance now in the championship to open up. So there's going to be quite a few racers who will want to take this opportunity with both hands. Freddie Slater has worked his way back to the pits, and he's just been in communication with his good friend Alex Gubenko. But Freddie Slater, I have never seen him look so rattled before. He knows that there's a chance to take this European Championship to add to his world title. And a very frustrated Freddie Slater. There's little he can do about it now, but a DNF is what he has to take from these heats. And he is going to be in electrifying mode to fight his way back. This might end up being his dropped score after all. And that might be a very difficult situation once we get to the final at Zuera in 2 weeks' time. But that's the way we like things. Spicy and exciting. And Freddie Slater's always good in that situation. He always seems to bring the best out of himself when the chips are down. So this will give Freddie Slater a little bit of extra impetus to fight his way forward. We could see some very interesting and very exciting races from him. He's now just waiting at the end of the pit lane to get his kart back again. But one of the drivers we got to see in that race fight his way towards the top 10 and is finally starting to get towards the pace. The young British driver for the Sodi Kart squad, Nathan Tai, who finished P12 in that race. We caught up with him yesterday.
Yeah, over the past few weeks, been training really hard and focusing on my diet and the way I've been really looking at everything. And I think it's been a tough few weeks, but I feel like I've really improved in myself, and I feel I'm good about this weekend. Yeah, the team is very welcoming very well. I feel at home, and I feel like it's a great team and I can do really well with it. Obviously, the G-force on your neck and the weight on your arms has been such a difference from the small karts to now one of the fastest karts I probably think there is. It's really a different challenge in different ways of driving style and the way you have to look at it, but I feel like I've done it really well. Yeah, in the middle, it's a bit of more of a hack, but I think this weekend we're really strong and hopefully we won't be near that, maybe at the front end. It's definitely hard in the middle, but I think when you get to that front pack, you feel more free and more smooth, so yeah, it should be hopefully at the front. Yeah, it's been difficult because I know everyone else in that middle area is trying to get to the front and push, and we're all almost fighting against each other to get nearer and nearer, but I think out of that middle area, I feel like I've done really well and can get near the front. Obviously, since I'm British, I'm not used to the weather, and it's just 42 degrees is just unreal for me, and I feel like on the track it is very hard with how grippy it is and the tyres, but I do feel like it's an amazing circuit and I'm doing really well around it. Obviously, the kart setup is almost everything in this class, so I really think I've worked well with the team and the setup's there now.
Well, drama and tension here. Great to hear from Nathan Ty yesterday, but there's drama and tension here. If you've just joined us, you could not have timed it much better for the rest of the weekend to settle in and get some entertainment, because we've just seen championship leader in the OK Junior European Championship category, Freddie Slater, tangle with his teammate Dion Gouda on the final lap of his second heat, and that blows this weekend. And then potentially, of course, the European Championship wide open.
It really does, Jake. It really does. I mean, Slater with a DNF in one of the heats, that's going to hinder his final in many ways that some can't even expect. Slater is used to results. P1, top 3 is usually Slater in every single heat, but a DNF, that's uncharacteristic.
Yep, it's the first time it's happened this year, but he's got to shake it off, get back on with the job. There's still 3 races to go for him this weekend, and it's definitely going to be fascinating to see how it unfolds from here. For the rest of the junior drivers, though, this is a golden opportunity. If you want that golden ticket to go and hang out in Willy Wonka's factory, you've better be hungry for it. Here is the opportunity from the front of the grid then for Jan Pizarowski and Due de Decker. They take up residence on the front row of the starting grid, and this is definitely now a chance for them to emerge in this European title fight. Jan Puchu is there in 3rd position. Alongside him on the grid, Josh Erfen with a great opportunity of his own to move his way forward. And on the 3rd row of the starting grid, Will McIntyre, who finally seems to have shaken off some of that bad luck he's had at the start of the season. He's bringing in results now. And alongside him on the grid, Andres Cadenas of Peru, with so many opportunities now. And with Freddie Slater taking a DNF, this really does throw everything wide open.
It really does, and we saw amazing pace from McIntyre in this first heat, so he managed to make his way through the field, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do the same in this second heat, as he's now starting further forwards than he did in the previous. McIntyre definitely want to contend for a top 3 in this heat. Jan Puchu, though, he's starting on that 2nd row of the grid in the Argenti Motorsport car. He'll be looking to get his first win here in the European Championship.
A really nice indication watching these drivers down in pit lane. You see some real characters in this field. We've just seen the wildcard youngster, Jimmy Helias, go over to his opponents and shake their hand ready to the start. It's wonderful. These guys are really getting the opportunity to showcase what they're made of and their true characters and their true natures. It's tough in this environment where it's so professional, where you've got big teams, big money, you've got Formula One young guns in the field and everything. It makes it such a high-pressure moment. But these guys have been absolutely sensational out there. And it's wonderful to see the true nature of these youngsters when they come out to play. There are some real sportsmen and women in this field.
Well, I mean, this really is the breeding ground for the future of motorsport. This is going to be the drivers that we'll see on the grid in 5-6 years. These are going to be the drivers that are at the top levels of motorsport, competing in major championships. So this is where we really pick out the great from the good.
Absolutely, and you've got to remember there are 2 types of racing driver on this field. You've got those who are looking to work up the ranks of racing, to want to one day be on the grid at Macau, be on the grid at Indianapolis, Monte Carlo, Le Mans. And then there are other drivers in the field who genuinely believe this is the pinnacle of the sport. They want to go and win the World Championship. They want to win multiple World Championships. And they want to experience motorsport on the ragged edge. That's what karting is. It's literally dicing with the limits every time you go out. And I've known countless racing drivers in the last 2 or 3 years. They'll get into single-seaters, they'll have a go at it, and they go, I'm just bored. It's not as exciting. It's not as interesting. And there's no way near the same adrenaline rush that you get with karting. When you think you're on the ragged edge, a couple of millimeters off the ground, 0 to 60 in a similar pace to sports cars on the road, this is an absolutely phenomenal discipline. And these young men and women have to be at the absolute peak of their mental and physical capacities to be at the front end of the field. It's an absolutely astonishing form of motorsport, probably the most physical and intense form of motor racing in the entire world.
Yeah, these young drivers, they're young in age, but they're so well disciplined on the track. Apart from some few rash moves that we see in the heat of the moment, which we may have saw in the last race. But moving on, these drivers, they're so well disciplined. They drive so well, and I think it'll be interesting to see how they get on through this weekend.
And this is the thing with this sport, there are no practice races. It's not like football or tennis or rugby or cricket where you've got practice matches, practice tests behind closed doors where you can make your mistakes and improve your craft. Here, it's all under the spotlight, and every single race is under scrutiny. Every driver has to make their mistake under the public microscope. It's a very tough order, and these guys are taking it very, very well indeed. So the drivers will get their signal within the next 30 seconds or so to head out onto the circuit and continue the battle. And what a battle it's going to be in qualifying heat D versus E. Jan Pesarovsky and Due de Decker on the front row of the starting grid. Yan Puchu, the young Chinese driver who is now, of course, recently confirmed as part of the Mercedes Young Driver Program in the Argenti Motorsport colours. Alongside him on the grid, Josh Erfen for the Kart Republic factory team. Expect big things from him now that there's a little bit more impetus to do well. He's going to find an inner strength and build on it. Will McIntyre and Andres Cadenas. And then, of course, the 232 in the mix there as well. Alexander Bondarev and Maxim Rem. We could see some big moments in this race. Qualifying heat D versus E. Jan Pesarovsky and Due de Decker on the front row. Jan Puchu and Josh Erfen. Will McIntyre and Andres Cadenas. Then it is Alexander Bondarev and Maxim Rem. Ian Eichmans is alongside Enea Frey. Gerasim Skulinov beside Maciej Gladij. Matteo De Palo and Heitor Delagnol from Alexander Gubenko and Arthur Poulain. Maxim Orlov and Maxon Verbruge. Keanu Alazari and August Derbeau from Benjamin Sylvesterson and Oscar Wurtz. Len Nys and Clement Utran from Max Popov and Guy Elbag from Tim Gerhardt and Ekaterina Loisha. What a field and what a battle this is going to be. Pesarovsky versus De Decker to the first corner with Jan Puchu in tow.
Yeah, this is going to be a great heat, and it'll provide some great action and battles throughout the whole of the race as the drivers now make their way around the last couple of corners and will soon form up into their grid positions and will hopefully go green this time around. We've had no false starts so far this weekend, and that's good to see.
No, it really is. I mean, the drivers were warned very early on in the weekend that with this new circuit layout, they were going to be very heavily scrutinized on their starts. They needed to make clean starts from the get-go. The morning session, all 5 races were pretty squeaky clean, and I think the drivers have got the message now. They know how to get these starts done, and once again we go green straight away. Perfect getaway from Jan Pesarovsky. In a second goes Jan Puchu. In a third goes McIntyre. In a fourth, I think, comes Alexander Bondarev. Is that Josh Erfen making waves? Yes, it is Erfen. So Erfen gets through into P4. No worries there. Out in front, Pesarovsky, Chu, McIntyre, and Erfen ahead of De Decker. So not a great start from the Belgian, but Josh Erfen has made light work of the man who started in front of him on the grid. And watch for Erfen in this one. The Kart Republic chassis looks pretty lit.
Yep, great start there from McIntyre as he now challenges Jan Puchu ahead. Chu goes on the defensive. Just manages to hold his line, puts his car in the middle of the track. McIntyre has no chance of getting past. But you can see, just running away off the start line is our pole sitter as he makes his way through our view. But you can see Jan Puchu under a lot of pressure there from William McIntyre. McIntyre up the inside, into the final corner, slots into second position. And he'll now chase down our race leader as they cross the line for the first time. Great start there from McIntyre. But you can see our leader of Jan Pesarovsky manages to hold the lead.
That'll do, Will. That'll do. Second place is good. De Decker on the inside of Jan Puchu. Can't squeeze wide. In fact, he's ended up squeezed wide himself and through comes two competitors. That's one of the Tony cards through. That's Alexander Bondarev, I think. So Bondarev's come through, and also in the mix there is Maxime Rem. So big issues for Douai de Decker, down to 7th place then. Meanwhile, Jan Puchu is trying to fend off from Erfen, but Erfen will not be moved. He is there in 3rd position. So Erfen gets up into the top 3. McIntyre in 2nd, though, chasing down Jan Pesadovski. I gave him the thumbs up earlier on in the day, and he was shaking his head. He couldn't quite figure out where the pace was going, but it seems to have arrived now in time for this race. Warning flag for Oscar Wirtz. Here comes Bondarev. Big charge up the inside of Jan Puchu. Gets the door firmly shut on exit as well. So a good move from the young man from Ukraine.
Yeah, beautiful move there from Bondarev to promote himself up another position, gets himself into 4th. But Josh Erfen really on form right now in the Car Republic chassis. You can see in the background there, as we see the BWT colours now on the back of Jan Puchu. Chu not having the best race so far, as he just loses positions left, right and centre. But De Decker, he'll be looking to make his way through now. It's his turn to make his way through on the Argenti colours.
So Pesadovski just controlling the pace in front of McIntyre. I did think that the Brit would have a better chance to close up on Pesadovski than this. Bit of a ride run. That's Bondarev getting through on Erfen. So Bondarev into 3rd position. Great results so far. Oh, that's Tim Gerhards. So Tim Gerhards has gone up at the hairpin. What a shame for the Stanpex Motorsport youngster. Here's the move from De Decker, but at the same time, Chu is making his bid on Erfen. So Chu and De Decker get past Josh Erfen in the end, and he's not the only one making a bid. Ian Eichmann's having a look to the inside into turn 1. Had to bail out, but the reason he's bailed out is because now he can make his bid into turn 2. He's having a look. De Decker, meanwhile, gets past Chu. Good overtaking move from the Belgian. A very opportunistic moment on the inside.
Yeah, beautiful move there from De Decker, but Alexander Bondarev picks up the fastest lap, 56.755 has been set by the 232 in 3rd position right now. William McIntyre just slowly chipping away at the gap on the driver in the lead right now. 300 was caught in the 1st sector. It's so close between these drivers, and it just makes it even more difficult when it's a bigger gap that they have to pull down.
Erfen gets back on Chu, so Erfen into 5th place then. Chu in down to 6th in front of Eichmann's Rem. That is Delaniol up in 9th place. Good run from the Brazilian on the Praga into 9th place. And there's a big lunge from Eichmann's on the inside of Jan Puchu. Chu just can't seem to get the traction off the turns, and that is where he's actually losing ground on momentum. And then by the next corner, he's vulnerable. Now he's going to try and come back at Eichmann's, but watch Delaniol. Delaniol fits the Praga on the inside line. Good run from Heitor Delaniol, the Brazilian, getting up another position there, and that's well worked from the Praga driver who carries an Italian license, but Delaniol is Brazilian in origin. So Delaniol putting himself up another position, and here's Enea Frey. He's fancying a chance at Jan Puchu now.
Yeah, and we see Jan Puchu just not showing the same pace that he was yesterday, and it's a shame to see from the Argenti driver, as we know he has so much talent and so much promise, but this just isn't his race right now. As we have our leaders come through our shot, and we can see the rest of the pack. There's Jan Puchu with a lot of pressure from behind, up the inside. That's a very late move there to make his way past Jan Puchu. Enea Frey with a late move up the inside, dive bomb some may say, into the final corner, but the move pulls off.
That took a lot of guts from Enea Frey to make that one stick. I tell you what, that was pure conviction from the Swiss ace. He was able to get the overtaking move done and dusted there. Look at this squabble in the midfield as well. We've got plenty of drivers in this gaggle. Verbruge, De Palo, Cardenas, Skulunov, Orlov, Popov, Poulet, Nice and Silvesterson. A massive queue of drivers all trying to pick off a few rivals, and this is getting pretty spicy. Jan Puchu's about to lose another place, this time to Gubenko. So Alex Gubenko, the Russian, gets through, and he is just storming backwards down the field, isn't he? Now, side by side, that is Delaniol shaking off the attentions of Frey. Enea Frey is working hard to get back into position. Can Enea Frey get through? He's having a look, but Delaniol covers the inside line very nicely indeed there. No charge to come through, but on the exit, Delaniol trying to squeeze into the inside curve as we go into the last lap. Frey trying to get through, can't make it stick, has to wait, but this man up front, Jan Pesadovski, has been absolutely metronomic. It's not the most frenetic victory in history, but he's kept it solid and smooth. That's what he needed to do.
Yeah, he's done what he needed to do. He's done the job, and he's managed to hold on to the lead this whole time, whilst McIntyre has been piling the pressure on behind, just gaining little by little as he makes his way throughout the race. But in third position, Alexander Bondarev is actually getting very close to the back of the Birolart. As we see, that's 3 wide coming out of the top corner. Who was that who was going round? You can see up the inside. That's one of the Ricky Flynns going for an overtake there. As they come back through, and it's 3 wide once again. This is getting messy as they go through the final corner and down the straight. You can see Jan Pizarowski take the win from William McIntyre, and Alexander Bondarev in third position, very close behind, as the rest of the field just go through our shot. That was getting a little bit messy in the mid-pack on the final lap.
Tends to happen on the last lap of a race when drivers are trying to pick off the scraps. But it was Eichmanns who came through in 6th place in front of Gubenko, Frey, Delaniol, Rem, Gladij, Chu and Verbruge, along with Cardenas, Popov and DePalo. That's how close it was between them all as they came through at the bitter end there. My goodness, treacherous stuff in the closing lap, as a lot of feisty banter and badinage once again out on the circuit. But Jan Pizarowski has controlled the pace nicely, and the Polish star has held on for the victory. Very nicely handled all the way throughout. So some good pace and some good consistency from the Tony Kart factory driver. He peels off into the pits. Well done to Will McIntyre and to Alexander Bondarev to get into the top 3 in a very competitive heat on pure pace. That will give them plenty of confidence heading into the afternoon sessions. So let's talk you through the results. Jan Pizarowski in front of Will McIntyre and Alexander Bondarev. Due de Decker, 4th place and the fastest lap in the end. Josh Erfin ahead of Ian Eichmanns. Alex Gubenko climbs to 7th ahead of Enea Frey. Heiter Delaniol in the top 10, I'm very sure for the first time this season. And Maxim Rem, Maciej Gladij and Jan Puchu, who struggled all the way to 12th. Then Andrei Cardenas is behind Maxim Verbruge, Max Popov ahead of Matteo De Palo, Max Orlov and Artur Pulain, Gerasim Skulinov, the leading wildcard in the field there. And then Len Nys in 20th place ahead of Oscar Wirtz and Keanu Alazari. Benjamin Silvesterson in 23rd, August Derbo is next up. Clement Outran is ahead of Katarina Luisha. And then Guy Elbag, the Israeli. The one retirement from the race was Tim Gerhards of Stan Pex Motorsport. So, very interesting stuff there, and some great battles. We saw, particularly in those 2 races, the battles from the drivers in the Xpree racing team. We saw, obviously, Oscar Wirtz and Ben Silvesterson in the field in that one, and Renault Franco getting a top 6 result in the previous heat. We managed to catch up with their team boss yesterday, who's been talking us through how the Xpree racing team has been making big strides forward in the junior and senior categories. We caught up with the world champion in Gearbox in 2018 and the team boss in the Xpree racing team, Patrick Hayek.
Difficult season for us, coming here to fight for the victory anyway. We have pretty young drivers in junior. We hope we can do a bit better, but we will see today in qualifying. It's difficult to say because I didn't drive on the new one. From outside, I liked better the old one, to be honest. It's really difficult to say. Like, if you have experience on the old one when you were driving, and now you can only see it from outside, it's different point of view. I think the most challenging is just the weather for everybody here. The temperatures are a bit too high for karting, I would say. I would prefer if we could be in some other place in this time, but it's same for everybody in the end. It's very difficult for drivers. Also yesterday we could see few drivers didn't feel very well after 5 sessions, so it will be very challenging for them just because of the high temperatures. The thing that you want to see they are getting better, they are getting more experience, they are able to race better than they were in the beginning of the season. So yeah, this is why we are doing this, not only for winning, but to see the progress and how the kids are getting better. When you see your kids and your drivers that are in the front, you can see, yeah, this is the job that we've done and it's really worth it. So yeah, it's making everybody happy. I think every driver needs a little bit different things. So you should know what's the best for you. If you need to drink more or you need to find some shadow or whatever, but you need to really keep yourself cool as possible. Especially it's, like you said, 3rd round of the European Championship. So we are getting more and more to the end of the championships. They really need to collect some points. So it will be, I think, very nice racing, but in these conditions, it's not that you only need to make 1 lap. The difference between qualifying and the race, in time I mean, will be pretty high. It doesn't mean that if you win qualifying, you will make very well all weekend, so it will be challenging for everybody. With Oscar, it's his second year, and he pretty likes this track, to be honest, so I hope we can do at least top 10. With Reno Franco that won the FIA Academy in Wackersdorf. He's not that experienced, but he can do very well, like we saw in Academy, so we also hope for some good results, at least for points.
Great to catch up with Patrick Hayek and the Express Racing team, definitely making good strides forward in the junior and senior categories. Now we come to the third and final junior race of this rotation, and there's some very interesting talents to come up in this one. Pole position after his timed qualifying run yesterday, and now with a much bigger grin on his face than before, James Egozzi has started from pole position, already taken one heat win. Now he has a great chance to make it a second, but alongside him on the grid, Matheus Ferreira, plenty of speed and stamina from the Brazilian, and he will want to work very hard indeed on this one as he tries to work his way forward. One thing I do notice, though, from the drivers in this race compared to their earlier encounter, the heat is very much starting to take its toll. These drivers are really starting to feel the tension and feel the pressure, and that heat is definitely starting to have an impact on the mentality and the composure of these drivers. From the first race, when it wasn't so high, that's one thing, but now that the temperature has risen quite considerably over the course of the day, the temperature is now up to 30 degrees Celsius air temperature. The track temperature will be around the high 60s mark now. So these guys are really starting to feel it, Kai.
Yeah, this has been a difficult weekend for these guys, not just the competition, but also the weather, and especially with such high humidity. 68% humidity means that there's literally no breeze. There's no cold air that's going their way, so they need to find other ways of cooling themselves off as they sit on the grid and pretty much suffer with the heat. But as soon as you get out on the track, you get a little bit of a breeze and it's a little bit of relief, but you're also focusing on the racing. You don't really think about the heat whilst you're driving, but now is some sort of mental game. This is where you have to be mentally strong and focus on the race ahead.
Well, the benefit of hindsight is a wonderful thing. The amount of drivers who have come up to me and said, is there any reason why we couldn't have run Genk at the time of Sardo and Sardo at the time of Genk? Because then we would have had even weather all the way through. Well, I can give you an argument to that. Obviously, Genk was very, very tough, was chilly, was cold, full of difficult weather conditions. And here we have the opposite direction, the intensity of the heat. You've got to cope with all forms of challenge. You've got to be able to deal with the pressure in all weathers and in all different situations, which is why you get such a diversity of different weather types and tough conditions for the drivers to cope with. They have to be on their A game no matter what the situation. The best racing drivers in karting will always be able to deal with whatever is thrown at them, and they've certainly had an awful lot to deal with over the course of this season already. And this is only the third weekend, and we're only on the Saturday. So, James Egozzi alongside Matheus Ferreira on the front row of the starting grid. It's an all wild card row 2, which is very nice to see. They're putting in a bit of a show, and they want to showcase their skills up against the regular competitors. So we're going to get to see them do a fantastic job in this one. It's Antonio Apicella on the inside and Jimmy Elias on the second side of the grid. Two youngsters that are already making a massive impact in this FIA karting field. They have been so astonishing, the Italian and the Frenchman. And I have a feeling this definitely isn't going to be the last we'll hear of them. They've been very strong, and it's tough as wildcards, particularly when you've got drivers that have been here since the start of the season, and they've been racing all across various different competitions, and they're in the FIA. They're the established guard. To come in as a wildcard on a one-weekend shot and to be right up at the sharp end amongst the Tony Kart factory team, the Ricky Flynns, the Paralins, right up there with no quarter given and no questions asked is very impressive indeed.
Yeah, these wildcard drivers are really putting on a show for us here at the Sarno circuit. They've been doing a great job out there on the track and have had some amazing results over the space of the weekend, over their first heats. And as you said, we've got a wildcard fully grid 2. So I think it'll be interesting to see which one of the wildcards comes out on top.
They'll be battling very ferociously indeed. We'll keep an eye on Apicella. He did a good start last time, so he'll have another opportunity to do so later on. Fifth on the grid, once again, it's going to be a good run to the first corner, hopefully, for Anatoly Kavalkin, the Paralin driver, running in fifth position on the grid, doing a fantastic job so far. Tobias Clausen there from the third row of the starting grid in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport Cosmic. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on with things. Rashid Al-Daheri, 7th on the grid again in the Paralin. It'll be a good race charge from him. He raced beautifully in the first encounter. So if he continues on that train, he'll have some great results to come again. Alongside him on the grid, that is the Charles Leclerc chassis of the American star Caleb Gafrara. And then on the 5th row of the grid, Cahal Clark still putting in an excellent show for Sodikart. 9th on the starting grid for him. And then alongside him on the starting grid, it is the Forza Racing machine of the 260. And that, of course, is the Slovenian Mark Kastelic, who is making great progress since he represented his country last season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He's really taken that as a platform to build on and stepped up the attack. But then we've seen so many great kids in the Academy Trophy over the years. The roll of honour for competitors that have been in that category is just phenomenal. And they've managed to work their magic to get some really strong performances since then. And it's wonderful to see that these young talents have got a very impressive form book to emulate. And the talent is just phenomenal. So the competitors working their magic for this one. Just to give you an idea of some of the youngsters that have come through the field in this paddock before. And they're doing an amazing job to work their magic. I mean, the Academy Trophy champions that have come through have been very, very strong. But they've also been able to make that magic count as they work their way into the European Championship. But the alumni in the Karting Hall of Fame for juniors has been pretty sensational. You've got the likes of Adrian Zaug, Alex Sims, Andrew Ranger, Charles Peak, Christian Vittoris, Daniel Kloss, Eric Janis, Henke Waldschmidt, Jaime Alguersuari, James Collado, Jean-Eric Verne, Jean-Carl Venet, the very much missed and very much remembered late great Jules Bianchi, Kevin Estre, Lawrence Van Toor, Marco Wittmann, Martin Plowman. All these incredible talents came through the junior ranks of the FIA Karting paddock. Mikel Aloshin, who of course is now in IndyCar, Mirko Bortolotti and Natasha Gashnang, Nelson Panciatici, Nicky Thiem, Nico Hulkenberg. The list just goes on and on and on. And these guys are in exactly the same boat, trying to reach that same level of accolade. But it's wonderful to see these guys putting in such an excellent display out there on the circuit. Qualifying heat A versus F is almost underway. The drivers are on their formation lap, and here is the ranks. James Agozzi and Matthias Ferreira from Antonio Apicella and Jimmy Elias, Anatoly Kavalkin and Tobias Clausen from Rashid Al-Daheri and Caleb Gafrara, Cahal Clark and Mark Kastelic, then Dimitri Matviv and Nasho Tunion, Augustin Bernier and Martin Molnar from Edgar and Pidigov and Kirill Kutskov, then Adrian Maliero and Mika Abrahams from Miguel Costa and Aurelia Nobels, Simone Bianco and Joel Bergstrom from Zachary David and Shimo Zhang, Arthur Dorisson, Max Obst, Matis Subadu and Edward Robinson from Andy Rattel in 29th. So the drivers are working their craft, one formation lap only, and then they will take their place on the starting grid once more.
Yeah, they'll make their way into formation now. Agozzi, as he said, starting on pole. He won his first heat, and he'll be looking to take another one under his wing. Agozzi definitely in great contention to try and win this round. Maybe even try and make it a clean sheet with the way that he's been performing so far. It's looking it's looking like he has quite a good chance.
Well, Agozzi knows how to win a race now in this category. It was his first win in the FIA Karting Championships earlier on today. Now he can make it a second. All he has to do is do the same thing. But Ferreira is no slouch. The Brazilian won the final last time out at SA, don't forget. So let's see how it's going to go. They've got to keep in the tram lines. That's important too. Here we go. And up to the start and into the first corner. Agozzi gets a good clean start. Ferreira runs wide but keeps his second position nice and tidy. He's going to get some challenges into the first corner. What a start from Rashid Al-Daheri, up into 4th position already. Fresh out of the blocks and tucks in behind Antonio Apicella. So a great start from Al-Daheri. The young man from the United Arab Emirates storms his way through the pack and he's already up into P4 from 7th on the grid. Take that, everybody else.
Yeah, Al-Daheri just slips his way through the field, makes his way up into 4th position for now. But as the rest of the field now files through the top corner, we see overtakes left, right, and center throughout the whole field. Dust being kicked up on the exit as well. But our leader, you can see James Agozzi with a brilliant start there as he pulls away from the rest of the field. You can see In behind him, that is the Czech Republic car of Matthias Ferreira, our winner last time round in SA, just holding onto his position.
Well, Kavalkin and Aldeheri have both managed to get through. Oh, that's an off straight away from one of the Alonso cards. I'm afraid that is Max Obst. So the Polish driver, Maxi Obst, out of the race then. And I think there was a slight mechanical problem for him anyway. So difficulties there. James Zagotzi leading the race and having a really strong, solid run of things at the moment in the lead from Ferreira. Then it is the two Paralins of Kavalkin and Aldeheri. Jimmy Helias running in 5th place in front of Caleb Gafrara and Antonio Apicella. Aldeheri had a look at his teammate, wasn't able to finish the job. Up the inside, a big dive, too big a dive from one of the Koski Motorsports, I think that was, trying to come through. That might have been Arnold Malizia, possibly, Adrian Maliero, I do apologize, trying to make through on the inside, and it ended up coming a cropper there. Just a big dive in the middle of the pack. So down the straight and over the line once again. No problems for Agozzi. Ferreira second, Kavalkin and Aldeheri in front of Helias. An absolute squabble from the drivers further back. But Aldeheri still close to his teammate. Now, what do you do in this situation? You're 3rd and 4th. You've got a 2.5 ahead of you, the two leaders battling for victory. Do you try and be the one that leads the two of you and goes after, or do you work with your teammate to try and make that advantage come down?
Well, I think in the situation that they're in right now, it's two teammates. They've also got someone pressuring from behind. They've also got in 5th position. You've got one of the wild cards, which is Jimmy Hellas, still applying pressure on the two Paralin drivers behind. They just need to work together. They need to pull away from the driver behind, catch onto the driver ahead, and try and make the best of this situation that they have right now. But we saw Obstoff earlier. He also struggled to get away from the grid. The 270 in the Fernando Alonso car was struggling and had to get extra help from the mechanics on the grid to get away off the line. But unfortunately, it does end in a retirement.
So the fastest lap of the race now comes in from Anatoly Kavalkin, the Paralin driver. Here's the move on the inside from Maliero. Has a think on the inside. Can't quite make it stick, though, to get the gap opened up to Augustin Bernier. So Bernier runs in position. Augustin Bernier, of course, is the younger brother of Victor Bernier, the man who won the Junior World title back in Kristianstad. Oh, we've had a spin in front of us. That's one of the CRGs going around. Now, that is Simone Bianco once again in the wars. And I think it was with Joel Bergstrom that he tangled initially. There is Simone Bianco. Very unhappy indeed. And that's the 2nd race in a row that Bianco has ended up facing the wrong way.
Yeah, we have a warning flag coming out for Andy Rattle. So Rattle picks up a warning flag. And you can see the two Paralin drivers working together, pushing. Two cars are quicker than one, as they say.
I missed it, but Aldeheri has actually got past Kavalkin now.
Yep.
So Aldeheri is through into 3rd place. Kavalkin there in P4 from Jimmy Helias as they run in together. Caleb Gafrara, Apicella, Tunion, Kastelic and Kutskov as they run together in formation. So Kirill Kutskov out in the lead, 56.474 as they continue to battle away. Now, down this long back straight, who's going to be making the overtaking move first? We watch the two leaders come through. Nobody making any change of positions there for 3rd. So Aldeheri leading the charge from Kavalkin and Helias. Gafrara is still there in P6.
Yeah, Matthias Ferreira closing down the gap too. As we see, Aguzzi still in the lead. Aguzzi, just that gap is tumbling between him and Matthias Ferreira in 2nd position. The Brazilian starting to catch on to the Italian driver. Racing on home grounds is Aguzzi right now. But Matthias Ferreira, the Brazilian, starting to make his dreams just fade away little by little, catching down that gap.
A warning now for Edward Robinson. Again, not quite sure what he is supposed to have done, but certainly a warning flag has come out for him. So that will be the 289 receiving a warning flag. And the last lap board is going to come out this time by as well. A big pressure now for Kavalkin because he's got all sorts of difficulties from Helias. He's going to have to take his teammate on to avoid dropping behind the wild card. So he goes into 3rd place, much to the grievance of Aldeheri. So the Emirati now slots into 4th place as Anatoly Kavalkin gets into 3rd. The Russian just trying to protect his position. And now Jimmy Helias going for a move on the inside of Aldeheri. That'll do. Thank you. Is he going to get it crossed up? Yes, he does. And gets his position nicely secured. Now it's time for Caleb Gafrara as we go into the final lap. The American is trying to work his way through. The youngster from North Carolina in the United States. As Aldeheri trying to work his way through on Jimmy Elias. But he is keeping it nicely tucked in. The Frenchman in 4th position. No way he's going to lose that ground to Aldeheri. So still the Paralyn is trying every single trick in the book, looking this way, looking that way, trying to find a way past, but it's not working as Edgar Piligov sets the pace. Ferreira still close to Igozzi. James cannot afford to back off.
Yeah, closer than ever is Matthias Ferreira. He's running out of opportunities, though. He's running out of chances to make that position. And it doesn't look like he's just quite close enough. His last opportunity will be into the final corner. Can he make it do? No, he can't. Just a little bit too far back is Matthias Ferreira. They round the final corner and down towards the line comes for the win here for James Igozzi. And it's 2 for 2 for the Italian stallion. Matthias Ferreira, thumbs up there from Igozzi. Ferreira hot on his heels, though. The Brazilian proving his pace.
Well, James enjoyed himself. Nice
You don't say.
Nice little wave and a thumbs up there at the end of a second win in a row. It's taken a bit of time for him to unlock this combination, and now he's made it work for him. James Igozzi, remember where you were when this young American came to town, because here in Italy, he is making it work on Tony Kart's home soil, and this is definitely the results he wanted all season long. So good work from James Igozzi as he now takes win number 2. Ferreira 2nd, Kavalkin 3rd, Elias in 4th, ahead of Aldeheri and Gafrara. So lots of positives, but the man in white, green and red has topped every session that matters so far. Excellent stuff from him, and it's now all going to be about how the pressure continues to brim full of confidence for him. He's just got to keep it nice and calm, nice and tidy, not push too hard too soon. But it's definitely looking very sweet indeed. Here's the result. Provisional, of course. James Igozzi ahead of Matthias Ferreira, Anatoly Kavalkin and Jimmy Elias from Rashid Aldeheri and Caleb Gafrara. Antonio Apicella 7th from Nashor Tunion and Mark Kastelic. Kirill Kutskov rounds out the top 10. Then Dmitry Matviv and Edgar Piligov. Martin Molnar and Mika Abrahams from Miguel Costa. Zachary David, Cahal Clark and Tobias Clausen. 19th Adrian Maliero in front of Edward Robinson. Then Joel Bergstrom and Andy Rattel, Shimo Zhang and Mathis Subadou from Arthur Dorisson and Aurelia Nobels. The retirements, Augustin Bernier and Simone Bianco, along with on the first lap of the race, Max Obst, who had some technical difficulties coming into the race. Well, very interesting from the juniors, and they've given us plenty of interesting battles, but it's advantage James Igozzi at this moment in time.
Yeah, Igozzi has been driving great so far today. He's won both of his heats, but he didn't win this one by the advantage that he did in the first one. Matthias Ferreira a lot closer than he has been to the back of James Igozzi. Nearly gets it, just a little bit too late on the mark was the Brazilian driver in 2nd position. But James Igozzi keeps the clean sheet for now, and he'll be looking to keep that the same.
So we come back to the OK Senior category races now. We've already heard from the man in pole position for this one after his run in time qualifying. It was an excellent performance from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. And of course, he returns to his place at the front end of the starting grid. So he will be there in P1 on the grid. One of the more pleasant stories in the field in the OK Senior category is the return to the ranks of the Intrepid Driver Program in Senior. We've already seen it this year in KZ with the re-emergence of a couple of the talents in the KZ category, none the least of which, of course, is Emilion Denner. But in the senior category, their chosen driver is the young man from the Ukraine, and that is Ivan Klimenko. We caught up with him yesterday.
It's not a lot of grip on this track, not like in Atlanta, so it's much easier for me. But chassis still need to work very carefully with chassis, and it was the most important. Team with big history, very big history, and I was very surprised when Intrepid said, like, okay, you can go with us to FIA. And we start racing again with Intrepid. We start improving a lot. Of course, I want to be much faster, but for now condition, I think it was not so bad. I'm doing this well, I think. Before start, it was so hot. Always, I stay standing with a bottle of water. Always want to drink. When I'm going on the straight, sometimes it was too hot for me. I was, wow, it's so hot. To go with them, to go with the same speed with them, to fight with them. Oh, now it's already, we find a good stop. The chassis and quad was ready. We just put the new tires and go on fast lap.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the Intrepid Driver program continues to grow. Now, obviously, it is still very early doors for them in terms of their OK Senior category campaign, but you've got to start somewhere, and it's good to see them back in business once again. 7 minutes to the start of the next race gives us plenty of time to talk through the drivers in this coming heat, and obviously to give you the story so far in the OK Senior category if you weren't able to be with us for the start of the day. Just 2 races earlier on, and of course they were won by Artem Sevrukin in the case of the first, and in the second one it was won by Nikola Solov. No changes to those results as yet, certainly not significant enough for the leaders, which is very good news. And now we come to the final group of drivers, which is of course the competitors in the Group A category. They didn't get a race earlier this morning, and they are led by the man from pole position, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So many superlatives written about this young man, the Italian stallion, just one of the nicknames that's been coined for him in recent times. And he is, of course, part of the Mercedes Driver Young program, which has taken so many people on in the world of karting of late. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the Italian, definitely one of the ones to watch as he climbs his way through the motorsport ranks. And he is a early favourite challenger for the World Championships in Brazil in December. Reigning European champion, would love to make it back-to-back.
Yeah, and with the way that he's going so far in the championship, didn't have the best round in Genk, managed to pull it back in SA with a clean sweep and a final win by over 4 seconds over anyone else in the field, and he'll sure be looking to do that again here at Sarno. He's managed to get the qualifying heat on pole. Can he do it in the heats though, and can he bring it home in the final?
Well, let's put it this way. In this century, there is not a single driver that has been able to win back-to-back European titles. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who is currently on drop scores, the championship leader, could actually be the first man in this century to do so. So that is a very exciting opportunity for the Italian. There have been many European champions in recent years, not just Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but also prior to that, Lorenzo Travasanuto, Hannes Janka, Sami Tufik, Pedro Hiltbrand, Ben Hanley, Callum Eilert, and some chap called Max Verstappen. He seemed to do all right for himself. So plenty of competitors have done a very fair job in the European Karting Championship. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli with a golden opportunity to be the first man this millennium to win back-to-back European titles. The man alongside him, though, Joe Turney, has just as good a chance as anybody to make that happen as well. The Tony Kart Factory team struggling in the first 2 weekends to maintain raw pace, despite a double podium for them at Genk. But now they look like race winners from the outset. Joe Turney and Tuukka Tarponen very quick out of the blocks. And obviously they are going to continue this raw pace in the junior as well. They are looking like race winners. So on home soil, it's just as well that Tony Kart have been able to dig deep and find something pretty special. The man in third on the grid, though, is not to be underrated. Brando Badua, who has made the switch to the Paralin Motorsport team for the second half of this season. And immediately the pace is there. He is absolutely rapid out of the blocks. And the Italian star, who is, of course, the son of the Formula One driver for Minardi, Scuderia Italia, Forti and Ferrari. And that is, of course, Luca Badua. Brando is doing a very fast job indeed as well. The Paralin driver right there at the sharp end of the dais. Alongside him on the grid, the Swedish charge, Norton Andreasen of the Ward Racing team aboard his Tony Kart. The 1-1-2 is definitely going to be a sharp one at the front end of the field all weekend. And this could be the chance for him to break through and hit the top spot. 134 next up, the young Norwegian sensation Martinius Stenshorn and the Charles Leclerc chassis that he has at his disposal, serving him well so far, having made the switch to Jordan Lennox Lambs-Orning. Alongside him, though, Tuukka Tarponen, the Finn, who did such a good job in the first race to hustle into 4th position and make good work of things. But the man who was the winner at Genk at the first part of the season, Rafael Chavez Camara, the treble one, finds himself 7th on the starting grid for this one. He had an amazing start to the season, a solid effort in SA. He just needs to fight back a few more places, and the Brazilian will be right there with a decent shot at this. 3 minutes to go before the start.
Yeah, Camara will be looking to make his way through the pack and try to make up a couple of positions from his original starting position. As you said, he won back in Genk, so he knows he's a title contender. He knows it's possible for him to win this race, but he just needs to put his mind to it, and he needs to get that result.
You've also got a very strong start from 8th position on the starting grid for Christian Bertucca. The Birolart definitely starting to come alive now in the OK Senior category. It's always been at the front in KZ these last 2 or 3 seasons, but it's been a bit of an up-road struggle for Birolart to assert themselves dominantly at the front end of the field in OK and OK Junior. But now Christian Bertucca is getting close to that mark. Good to see. 9th on the starting grid. Watch out for another of the talented wildcards in the field. That is Nicolo Kuman, who is there for Forza Racing, lining up in 9th position on the grid on the inside of the 5th row. Alongside him will be Andrei Zhivnov on the Ward Racing-backed Tony car. So he'll be there to round out the top 10. And in 11th place, watch out for the Stanpex Motorsport colours of the Finnish sensation Juho Valtonen. And he will be there 11th on the starting grid on the inside of the 6th row. Beside him on the grid will be Ariel Elkin, the VDK racing driver. He is there in 12th position on the grid, the young man from Israel. And 13th on the starting grid, it's his first race of the weekend for the Brazilian star Matias Mogato. And he will be there on his Birolart right up towards the sharp end as well, beside Ricardo Gracia, his countryman, on the X-Prix chassis. 15th on the grid, Giuliano Holzem, the German star for the CV Performance Group. He'll be there on the inside of the 8th row. And then we'll have Ivan Dominguez, once again, the young man from Portugal, having made his switch of late, of course, to join the team at the Alonso kart chassis. Then it is Lukas Malek, the Slovakian, who will be next up in position. Be interesting to see what Lukas Malek can do after some strong performances in the practice sessions yesterday. He was very quick over 1 lap on the Alonso kart, so hopefully he can fight his way back again. 18th place for Sebastian Gravlund. The Cosmic didn't start perfectly in the first race, so time to wipe off the cobwebs and go for it again. Nikolai Violenti, the Russian, will start 19th on the starting grid aboard his Birolart, and then Max Angelard, the Pole, will be alongside him on the starting grid. 21st on the grid will be the young man from Costa Rica in his Kart Republic. That is Frederick Lunt. So he'll be there in 21st. Alongside him on the grid, Jose Hernandez, the young Mexican on the Praga. 23rd for Yannick de Brabanda. Not the best qualifying at all for the Belgian, considering that in his return to full-time competition as a development driver, he is 5th in the Drivers' Championship. Absolutely astonishing return to form for Yannick de Brabanda, but he's definitely got his back to the wall this time. Alongside him is Hugo Besson, and then it will be Ivan Klimenko, the young man on the Intrepid, who we obviously saw being interviewed earlier on in the session. So here come the drivers to the starting grid, and let's talk you through them in full formation. What a combo on the front row of the grid. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Joe Turney, Brando Badoa and Norton Andreasen, Martini Stenshon and Tuka Tarpanen from Rafael Kamara and Christian Bertucca, Nicolo Kuman and Andrei Zhivnov, Juho Valtonen and Ariel Elkin, Matias Mogato and Ricardo Gracia from Giuliano Holzem and Ivan Dominguez, Lukas Malek and Sebastian Gravlund from Nikolai Violenti and Max Angelard, Frederick Lunt, Jose Hernandez, Yannick de Brabanda, Hugo Besson and Ivan Klimenko. 25 drivers, and Antonelli definitely the man on form at the moment. But can Antonelli be beaten in this first heat?
I think it's possible. Loads of people got very close to Antonelli's qualifying time, and I don't think he's unbeatable. Maybe people will have that thought in their head due to the essay performance that was outstanding out there from Antonelli, and no, in that way, Antonelli was unbeatable. Essay, nobody was able to touch the Argenti driver. And do I think it's going to be the same this time around? No, not really. I think he's going to have a challenge.
So out of the final turn, let's see what these youngsters can do. Antonelli, Turney, Badua, Andreasen, Stenshon, Tarpanen, Kamara, Bertucca, Kuman and Zhivnov down the main straight. Who's going to get the jump? Looks like a good start from the inside line. We're green and go, and Turney again getting a good start as he holds on a second in front of Brando Badua. Joe Turney, so ruthless in the first corner. Amazing to watch as he bags his second place through the first couple of corners. So now it is going to be Antonelli versus Turney from the get-go as they work their way through the hairpin and onto the far side of the circuit. Turney already under some pressure from Brando Badua and Norton Andreasen as they work their way onto the back straight. Antonelli's got the lead. Turney trying his best to hang on for second. Thank goodness Stenshon is there for Turney, because Stenshon gets through past Brando Badua into third position. Badua fights back and gets back into third position, drifts out wide. Stenshon gets back into the position once more. Nice battle between those two, but Stenshon is the one who comes out on top.
Yes, Stenshorn getting ruthless up the inside. That's Chavez Camaro follows through as they make their way. Oh, and he manages to get all of them. Chavez Camaro pulls off 3 overtakes in 1 corner.
I tell you what, Chavez Camaro could win snooker championships. He just used Tarpanen to dive on the inside of his opponent and storm past the inside of everybody. Thank you. I'll have that move. Thanks very much. Excellent from Rafael Chavez Camaro. Ever the strategist. 2 karts off the road. 3 karts, in fact, off the road. That's a Birolart that's gone and 2 that are stopped out on the road. So that is not good news. I think that's Nicolai Violenti is one of them. In fact, we are missing 4 drivers from the fray. So Violenti, and then we've got Dominguez and Holtzem. There's Giuliano Holtzem trying to get going again. Dominguez is the other one that's parked his kart on the far side. And Max Angelard was escaping the scene. There is Dominguez running away. So he is safe and sound. But Giuliano Holtzem has decided to get going again. Here comes Joe Turney. Joe Turney pushing hard on Antonelli. He's right in behind him, and he's got to give him plenty to think about in this opening couple of laps. Can Turney dive on the inside? He's going to have to go late, but he can't quite squeeze in. Antonelli knows Turney's there, but Joe Turney is up for the fight. This is brilliant.
Yeah, Turney isn't going to let Antonelli run with this one by any stretch of the imagination. The Tony Kart driver is going to push Antonelli to his last reins as they go up into the top corner, up the inside. Joe Turney very easily takes the win and makes it look simple. Antonelli gets down into second position, but he won't stay there for long.
Well, that's a bit of assertiveness shown to Antonelli there by Turney. Italy versus England, and at the moment, England in front. I'm not trying to mention anything. I'm not trying to push anything on anyone, but that's an interesting result so far this weekend. Turney out in front, Antonelli second, Stenshorn third, Kamara P4 from Bertucca, Tarpanen, Mogato, Badoa, Andreasen and Kuman. Zhivnov's had a problem on that last lap by the look of it. So Zhivnov is way down the order. Rafael Kamara with a warning flag for that move, so clearly they did feel it was a bit too aggressive a slingshot.
Maybe. If the stewards or the marshals feel like that was the case, then we're not really ones to argue against that fact. But Kamara, he gains the position, picks up a warning. Is it really a trade-off that's worth it? I'd say it was. Kamara, brilliant overtake there, makes up the positions. Unfortunately, does get a warning in doing so. But Turney, brilliant overtake there, and just maintains the lead now. Not phased by Antonelli behind.
But neither is Antonelli phased with losing the lead. He's now going to be the one in the draft, pushing Turney all the way. This is all on Joe Turney now, trying to keep his position and ensure that he's not going to lose ground. Stenshorn is closing in on them as well. They're in third place, don't forget. Kamara in fourth place. Tarpanen has got past Bertucca. So I wonder if Turney is able to stretch away from Antonelli, or if the Kart Republic just has too much grunt and Turney just trying to drop Antonelli and Stenshorn a little bit. Lucas Malek, the fastest man on the track. 4 retirements, Violenti, Angelard, Dominguez and Holtzem all out together on that second lap. But it's getting closer again. Antonelli just using the slipstream to get close to Turney. Stenshorn doing likewise with Antonelli. Now if Stenshorn gets past Antonelli first, then Turney's got a great chance to take an opening win. And again, it would be a big scalp in this early phase of the competition if Antonelli were to lose the victory in the opening heat.
As soon as Stenshorn goes for an overtake on Antonelli, that just lets Turney run away with it. So Stenshorn, does he want to lose out on the win but get second position? Or does he want to work with Antonelli and try and catch onto the back of Turney? He had an opportunity there. Stenshorn could have went up the inside, but he didn't. What's he going to do? He's just trying to consider his options right now.
Antonelli's so fast in corners 1 and 2. That's where he's able to get right back on terms with Joe Turney by the time they get to the hairpin. He'll be wanting to think about a move quicker rather than later, because you've got Stenshorn right there behind him. Tarpanen sets the pace with a 54.8 for the fastest lap of the race. But Antonelli is all over the back of Joe Turney as they quest after the victory. And now we're going to see what these two are made of. Can Antonelli catch up to Turney, or has Turney got the rapid pace enough in his Tony Kart? It's such a tough battle. Joe Turney still pushing hard as he continues his journey around the course. The captain of the Tony Kart squad in nothing more than reputation at the moment, but that reputation's pretty high. Turney chops across on Antonelli on the exit of the second hairpin. And Turney just keeping it nice and smooth. He really has taken on this mantle at Tony Kart. He and Toka Tarpanen leading the charge for the factory squad this season. But this is quite a tough order for even for Joe Turney. He knows how quick Andrea Kimi Antonelli is. He knows that that's the European champion behind him. But hey, he's got to back his own horse here. I'm the vice champion of the world. I can make this one stick.
Yeah, Antonelli behind a previous vice world champion, As we can see, they go round the final corner. 4 laps remaining for these drivers as they cross the line once again. The sound of the OK engine, it rattles through the room as they cross the line. 2 temps separates Turney and Antonelli. Stenshorn starting to drop back a little bit, which takes him out of the contention.
I'll tell you what though, Kamara is catching them. That is big at this point. Rafael Kamara is now actually catching the leading 3. There he is in the background on the Oak Racing Team colours of the Kart Republic, the purple and black. So Rafael Kamara is definitely in sight of the 3 leaders now, and this is going to be a bit of a difficult one for Kamara to get into 3rd place. But the statement of intent and the objective is clearly identifiable. So Turney in front of Antonelli, Stenshorn dropping back a touch. Kamara is closing in. Now this is where things are going to spice up, because at the end of this lap there'll be 2 to go, and this is where Antonelli will want to get past Joe Turney, perhaps more than he will ever have wanted to get past the Tony Kart. Here he comes, down the main straight, over the line, 2 to go, through turn 1. Antonelli pretty quick, very stable and balanced, too far back to do anything about Turney yet, but certainly very quick indeed, as we know, through this first couple of corners. And now Antonelli is right on the back again of Joe Turney. We could see a very strong challenge from the Italian. Into the left, into the right, slow the card up, get back on the power, down that back straight and up towards the hairpin. This new layout has a few fans and a few enemies, but it's definitely providing us with a spectacular show so far here at Sarno. Through the S's once again, Turney through the right, controls the kart, through the left, keeps the balance nice and sturdy. Joe Turney doing a fine job leading this race. Andrea Kimi Antonelli still pushing hard, gets close in the braking zone, not close enough to challenge, but now we're going to have a final lap ding-dong between these 2 as they come over the line once again. Andrea Kimi Antonelli a bit closer to Turney than he was on the previous lap, but Turney is absolutely launching that kart through every apex. It doesn't look as though there's going to be enough of a gap left over by Joe Turney for Antonelli to steal the win. Joe Turney would need to make a mistake, and he is not the kind of driver who drops the ball. Out of the hairpin, across the timing beacon for the end of the first sector. Turney is the quicker of the 2 by a fraction of a second, and it's enough for him to look over his shoulder and see that Antonelli is just too far away to make a sensible overtaking move. They come off the turn again through sector 2. Antonelli is close, but he's just not close enough. He's got this golden opportunity now to make it work in his favor. Up to the final turn, and Joe Turney's not about to lose a victory here. He comes off the final corner. Antonelli's riding with him. It's a brilliant battle, and it could go on and on. Turney takes the victory from Antonelli, and Stenshorn. Kamara fights back to 4th. Oh, that is Klimenko. So the Intrepid weekend doesn't start beautifully for them. But Turney is your race victor in front of Antonelli and Martinius Stenshorn. First blood to Turney.
Yep, great race from Turney there. Antonelli just losing out there to the Tony Kart driver. The 103 manages to pick up the win there in the second heat for him. As you can see, that will be it for that OK race. We'll be straight on to another senior race after this. But Turney wins from Antonelli. Stenshorn drops a little bit far back, but Kamara was definitely back on the pace.
Turney always seems to be able to drag himself out of a disadvantage and turn it into an opportunity. And here at Sarno, he's definitely already starting to gum up the works for the Kart Republic squadron. This is quite an incredible turnaround from Joe Turney. He'll be happy about that. No problems at all for the British driver, as walking away from the scene, that is Nicolai Violenti, I do believe. Here's Joe Turney and Andrea Kimi Antonelli, 1st and 2nd. Martinius Stenshorn 3rd from Rafael Kamara and Toka Tarpanen. Matthias Morgato fights back to 6th place in front of Brando Badua and Norton Andreasen. Lucas Malek is next up. Then it is Ricardo Gracia in front of Sebastian Gravlund and Juho Valtonen. Christian Bertucka and Nicolo Kuman. Ariel Elkin, Andrei Zhivnov, Jose Hernandez and Frederic Lund. Yannick de Brabande is 19th in front of Hugo Besson. Ivan Klemenko is one of the retirements. He crashed out on the final lap. And on lap 2, we obviously saw Max Angelard, Giuliano Hodze, Nicolai Violente and Ivan Dominguez. So, fabulous racing at the front. Interesting to see that Andrea Kimi Antonelli doesn't have the raw pace yet to keep banging in victories. Joe Turney, though, clearly does.
Yeah, Turney posing a threat, and to be honest, going into this weekend, didn't really expect Turney to be on the front end of the grid. We expected him to be up at the front, but wouldn't expect him to be contending for wins. Turney obviously here to prove us wrong as he gets a win there in Heat 2. Antonelli, though, just put on the back foot a little bit.
So it is a fascinating challenge from the competitors, and we know just how ruthless and efficient they are going to be out there. One of the drivers that we saw up at the sharp end of that race and was able to finish up in the top 10 for his opening race of the weekend was the Paralin Motorsport driver. We didn't say that until a few weeks ago. Brando Badua. We caught up with him yesterday to find out about the transition to Paralin and about his chances in the second half of the season.
I feel really strong. I like track. I changed team because I had a really good offer from Paralin, and I believe in this team because they are very professional, and we'll work as hard as we can for get the top results. The racetrack is not as fast as it was before, but I still like it. It has a lot of fast corners, and yeah, it's my type of track. This circuit has more grip, but the layout is totally different. Here we have a lot of fast corners. There's no slow pieces of track. It will be quite hard, but we are fast. Also yesterday and today pre-practice, so I think we can be on the top places again. We are doing the maximum we can to get the perfect car and try to get the pole position on quali today. Yeah, being on the home track gives more energy because you feel like home. But I think all drivers knows this track well as me, so it will be the same for everyone.
So great to hear from Brando Badua, the youngster who is obviously going to be part of the Paralin Motorsport team for the second half of this season. Front row, the starting grid for the next heat, though, we'll see Artem Sevrukin lining up alongside the Polish star Timotheus Kucharczyk on the Kubica chassis, the lone driver in the Berelat Racing awning that runs with the Kubica chassis, and in constant communication with the man himself. Robert always very keen on Timotheus's form and his progress. Always good to see and have that kind of support. So Timotheus Kucharczyk, very quick indeed, very rapid, having made his way into the senior category for the first time in 2021. And it's great to see how well he has been getting on. So he is there in second position on the starting grid. First place for Artem Sevrukin, of course, in the run to the first corner. And the Russian did a brilliant job in his opening heat to secure the victory. Didn't really need to break a sweat at any point, in all honesty. But the man in third position could be one to challenge for it, Rintaro Sato, who got into second nice and early, dropped to fourth, and then fought his way right back into second place again. Rintaro Sato, very feisty from the get-go. Excellent to witness and brilliant to see. Fourth position on the starting grid for this one. It's another of our guest drivers, or wildcards, if you will. And they've already given us quite a lot to speak about over the course of this weekend. Giovanni Trentin was very strong indeed in his opening race. And so the Kart Republic driver will be there in fourth position on the starting grid for this one. Evan Gilter, fifth place on the starting grid in the VDK Racing Machine. P5 in the all-white helmet design. It's fairly simple, but Evan Gilter doesn't need artwork to make him go quick. He needs a decent right foot, and he's able to provide that in spades in 2021. His transition from junior to senior seems to be going even better than it was as a junior driver. Sixth position, Arthur Rojon, another of the talented Frenchmen in this field. And the Ward Racing driver has made the transition to the team very, very smoothly and very smartly. And it certainly seems to be working out in his favour. Seventh on the starting grid, James Wharton, the Australian, once again towards the sharp end of the field on the Paralin Motorsport machine. And we'll see what the fast Aussie can do from that fourth row of the starting grid. Interesting balance through the first race. Still managed to keep himself at the sharp end of the field, but we'll be wanting to pick off a few more drivers in this second heat and I have a feeling he'll get a chance to. Alongside him on the grid, Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish driver for the Tony Kart factory team. And then rounding out that top 10 of drivers who'll be charging for the first corner, Rafael Modanese, the Peruvian. And alongside him on the starting grid in the Paralin, the 152, that is Alfio Spina, who's definitely started to gain a lot more ground and a lot more overtaking opportunities since his switch to Paralin. Some great drivers in this top 10, and still not really sure which of them is going to be able to break Artem Sevrukin's streak.
Yeah, Sevrukin, he's been strong this weekend. There's lots of talented drivers on this grid. To name one, you can see Sato. He's been very strong this weekend. Renato Sato put up a great fight and a great battle in his first heat. Managed to bag himself a second position, and I'm sure he'll be looking for the win in this one, just to get it that one step further.
It's clear the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? Just as quick as his talented father. Great to see Rintaro Sato definitely with a chance to make another push for the victory in this one. But Artem Sevrukin has been looking so smooth and so balanced when he's out there on the kart. He hasn't really needed to panic at any point in the first race of the weekend. He's just got himself into a good position and made it work in his favour. So all has been very strong so far. Fun and games in the dummy grid as karts are waiting. I think that was a nice little bit of badinage between Josh Irvin's mechanic and his teammate Lucas Flusha. Good to see that there's a nice atmosphere and some good banter and camaraderie in that paddock. That's one of the things that's always very pleasant. No matter what the tension, no matter what the incredible exposure of these young drivers, no matter how much pressure and strain they're under, you can't stop these guys from being pure racers who love the sport and who love life. They are grabbing every weekend with a great opportunity to enjoy it and embrace it. And these characters are such wonderful young men and women. They're going to be amazing contributors to motorsport, whether they become a mechanic, whether they become an engineer, whether they become a race driver in the world of senior karting as they continue on, or even further afield. Amazing to watch how they have grown.
Yeah, it's been great to see how they develop through the whole rankings. And at one of the highest rankings in karting right now, the FIA European Karting Championship in the OK class. This is the OK Seniors. The only step above this is shifters and KZ. There's not really much further than you can go than that in karting. And then it goes into the big boy leagues of motorsport, as some may say.
Well, this is still an incredible opportunity for the drivers. They all have their own agendas. They all have their own game plans. And this is another opportunity to take one step closer to that progression. Qualifying heat, C versus D in the OK Senior category. Artem Sevrukin and Timothus Kucharczyk on the front row of the starting grid. Rintaro Sato of Japan and Giovanni Trentin of Italy on the second. Evan Gilter and Arthur Roujon, James Wharton and Bruno Del Pino, Rafael Modanese and Alfio Spina, Nathan Schaap and Caspian Hagman from Flavio Olivieri and Emily Koivisto, then Nicolas Piertalati, Sandro Hodsen, Teresa Babichkova, Rasmus Dutsimis, Gerard G, Roman Andriolo, Ruben Moya, Senya Phoenix, Eduardo Villa and Ismakuja Akhmadkodjiav from Uzbekistan in the Biralat factory team. So, Sevrukin versus Kucharczyk, the Russian versus the Pole. Turn one. Interesting opportunity for the Pole to get ahead?
Well, it's definitely a good opportunity. I mean, the driver on second position, I think we've only seen once today a driver from second position manage to take the lead or even hold their position off the start line and through the first corner. So I think pole position, Sevrukin has a good chance, but Timo Kucharczyk, great driver. We've seen him very composed and very quick so far in his heats.
It's a good point. The only man really to sustain it from P2 has been on 2 occasions today, Joe Turney. Even from that outside line, he's been able to make it count. Can Timo Kucharczyk now make it count from the outside? It's a bit of a fast start, this one. Is it going to be okay? No, it is not. No, false start. So, Nigel Edwards, the race director, making it very clear. You cannot get away from the grid too quickly. You need to form up. And Artem Sevrukin, I wonder if the pressure is getting to him a little bit now. We've seen this time and time again with drivers in pole position. They just want to get the race underway, especially with the heat being as intense as it is. They will clearly be feeling that they've got a really strong battle ahead of them. So is this going to be just a little bit of tension creeping in here?
It may be, or it may just be that the driver just put their foot down a little bit too early. And once you've got your foot down out of that final corner, there's no backing out. So once you've committed, you can't uncommit. So they'll form up this time. They'll slow it down a lot more than they did last time round to try and please the race stewards and marshals. But as they go around the final corner and will soon make their way to the final corner. And let's see who gets the greatest start. But I am Sarukin, as we said, will be starting from pole. But Timo Kucharczyk, can he do the same as Joe Turney? And will he be able to hold his position, or even better, grab P1 off the line?
Looks as though we don't have Rasmus Yutsimis. He seems to be missing from the fray. He's certainly not transponding. I don't know whether there's a mechanical problem. We had Luigi Coluccio have an ignition issue earlier. He couldn't start his race. Let's see if Severukin can hold it this time. Are we green? Yes, we are. Now we'll go racing. In a second comes Sato straight out of the blocks. No problem at all. Gilles slots into 4th place behind Kucharczyk, who now gets his way through. Sato takes the lead. Rintaro Sato gets into the lead past Severukin. What a start from the Ricky Flynn driver. Absolutely bold as brass through turn 2. And the young Japanese ace, Rintaro Sato, has got into the lead as they go down the back straight. Kucharczyk now threatening Severukin, and he could make his way through. Severukin tries again, retakes the lead, and the gap is still open for Severukin and also Kucharczyk to get through. Sato hangs on to 3rd by a thread. What a rapid start.
Great. Oh, the inside.
wheels.
There's contact. There's contact there. That was James Wharton trying to make a move there on Renato Sato. Sato holds his line, and nearly up and over goes James Wharton. Manages to hold on to it. Sato, brilliant start. Holds on to his line. Got into the lead at one point, and he'll chase down the top 2 once again.
I will not be shoved around, says Rintaro Sato, as James Wharton gets 2 in the air and 2 on the deck. I've never seen it quite so intense as that before, but we've seen if you get too much curb around here, you can easily get flipped around. So that was a very close score for James Wharton. He's down to 9th, but he could have had such a worse encounter than that. Severukin just trying to fend off from Kucharczyk. There's the move for 4th. That's Trentin getting past Evan Gilter. So he gets passed into position. Bruno Del Pino P6, then Modenese, Rojon, Wharton, Spina. 11th is Nathan Sharp in front of Nicholas Bertolatti and Teresa Babichkova. There's Senja Phoenix. So Senja Phoenix has had a moment with someone out on track, and the CRG racer walks away from the scene at the hairpin. That is such a shame. But onto the main straight. Kucharczyk now battling big time with Severukin. Severukin checks over his shoulder, and there's a bit of dust kicked up again as drivers come through on the main straight. Is Kucharczyk going to get his move? Yes, he does! And Kucharczyk becomes the 3rd different leader in this race. First Severukin, then Sato, then Severukin again, but Kucharczyk has now become the 3rd different race leader.
Beautiful move there from Kucharczyk. We've seen it so many times this weekend. Makes it look so easy, does the 130 as he makes his way into the lead. But who does this bring into the occasion? Who does it bring even so closer? It's Rintaro Sato as he now catches back onto the leading pack. We saw him in the lead the race earlier. Can he do it again though? He's currently in 3rd position. Held his line from James Wharton. Won't be pushed around and will try to catch on the back of the top 2.
Do you know what? He set the fastest lap of the race last time out at 55.416, and he is about to beat that. In fact, yes, he does beat that, and he has got the fastest lap again at 54.9, the only driver in the field to duck under 55 seconds for the lap. And that's how quickly he's been able to get on terms with Kucharczyk and Severukin. He has caught them up rapidly. Rintaro Sato, fastest lap of the race. There is the confirmation. Trentin in 4th, Del Pino in 5th, then Gilter, Spina, Sharp, Rojon, Wharton, Modenese, Babichkova, Moya, Olivieri and Petolatti. So a great battle so far from many of the drivers in this field as they continue to push forward. But Sato is on that unenviable mission of trying to catch up to Severukin and Kucharczyk. Now he can work with Severukin to close up on Kucharczyk and basically force the issue. He's got enough time. These are 10-lap heats, and this is only the end of lap 4. So Sato in 3rd position, still with a chance to take on Kucharczyk and Severukin.
Yeah, Rintaro Sato looking so strong out there right now. As you said, the only driver in the 53s in a league of his own is Rintaro. 53s would be very quick. But Sato, some may say, in a league of his own, But the top two, Savrukin and Kucharczyk, they've got a new contender that's arrived into the battle. Look out for the driver in fourth position, though. Giovanni Trentin is making his way onto the back of this pack. One of the wildcard drivers as well. Great job there from the driver in fourth position.
Yeah, really good performance from Giovanni Trentin. Clearly knows this circuit very well. And now we've got 3 wide further back in the pack. That is the 1-4-3 trying to work forward. Gerard G having an interesting scrap there with Nicolas Piertolatti. And I think that was Flavio Olivieri in the mix there as well. Here comes the leader, Timo Kucharczyk on the Kubica chassis in front of Artem Sevrukin on the Tony Kart run by Ward Racing. Sevrukin's going to go for Kucharczyk before Sato gets close enough. Here he goes, unleashes the moment. And this is going to give a gold rush chance now for Sato. He's right in behind Timo Kucharczyk, the young Polish prodigy of Robert Kubica. But Rintaro Sato has put in another fastest lap, 54.888, and we know that Taku himself is in the stands for the first time here. So he is watching his young man do a fantastic job. Defensive driving from Sevrukin early. He clearly doesn't feel he's got the pace to run away with this. So it's going to be a very defensive drive now from Sevrukin. He's going to block them, essentially, for the next 5 laps if he can hang on.
Yeah, 5 laps is a long time to defend for one driver. You can see Kucharczyk growing restless, wanting that position back. He wants to be back in the lead, but another driver that wants to be back in the lead, that's Rintaro Sato, as he's still sitting in 3rd position. But Kucharczyk is getting in a position to try and make that lead charge. Still in 2nd though, Kucharczyk, he'll soon look for a move going into the lead. Savrukin holding on to his position, positioning his car in the perfect place just to stop these drivers from overtaking.
I tell you what, Timo Kucharczyk is channeling his inner ludicrous at the moment. Get out the way. Here he's trying to come through, bantering on the inside of the hairpin. Can he make his switch through the left, through the right? Sevrukin is just blocking every apex now. He really doesn't feel like he's got enough pace in the kart to stretch an advantage. And Sevrukin is currently unbeaten this weekend. So if he loses this one, it definitely makes things a bit more of an open competition. Here they come, out of the final turn, down the main straight. It's going to be an excellent run from Sato as he closes up with Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk getting closer to Sevrukin. 3 to go, up to the braking zone for turn 2. Not close enough for the lead change yet.
Yep, Kucharczyk closer to Savrukin. Rintaro Sato closer to the back of both of them. You can see the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car still sitting in 3rd position, just trying to get in front of the top 2 right now. But as they go down the back straight, we've seen quite a few overtakes going into the top corner. Is he going to look for an overtake? No, he isn't. Kucharczyk still biding his time in 2nd. Sato getting very close to the back of both of them. They make their way round and down the section towards the final couple of corners. But you can see the driver in 4th position, Giovanni Trentin, just cutting down that gap.
Sato!
But off the inside, Sato makes a move there. Kucharczyk dropped down into 3rd, and that means that Savrukin gets a gap.
Yeah, Savrukin's got enough of a gap over Sato to be a little bit more comfortable now as they go through turn 1. So Sato's got to make up half a second on Sevrukin in the final 2 laps. Kucharczyk losing a little bit of momentum out of the final turn as a result. But does Sato have the time to close up on Sevrukin? It's half a second to make up across 2 laps. That's not going to be easy, especially now that Sevrukin seems to have saved some of his best for last as he now bangs in a couple of fast sectors. Can Sevrukin continue to stretch out this gap? It's going to be tight because he's just now banged in the fastest first sector of anybody in this race. Artem Sevrukin, an 18.929 compared to Rintaro Sato on an 18.973. There's not much in it between them at all. Only a few hundredths of a second per sector, but Sato needs to find something, and he does go quicker in the 2nd split. But Kucharczyk sets the fastest 2nd split of anybody. Final lap. Is there going to be one more change?
I don't know. It isn't looking like it right now. It will be last lap next time round. So Savrukin looking very neat out in front right now. But Sato will be looking for an overtake opportunity whenever it is given to him. But we see the drivers come down and through the bottom section once again onto the long back straight. Sato in 2nd position, breathing room ahead and behind. Savrukin sitting pretty nicely. So is Kucharczyk and Sato. They're all looking pretty good. But a great drive from the driver in 4th position. Great drive from Giovanni Trentin. We've mentioned him a few times in this race. The 178 holding on a 4th.
A brilliant performance from him, but out in front, the man who will not be rattled. Excellent racing driver. He comes out of the final turn. Artem Severukin continues his victory streak. He makes it 2 from 2, and a great job from the Russian. He wins ahead of Rintaro Sato and Timo Kucharczyk in third from Giovanni Trentin. Severukin fighting, feisty driving from Rintaro Sato. That early phase of the race, when James Wharton had a crack at him up the inside line, there was absolutely no doubt in Rintaro Sato's mind. He will not budge for anybody. And so Sato has been able to get himself into a strong, solid second place there. Severukin still the man on top in his category.
Yep, Severukin looking untouchable in his category right now. But we'll see later on when it comes to the finals, when everyone gets mixed together. That's when things will get interesting. But Sato not letting anyone by any means necessary, not making it easy for James Wharton, to say the least. Putting it lightly, I think it may say. But Sato, great job, second in both heats now. But as we have our results soon coming up on the screen, great job there from Severukin to take the win from Rintaro Sato. Third will be Timo Kucharczyk, then it'll be Giovanni Trentin, Alfio Spina in fifth. Evan Gilder from Bruno Del Pino, Nathan Schaap, Rafael Modernese, and James Wharton in 10th position. Then it'll be Tritha Babachkova, Arthur Rejon, Sandro Holtzum, Flavio Olivieri, then it will be Emila Cavizzo, Romain Adriolo, then it will be Nicolas Britolini, Gerard G in 18th, then in 19th will be Ruben Moya Lopez, Eduardo Villa, then it will be Caspian Hagman, Ismo Ahmed, and Senja Phoenix rounding out the 23 driver grid.
Yeah, unfortunate for Senja Phoenix to be the lone retirement in the field in that one. Clearly an interesting battle between the CRG driver and several others in the field, unable to make it work together there. So Senja Phoenix was the one who got spat out of the queue. Unfortunate. Well, the battles will continue, and it's going to be a really interesting afternoon as we turn our attentions back to the junior field very shortly indeed. So some good battles from the drivers to come. Let's see how the battle is going to be continuing for the rest of the afternoon. We are about halfway through the day's activities now. There have been 6 junior races and 4 OK races. So we're going to have another 6 and another 4 still to come.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Welcome back to the action here at Sarno. You time it just right. The OK Junior weekend continues here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. 7 laps of the circuit coming up for qualifying heat C versus E. And it will be a great battle. Jevan David from Sri Lanka in pole position. Belgium's Douwe de Decker is second. Then Kai Sorensen and Josh Erfen from Dion Gouda and Andres Cadenas. Gustav Wisniewski and Maxim Rem from Harley Keeble and Enea Frey. Jules Caranta and Maciej Gledij. David Walter and Heitor Delagnol from Thijs Kiernan. Arthur Poulain, Nathan Tai and Maxim Verbruge. Francesco Marenghi and August Terbo. Lucas Flusha and Oscar Wirtz from Guillaume Bouzard. Clement Outram, Oliver Simesvara, Guy Elbag, Kirill Dezitiev and Ekaterina Lucia.
Yep, 29 drivers, 28, sorry. 28 drivers rounding out the field here for the OKJ Heat C versus E. Here to provide some brilliant action for us as we jump back to the junior classes after having a quick break and looking at some of the OK senior races where Joe Turney was able to prove his dominance in the race. But as the drivers now get themselves ready and get themselves warmed up for the start of the race, you can see the front of the grid and the beautiful BWT livery of de Decker. So we make our way round and down towards the final corner and we'll soon be underway for the race here for the OK Juniors. Slowing down to pretty much a halt is the leaders of the pack.
So far in the junior category, 2 wins for Agozzi and a win apiece for Jevan David, Alex Powell, Jan Pisodowski. And of course, in the previous races, we also had a victory for Harley Keeble. Let's see how it goes for this afternoon. Green, green, green. And Jevan David gets a very solid start through to the first corner. Douwe de Decker trying to hold on to second. And Kai Sorensen is there to the outside line. Now tucks back in for the inside. Douwe de Decker has to let him go and also lets through Dion Gouda. So up to third place comes the young Singaporean. De Decker initially able to hang on a second, but couldn't sustain it. So now has to drop back into P4. But out in front, Jan David controls the pace from his teammate Kai Sorensen. But they turned rogue against each other in the previous heat. That's how an awful lot of drama stepped up. So it's a Forza 1-2. Dion Gouda in third position from De Decker. A little bit of a defensive line from Josh Erfen to thwart an opposition.
Yep, Sorensen hot on the heels of his teammate as he chases down the back of Jan David. Great start there from the leader, who started on pole as we make our way through and down towards the final corner. For the first time in this race, I'm sure we'll see plenty more action as the race goes on. But the two teammates pretty much pushing each other down the straight. Are they going to work together, or is it going to go the way that it did last time round? And up the inside, Kai Sorensen, not waiting around, not messing around. The American driver is into the lead.
Well, the strategy game from Kai Sorensen is clear. We may be teammates, but we ain't mates once the gates are closed. This is an absolutely fabulous run from Kai Sorensen up the inside of Jan David. Uses the braking zone to good advantage from his point of view. David wants another look, thinks about it last minute, and the door's left open and Erfen tips around. Erfen is spat out of the queue. He'd better get out of the car quickly, which he does. But Josh Erfen absolutely fuming to be thrown out of the gaggle. But that was, there's two more that have gone. The two more have gone a bit further up. In fact, three. One of the Kart Republic's recovering. But there's definitely a few more drivers involved in that one. That looks like Thijs Kieran along with Jules Caranta. So Jules Caranta and Thijs Kieran both tipped off the road as well. And I don't think they were the only ones caught up in that. I think there was a couple of other drivers taken off the road. Dion Gouda seems to be missing. So Dion Gouda, I think, has had to park his car in the same place. So Gouda must have picked... Yeah, there he is. Dion Gouda has picked up damage from that incident with Josh Erfen. That's 2 DNFs in 2 consecutive races for Dion Gouda. What a nightmare.
Gouda having a horrible first 2 heats. 2 retirements in consecutive races. That's not what you want to see there from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. But Jan David out in front. Douay De Decker making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, Douay De Decker was actually very careful. That was so smart, though, from Jan David, because he backed Kai Sorensen into a corner, went for a late overtaking move, and then made sure that his teammate wasn't going to get him past because he left the door open for the others to come through. That's how it all kicked off, because Erfen and Gouda both thought they had a chance on the inside line. They tangled. Now De Decker makes the bid on Jan David, and Douay De Decker hits the front. So the Belgian leads on the BWT colours of his Kart Republic chassis, and Douay De Decker takes command of the situation. Lucas Flusha, who has worked his way towards the field again, has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's up 5 places to P16, and Flusha going quick. Here's the move on the inside from Keeble. Here he comes again. Keeble just has this knack in this particular field of drivers. He knows how to pitch himself back into the fight.
Yeah, Keeble starting to make his way through the field once again. He needs to get a good position in this one, as this is now his 3rd heat of the day. But Douay De Decker, he's hit the front and he's got himself a little bit of a gap to Jan David behind. Just a little bit of security there for the pink BWT car running in the Kart Republic chassis. But there you see, that's Kai Sorensen up the inside. Sorensen takes it back from Keeble. He'll say thank you very much and run away with that one in the Forza car.
Sorensen has a way to get the car out wide to that second corner. He's just stepping on the gas a little bit, leaves his braking a little bit later while having the kart in front of him, basically parked on the front fairing. Keeble will not take that line down. He forces the issue, gets back through on Sorensen. Now he's going to have to shut the door again for the American on the undercut. And through comes Gustav Wisniewski. Wisniewski on the Sauber kart comes through in a 4th place. Harley Keeble will not be pushed around by Kai Sorensen. That was tit for tat.
Yep, Sorensen though, after that mistake and those 2 getting past, he's not going to take that lightly, and I'm sure he'll try and get straight back past. Wisniewski's now going to be the first victim there to Sorensen. If he tries it once again into the second corner, will he try it? Sorensen, Wisniewski up the inside. Keeble still holding it though. Wisniewski tries it. Keeble holds the line. Sorensen just sitting in behind all of them. This is starting to get messy between the 3 of them, and it's not going to end well.
Keeble's going to be So careful he doesn't bend his axle as they go side by side there. It's a fast corner and they went wheel to wheel. Look at Sorensen basically using Wisniewski as a wedge to come up the inside of Keeble. So this is pretty aggressive stuff from Kai Sorensen, but he's clearly found a gap that works for him. He now gets his move on the inside of Wisniewski. Clean move. Couple of drivers running wide again out of the hairpin. Dust kicked up in all places. But Wisniewski is not going to be too happy about losing ground to Kai Sorensen. And here comes David Walter. The Dane now fancies his chances on the Koski Motorsport machine. So David Walter now charging after Wisniewski. And they are both catching up to Kai Sorensen in rapid succession. Is there going to be a chance up the inside? No, not quite close enough to Sorensen. So there's still a great opportunity for these drivers to keep working their magic and keep pushing forward. Is there going to be a chance? Well, the deck is well gone from Jevan David on this last lap. He has pulled out a second over his rival. He checks over his shoulder. Doesn't have to panic now. He can just keep the kart nice and planted. And this is going to be Douwe de Dekker's first win of the season. And it has been a long time coming for the Belgian. Very well deserved indeed. He will get his way out of the second sector and into that final run. And what a renaissance. Takes the victory and he's very happy with that one. At last, and a race to the line for second. Keeble gets it by 2 thousandths of a second. My goodness, talk about a photo finish. Keeble just squeezes past David at the death, but de Decker, he's the man on top, and rightly so.
Yep, Douwe de Decker, brilliant drive there from the Kart Republic driver. Harley Keeble and Jevan David. Keeble just about snatching second position, but Jevan David takes it to the line with Keeble. 2,000 separates them. That's nothing.
Absolutely amazing, but there's some big drama further back. Retirements for Josh Erfurt and again for Dion Gouda. Some big names set to fall by the wayside. 2 DNFs is practically a death sentence in a race weekend. So that's going to be a tough one for Dion Gouda to come back from. But certainly there's going to be a lot of interesting conversations after this one. Douwe de Decker, though, comes back to the front. It's been a long time coming in 2021. We all knew he had the ability. Now he's been able to showcase it. Harley Keeble in second place. Jevan David in the top 3 once again from Kai Sorensen. David Walter and Gustav Wisniewski. Maciej Gledige and Enea Frey. Arto Poulain and Nathan Ty in the top 10. Maxime Verbruge and Maxime Rem from Hete de Lagnol and Francesco Marenghi. Andres Cardenas and Lucas Flusha from Oscar Wirtz and Guillaume Bouzard. 19th is Clement Outran. Kirill Dezitiev in 20th place from Guy Elbag and Ekaterina Loisha. Alva Simesvara and August Terbo. Josh Erfurt, Jules Caranta and Thijs Kieran all involved in that lap 4 incident. In that lap 2 incident, I should say, as all 4 of them were wiped out on the spot. Decker, a winner.
Yep, de Decker deserved that win as he drove and commanded the field throughout the whole of the race, controlled his pace and managed to bring it home there for the Kart Republic team. Well-deserved win there for the Belgian.
Yeah, he totally earned that one, deserves the plaudits from it and deserves the accolades and the credits. We're going to take you now on a tour of the circuit here at the beautiful CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli. After a brilliant qualifying session and practice sessions yesterday, we were able to board with one of the... We couldn't have picked anybody but a home hero, so we chose Matteo De Palo for Kart Republic. Let's go around the circuit on board with him. Into that flat out right-hander when you're on your own. Then you come into the braking zone. It's open on the entry, then it tightens back on exit as you come through the first tight bumpy section of the course, through the left, through the right. You want to stay as close to the curbs as possible without actually kissing them. Then you come through the left hairpin. It opens on exit. There's a left kink into... a twisty section. correct it, and then back down the long sweeping straight. It's a completely different circuit nowadays.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
More great action to come this afternoon from the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in the FIA Karting European Championship. Jake Sanson and Kai Vicini with you on this very sunny and very hot afternoon. Air temperature is climbing into the low 30s now, and that means that the track temperature is going to be around the high 50s to early 60s in Celsius, and that will obviously be taking its toll on the tyres. What a fascinating battle this afternoon is producing. Lots of great battles in the junior category, as many in the senior as well. It's going to be championship leader Freddie Slater against the man who managed to grab the win in the end at SA, Matthias Ferreira, on the front row of the starting grid. But Alex Powell, once again, right behind the European Championship leader and the reigning world champion. So Alex Powell there in P3 on the starting grid. Watch out for Jimmy Helias, though. 4th position on the starting grid, the wild card. And again, amazing performances so far, up in the height of that top 10. Great to see these drivers putting on a good show. Yet again, it is an all Ricky Flynn row 3 as Salim Hanna takes residence alongside the Danish driver Tobias Clausen, who's not quite been able to convert his great qualifying pace into strong results at the sharp end of the field. But there's definitely going to be some great activity and great racing from the front end of the field. Lots of tough drivers up at the sharp end. Akshay Bora lining up in 7th position on the starting grid on the inside line with his Kart Republic chassis. Beside him is the young man from the United States, Caleb Gafrara. So we will see some good charges from him, no doubt. And the Hungarian star, Adam Hedeg, is there in 9th position on the grid in the 217, the Hungarian national team kart. And alongside him on the grid, the Forza Racing, the number 260, taking up residence and position. It's going to be a very interesting challenge as the drivers continue to fight their way forward. But we will see right from the get-go just how tough the competition and the balance is for the drivers. But there's definitely been a very intense run from our junior drivers so far. Lots of exciting battles and some very close quarters racing. From the get-go, we've seen battles between Slater and Powell right from the start of the weekend. We obviously saw that very controversial incident in the previous heat between Slater and Gauda as the two teammates tangled. Matthias Ferreira has kept himself in a strong position throughout the competition as well. So the battle is definitely going to be very close quarters. Jimmy Helias was obviously going to be right there towards the front end of the field. And what can Salim Hanna and Tobias Clausen do from their positions towards the sharp end as well? We should see some great battles and great duels from the drivers. One thing is definite from this race. This is a chance for several drivers to redeem themselves after a couple of dips in fortune. So now they have a chance to come back up to the sharp end again. It's ancient history now for Freddie Slater. He's just got to do what he does best. Get out in front, get into the lead, and see what happens from there. The 3-minute board comes up, and so the drivers will be getting into their karts to assess their position and sort out their start. There's an awful lot at stake in this third round of the European Championship. There's a chance for the competition to either tighten up or open up even more. So we will see some great battles towards the latter stages of today's activity. And some great kart control from the drivers. They will always give us plenty of suspense.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend. Well, interesting heat to say the least. Freddie Slater will be starting on pole. As you said, he had that incident with Dion Gowda, who unfortunately has had 2 DNFs so far this weekend. Alex Powell, he's won one of the heats, and I'm sure he'll be looking to win another, as he'll be charging his way through to the front as he's starting on the second row of the grid. But alongside Slater, Matias Ferreira, the Brazilian driver, was very, very close to winning one of the heats earlier, and I'm sure he'll be trying to get one as well.
But the pressure is always really high at this phase of the weekend because you've had a couple of races. You know where the speed is likely to be from your kart, and you always also need to be aware of the fact that the pressure is just going to keep mounting as heat by heat progresses and passes on. So from Freddie Slater's point of view, that run to the front end of the field is just going to continue to have plenty of interesting chapters to it. It's quite amusing and quite wonderful to see him there with the England flag, the England 3 Lions on the gloves. He loves his football, does Freddie Slater. In fact, after the frustration at SA, he found the best way to get over it by kicking a football with his friends at the side of the racetrack. He knows how to get over a difficulty. So it's all just ancient history. Gloves come off when they go out onto the circuit. But Slater's always good at bouncing back from these things. It's water off a duck's back.
Yeah, Slater's always been good at bouncing back from difficult situations, especially after a bad race. He always comes back and proves us and shows us how he can do it better.
So with Slater and Ferreira on the front row of the starting grid, Powell and Hilias on the second row, there's going to be plenty of drama and badinage to the first corner as the competitors want to put on a good show. Got to keep an eye on the 2 Ricky Flynns behind them as well. Salim Hanna on the inside, Tobias Clausen on the outside. Some good opportunities for those two to take some names up towards the first couple of corners. And there's a lot of great challenges in there behind. Akshay Bora, Caleb Gafrara, Adam Hideg in the top 10 there as well. So some really strong competitors in this junior field in 2021. We say this every year. We're always surprised at just how strong the pace and the field is from the junior drivers. But there's always something pretty special from these guys. And it's all going to be about who's got the pace and who's got the ingenuity to base everything on their right foot. So here they come out onto the circuit once again. An interesting battle from the drivers awaits us as they are now preparing for qualifying heat B versus F. And we will see some great drivers right from the get-go. So Freddie Slater and Matias Ferreira from the front row of the starting grid. Alex Powell and Jimmy Helias on the second, Salim Hanna and Tobias Clausen on the third row, from Akshay Bora and Caleb Gafrara, then Adam Hideg and Mark Kastelich, Renaud Frankot and Nacho Tunion, Thomas Stolchemanis and Martin Molnar, and then we have Marcus Saeta and Kirill Kutskov from Lucas Samalisto and Mika Abrahams, Yaroslav Trukin and Aurelia Nobels, Kimi Tani and Joel Bergström from Hugo Heruin and Shimo Zhang, Theodor Odmark from Max Obst, Konstantin Krapin, Edward Robinson and Juan Cota Alonso. 29 drivers, and Freddie Slater desperate to prove that that was just a one-off.
Yeah, Slater will be looking to try and get that heat win as soon as possible. As we know, he's had that 1 DNF, so that's just going to make it more difficult for his starting position for the final. A heat win now would be very beneficial to Slater's starting position when it comes to the latter stages of the weekend. Slater really needs to bring this one home, and he needs to get this win. But as they make their way down towards the final bend, they'll get back into position. You can see Slater, Ferreira, and Powell all get themselves into position. Yellow flags around the final corner as they go around the bend, and they will soon get underway. You can see Nigel Edwards there slowing down the start, and Freddie Slater really backing up the field.
So now it's going to be this banter between these two. They were first and second on the road in SA. They're going to be first and second to the corner. Here we go. And we're racing. Freddie Slater holding on to the front end of the field. Straight into second comes Powell. Straight into third comes Salim Hanna. Not a lot that there's opportunity for Matthias Ferreira to go through. Oh, my goodness. We've had an incident to the first corner. Kart on top of each other. That's the 478 with Mika Abrahams. He's got one of the Birilards. I think that's Aurelian Nobles on top of him. They are okay, ladies and gentlemen. That's good news. So it looks more dramatic than it is. But both drivers out of the race, Mika Abrahams and Aurelian Nobles. Sadly, they will not take any further part in this particular heat. So Slater out in front of Powell and Salim Hanna. They are the top three. And it looks as though they're already getting a very decent charge forward. Hanna making a bid for Alex Powell. Can't make it stick. Alex Powell is not going to be intimidated. He knows he is the filling in a Ricky Flynn Motorsport breaded sandwich. He's trying his best to work his way forward out of the final turn. Can he make a bit of an impression now side by side for P4? You've got two Kart Republic teammates getting very close together as they come across the line. That's Akshay Bora and Matthias Ferreira. So Bora up into fourth position. Now what's Alex Powell going to do about Slater? Slater parking it on the inside apex. Slater's actually being defensive. He has responded to that difficulty from the previous race.
Yes, Slater already feeling the pressure and feeling the need to defend from the competitors behind. Alex Powell all over the back of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car and sticker kit. You can see Powell hungry for that lead, but sideways!
Contact!
That's two off.
That's Hanna and Bora. Salim Hanna and Akshay Bora tangle in the hairpin. Two very frustrated men. Bora makes his feelings to Salim Hanna very clear, but both drivers are out of it. Akshay Bora walks away. Salim Hanna desperately trying to get going again, but he can't because the kart is too firmly wedged on the top of the Kart Republic chassis. Disaster. Now you see the heat is starting to get to the composure of the drivers. More mistakes are creeping in. Ferreira up to third. Caleb Cafrara up to fourth place now. Frankfurt is in fifth. Hideg is in sixth place. Great run from the Hungarian. And then Tobias Clausen in front of Jimmy Helias from Thomas Stalchimanis and Nasho Tunion. Several drivers making up ground as some of the big names are starting to crumble under the pressure.
Yep, Alex Powell still all over the back of Freddie Slater right now. They go down to the hairpin where we saw they are up the inside. Alex Powell sees the gap open and goes up the inside. Freddie Slater tries to respond. He can't quite do it now. He tries to get the switchback, but has to slot in behind the Argenti Motorsport Kart Republic chassis. It's still going to be in the lead. Alex Powell, the 210 will lead from Freddie Slater. Slater needs this heat win if he wants any chance of a good starting position in the final.
Well, it is starting to look a little bit interesting now for race one. For race 3 of their day, referred to race 1 of their day because Powell has managed to find the move again on Freddie Slater. This kart is just absolutely bolted to the racetrack in the hands of Alex Powell, the young 13-year-old, I do believe he is nowadays. But Alex Powell, the Jamaican, what a star in the making. It's no wonder he's part of the Mercedes Junior Driver Program for Formula One. He is absolutely launched. And look at the way he's able to stretch away from the championship leader, Freddie Slater. Can't quite hold a candle to Alex Powell at the moment. The Jamaican has got himself a great platform to move forward now.
You saw Slater head down on the straight. We haven't seen that yet from him today. That just shows that he's desperate to catch back onto the rear bumper of Alex Powell right now. The 210 looking fierce out in front, pulling away from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car behind. Watch out for Matthias Ferreira though. He's now catching onto the back of Slater, and the Brazilian's going to start becoming a problem.
So through comes Powell, Slater and Ferreira. Clausen in P4 from Caleb Gafrara. And Gafrara obviously working his magic to do the best he can to work forward. There is Alex Powell, a new fastest lap, 56.813. As he recovers from his recent illness, I'm sure that Mike Wilson will be watching at home, absolutely loving this from his young superstar. Now up the inside, that's one of the X-Brees moving forward. That's Renault Franco. Well, I tell you what, ever since he took victory at Wackersdorf in the Academy Trophy a few weeks ago, he has been absolutely transformed. He's a wonderful new star in the making, is Renault Franco, and this is a good chance for him to make more progress. Here's Adam Hideg in the 217, the Hungarian, under pressure from Gafrara. Gafrara nudging, and the gap is left open for Stalchimanis. It then gets shut down by Adam Hideg. So they come through once more. And this is going to be tough for Stolcimanis to hold on to now because Kutskov and Tunion are making the move. Ferreira gets through on Slater. Matthias Ferreira takes second position away from Freddie Slater. This is what happened in race 2, don't forget. He lost the lead, he lost second, and everything started to go wrong. So Slater needs to continue to fight back.
Yeah, but Slater needs to keep his head at the same time, you can see he looks behind him and sees nobody else for a quite while. So Slater surely composing himself as he cannot make the same mistake as the final heat. But as you said, Ferreira makes his way through and Slater just going backwards as his teammate is now starting to catch onto the back. That's Tobias Clausen who's starting to catch onto the back of Slater now. And Freddie Slater not having the best day, to say the least.
Alex Powell, though, is having a fairy tale at the moment. The Jamaican out in front, Ferreira second, Slater third. And Tobias Clausen running well in fourth position. Slater twitches a little bit through the hairpin. Maybe the balance isn't quite right, whether it's a tyre pressure issue, whatever it might be. But he just hasn't quite got it settled in the same way we saw from him at Genk and at SA. So Freddie Slater knows that this is going to be a tough weekend. He may have already written off this one after his DNF. He may think, well, we've got to think about what will happen next time out in Zuera. So these next 2 weeks of training and practicing for the race a week before and then the FIA European Championship race itself a fortnight from now are going to have to be his main focuses. He wants to stay in front of Tobias Clausen here as well. Clausen is getting close in the final turn. Clausen may feel he's got nothing to lose here. Out of the final turn, he may well get into the line. Alex Powell's going to get the victory. Ferreira second, and it will be Slater third in front of Tobias Clausen. That's damage limitation again. But Alex Powell, he is emerging in this one as a serious threat for the top spot.
Powell out there showing everyone how it's done there for that heat. 7/10 ahead of Matthias Ferreira, and take into account that Ferreira's one of the quickest drivers on this field to gap a mega driver. Oh, and there's been contact there. There's been a collision, 2 drivers off. Let's see who that was. That looks like that's Salim. That's not Salim Hanna, sorry.
No, it's Juan Cota Alonso and Kimitani on the final lap. So they came together and went off the road in the middle. There they are. So Juan Cota escorted away by the marshals, and Kimitani was involved in that one as well. So that was a last lap incident. They didn't quite make it to the finish line, unfortunately, those two. So just 22 drivers making it home then after a frenetic battle. But crucially, not only Alex Powell, but also Matthias Ferreira is able to get the overtaking done on the reigning world champion and the current European Championship leader. Here's the provisional result. Alex Powell is the winner from Matthias Ferreira and Freddie Slater. Tobias Clausen in front of Renaud Francote and Adam Hideg. Kirill Kutskov ahead of Caleb Gafrara. Then Thomas Stolcimanis and Martin Molnar. Lucas Samalisto and Nasho Tunion from Jimmy Helias and Konstantin Grapin. Mark Kastelic ahead of Joel Bergström. Then Marcus Saita, Theodor Odmark. 19th is Edward Robinson in front of Yaroslav Trukin. And then we had Shimo Zhang ahead of Maximilian Obst. The retirements, Juan Cota Alonso and Kimitani clashed with each other on the final lap. Salim Hanna and Akshay Bora had their collision. Mika Abrahams and Aurelian Nobels had theirs on the opening lap. Hugo Heruin was not able to take up the start. Not entirely sure the reason why, but it's the Jamaican that takes the victory in this one. Once again, for the second time today, Alex Powell is on fire.
Yeah, Powell victorious in that heat, but Slater really struggling out there on the track. Nearly got overtaken by Tobias Clausen. And we saw Slater actually feel the need to defend into the final corner. Saw Slater go tight to try and stop Clausen from getting past. So Slater clearly not feeling comfortable with the car or with the current situation that's at hand. But as you said, Alex Powell, amazing race once again from him. He'll be trying to keep this up over the weekend.
Well, we've heard from a fair few members of the paddock so far over the course of the weekend here at Sarno, and we're going to hear from another very popular member of the paddock who is in his home country and watching his team do an excellent and exceptional job. The boys and girls in red and white still having a very successful time of things, and they're starting to make progress in the OK and OK Junior categories now at the Birolart factory team. We caught up with Ronnie Sala himself yesterday to see just how much of an impact this 2021 season they've been able to make.
First of all, it's always nice to be in Sarno. Why it's a nice place, and you know the owner are really nice people. and we like and we enjoy to stay there. Basically, I also like a lot the track. I like the whole track, and you know, but even the new one is nice. It's been a bit different. Why there is not big break point as before, as we used to do. We try to adapt, you know, the setting of the chassis always to the different conditions. Especially this year, we have also the tires that are different compared last year, and this MG are quite different compared what we used to use. And the challenge is always to fix, you know, the setting on the chassis for the track and for the tires that we use on the race. I think we are very close. I mean, I think we are competitive to be ready to win some race. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of drivers as a numbers on the competition, both in OK and OKJ, and that they didn't give a big chance to us to win some race. On this class, there is a big competitor. But I think we are very close, and with a little bit of luck, we can win in one or other class. In shifter, you know, we are very competitive. We have quite good number of drivers, and we have a very good base of our package. We are working hard to have the same, you know, situation in OKJ, and I think very soon, and especially next season, we will be ready to have a bigger number of drivers in both classes to be able to have more chance to win races. The conditions are you know, extremely, you know, difficult. Why you know, the track is a bit bumpy, but this is not a big problem. Most of the problem is that the temperatures that are very hot. What we work for is to try to keep, you know, the temperature as much as we can down on the tires, to let the car to work, you know, not just for 2 laps, but for at least 10 or 15 or 20 laps that the race are. It's not easy, but you know, we are used to do that kind of work, and you know, we have a chance on Thursday to have 5 sessions, just to understand the situation and the condition of the track. That for sure, with this kind of tires changing a lot, for sure, you know, qualifying is a very important point of the race. Why, as soon as you can start in the first 2 rows, it will be easier, you know, to have a good race. I think, as always, there is, I don't know, 5 to 10 drivers that can try to make the pole position, especially on the track long like that, like this, that, you know, with the draft, you can even win 1.5 10. Let's see, you know, for sure we are, you know, working to have a setup ready to make 1-2 good lap, fast lap, and try to start in the first row to be able to don't be, you know, in the middle of the proton for heat. Then we see, you know, everyone work for that point, but you know, let's see today what happened.
Ronnie Sala, always good to hear from him, and the Birolart Racing team's fortunes definitely taking a turn for the faster in the OK Junior and Senior categories. We're getting ourselves ready for the next battle out on track, which is the qualifying heat A versus D in the OK Junior category, and it puts our man back at the front once again, James Agozzi. 2 from 2 so far, and pole position was a very, very solid effort from him yesterday. 2 heat wins out of 2 so far. All he has to do is make it a hat-trick. I say all he has to do. It's always easier to say it than it is to do it. But James has definitely been making light work of things into the first corner in each of the 2 heats so far. So he just needs to keep on doing what he does best. It's already looking pretty solid for him. But now he's got an interesting dynamic. Alongside him on the grid for this one, his teammate, who's also trying to make a good impression this weekend and has also won a heat, Jan Pisarovsky.
2 very strong drivers. Agozzi, he's won both of his heats, and he's definitely a force to be reckoned with on the grid right now. But as you said, alongside him, Jan Pisarovsky, he's also won a heat, and he'll be looking to make it double. Agozzi, though, he's not going to want to lose his clean streak, so I think we're going to see a bit of competitive nature between the 2 teammates.
I think the 2 of them have actually gone to have a conversation with the race director, Nigel Edwards. I think they just want some clarification on what's going to be the best way to get the race started. Just allowing the truck recovery vehicle drivers to make their way back to their starting positions around the circuit as well. Antonio Apicella with another good chance here from 3rd position on the starting grid, lining up alongside the young man from China, Yan Puchu. The Argenti Motorsport colours resplendent on his number 220. So that'll be an interesting one. 3rd row of the starting grid. Well, once again, it is going to be the Paralympic superstar from Russia, Anatoly Kavalkin. that will be there in 5th position on the starting grid. Alongside him, the British star Will McIntyre, much stronger in the previous heat to see him fight his way for the victory to get a 2nd place in the previous race. So this is a much stronger turn, and very appropriate that we just heard from Ronnie Sala himself about the form of the Birolart team. It's definitely getting quicker. It's not championship winning form yet, but they're definitely making sturdy progress and making some good speed and some good racecraft moves through the field. Rashid Al Daheri, once again in 7th position on the grid for this one, on the inside line of the Paralin. We'll watch out for the man in 8th position on the grid for this one, the 232. That is Alexander Bondarev, I do believe, getting himself ready for position in this one once again. And he's another driver who's definitely shown flashes of brilliance over the course of the weekend. Cathal Clark, 9th position. Again, the Sodi Kart youngster has just come into this paddock with such a can-do, positive attitude, and it's really shaken Sodi Kart up a little bit. They needed a couple of young stars to really get things done. And with Arthur Dorisson, with Nathan Ty, with Cathal Clark, this new energized, fresh lineup at Sodi Kart, it really does look like they are on the ride to something different and something strong again. It's going to take time. There's no two ways about it. We have to look at the Birolart package and the Sodi Kart package as well. It's going to take some time for them to be regular race winners, but every single race we see them go out, they are getting closer to the front end of that field. They are doing the homework, they're learning, they're getting the adaptation, they're finding the cracks and making them all fit together again. These two teams are definitely threatening to come back up to the front.
Yeah, well, the Birolart team, we've already seen them threatening at the front of the field with the likes of William McIntyre. McIntyre, we've seen fighting at the front of the field in a couple of the races. Has a chance of winning one of the heats here. He just needs to put it all together. Nathan Ty, though, we've seen in the Sodi package, he's had consistent results just around the top 10 area. Same with Cathal Clark. It's all about development within these two teams. And the thing is, with Birolart and Sodi, they're doing it at such a pace that other teams need to keep up.
Absolutely, and these are two teams that have massive, massive history at this level. Multiple championships, multiple titles. They have got a massive, incredible history behind them, and a wisdom and intelligence and intellect within both squads. They will find the winning formula to come back. There's no doubting it. It's just about how they get the hard work done. They've just got to keep their faith, keep believing, keep drilling. They've got some great drivers in both squads now, so they've got some good opportunities. Ian Eichmann's in the top 10 still on the Cosmic. Good to see him still towards the sharp end after his near victory at Genk, which we saw in the break earlier on, of course, in the highlights reel. But there's a good chance for him to come up through the field as well. Dmitry Matveev, one of the newest of the talents, the Russian there on the 6th row of the starting grid for Koski Motorsport. Good to see him work his way forward. And alongside him, the CRG driver, the wildcard for this weekend, Gerasim Skurilov, has been very, very impressive indeed. So Skulinov started on a ride to a very strong result earlier on in the day, and he'll be looking for that again. Let's go racing once again. The two Tony Karts from the front of the field are pushed out for qualifying heat A versus D. And this is where we could see some really exciting battles again from the drivers. They will all want a bit of a piece of the pie. And for James Igotzi and Jan Pesarovsky, they'll want to be the one in front. They're both race winners. They won't want to take 2nd place. Igotzi and Pesarovsky on the front row then from Antonio Apicella and Jan Puchu, Anatoly Kavalkin and Will McIntyre from Rashid Al Daheri and Alexander Bondarev, Cathal Clark and Ian Eichmann's from Dmitry Matveev and Gerasim Skulinov, Augustin Bernier and Matteo De Palo from Edgar Anpiligov and Alexander Gubenko, Adrian Maliero and Maxim Orlov from Miguel Costa and Keanu Alazari, Simone Bianco and Benjamin Silvesterson, Zachary David and Len Nyes, then Arthur Dorisson, Max Popov, Matis Subadu, Tim Gerhards and Andy Rattel. James Igotzi is unbeaten so far, 2 from 2. He's clearly got a fast kart underneath his right foot. Can he make it 3?
Yep, he's got a fast car underneath him, and he's got a fast driver in the car as well. The perfect package there for the teams. But James Igotzi, you can see, similar to the Italian flag, the green, red, and white helmet. So he's representing his nationality on the home soil. 2 for 2. Can he make it 3 for 3? I guess we'll find out.
Well, he is an American, but there is, of course, Italian blood in his veins, and he races here in Italy a lot. Yep. So the Italian license, it's quite a nice opportunity. Now, look at the concentration between the two Tony Karts. They've clearly got an understanding between each other. I wonder if they're going to obey each other's conversation. They go green. We are racing. It's a bit of a squabble to the first corner, but not a great start for Pizzadowski. Perfect start for Agozzi. Apicella and Kavalkin have already shot straight through in a second and third. Pizzadowski hanging on to fourth position as the field makes its way round the hairpin on the opening lap through turn 2, 3, 4 and into 5. Already a little bit of a hurry up from Rashid Al-Daheri as he tries to gain ground on Jan Pizzadowski. He's up to 5th position, Rashid Al-Daheri. A good start from the Emirati. They go down the back straight again, and it's Agozzi, Apicella, Kavalkin, Pizzadowski and Al-Daheri. There goes Kavalkin into 2nd place. So the Paralin is up another position.
Yep, the Paralympic making its way through the field. James Agozzi, though, brilliant start there for the Tony Kart team as he now holds on to his position. But as they make their way down towards the final bend for the first time, up the inside, there goes the 277. Jan Pizzarowski takes one of those positions back. Thank you very much. I'll run away with that one. As they cross the line now, you can see great start there from Antonelli Kavalkin as he makes his way up in a second. But Jan Pizzarowski, he'll be chasing him back down.
Look at these drivers just nudging, trying to create a gap. Oh, and we've lost 2 of them. That's Keanu Alizadi, I do believe. The 230's gone, and unfortunately so too is Zachary David. This has been such a disappointing set of results for the incredibly talented Keanu Alizadi. He's won multiple championships and titles back home in the United Arab Emirates, one of the stars of his local scene, and he's just not been able, for whatever reason it is, to unlock that incredible tenacity and speed. I've watched him several times this season and the season before. He was one of the most impressive drivers in the Karting Academy trophy last year as well. It just hasn't quite come together yet for Keanu Alizadi. Here's the move from Chu on the inside line. Gets the opportunity to get past and makes it happen. So a good run there from the Argenti Motorsport youngster. He gets through on the Kart Republic, and then it is the 213. There's Zachary David walking in. Not particularly pleasant for him either. Another driver who's had plenty of opportunities and has not really been able to convert them into results as yet. So some big challenges for the competitors as they run together in formation. Agozzi, Kavalkin, Pizzadowski, Apicella, Chu and Rashid Al-Daheri. That's your top 6 at the moment. Still plenty that can change. Down into the braking zone, Rashid Al-Daheri looking for the move on the inside of Jan Puchu, and the door will be left open for McIntyre. They both get through on Jan Puchu.
Yep, Chu not having the best race here, but McIntyre makes his way through and makes himself at home, up another position, and they make their way down towards the penultimate final bend. James Agozzi still leading the pack by half a second over Kavalkin. Kavalkin, though, got a little room back to the driver behind, and then we have the pack. William McIntyre up in a 6th position, back where he started. He'll be looking to make a move on the parallel drive behind, and there's Alizari making his way back down the pit lane. There's Jan Puchu, who's lost another position there to the 2-2-1. That's Ian Eichmans.
Yeah, never a pleasant sight to see Alizari walking in. He has the pace and the ability and the talent to be in the top 3 of this class, and it just doesn't seem to be coming together for him. James Agozzi, Anatoly Kavalkin, Jan Pizzadowski, that's your top 3. Apicella, Alajari and McIntyre still dueling away together. This is a great little tussle as Antonio Apicella is just trying to hold it. Rashid Al-Daheri dives in on the inside but runs wide. McIntyre sweeps past them both. Great opportunism from the Biralat youngster, and the young Scot has got his way through. Now here's the chance for Jan Puchu up on the inside of Apicella. The door left wide open. Eichmans has stepped his way in there. Pizzadowski's in the middle of that battle as well. So is Bondarev. Oh, this is absolutely thrilling stuff. The driver's still having a great race. Rashid Al-Daheri up into 5th position, and now the door is wide open for Bondarev. He gets a little bit of a rub there from Bernier. So they are absolutely all together, still looking for opportunities. There could be 1 or 2 choice maneuvers in this gaggle.
Yep, this group that we have here runs from 5th all the way down to 12th position. So a big gaggle of cards that we have here going up into the top corner. And he overtakes us around Chu up the inside. He'll make an overtake there. Oh, who's that off?
That's Maliero. Adrian Maliero goes wide. And that was Cahal Clark that was able to pick up the pieces first and make an overtaking move. Oh, and a big run wide there from one of the VDKs. That's got to be Augustin Bernier, I do believe. So Bernier has lost a massive quantity of places off the turn. They're still dueling away and battling. McIntyre's got well clear in 4th place. So now it's Eichmans into 5th. Rashid Al-Daheri in 6th, then Bondarev, Gubenko, Matviv, Bernier, Chu, Costa, Apicella and Skulinov. And now there's going to be a big rush from Bondarev to try and get through. He's up on the curbs getting past Rashid Al-Daheri. That sorts him out. And unfortunately, the parallel now drops 2 further places. Kubenko's gone through. Oh, Bondarev tucked out wide there. So Bondarev goes right down to the back of the queue behind the CRGs, I think that was, of Gerazim Skulinov and Simone Bianco. So not a great run from Bondarev. Now here comes Chu back up the inside. There's no gap through there on Augustin Bernier, not for the want of trying.
There is so much going on in this pack right now. Overtakes left, right and center from the drivers, in and out, weaved in this pack. As you see a move up the inside there, last lap will be this time round. James Agozzi crossed the line and he will start the final lap, closely followed by Kavalkin, who will try and pull down that gap to the leader, but with 4 attempts separating them, it isn't looking likely.
So many drivers have had opportunities to win races, be in the top 3 over the course of the day. Nobody has batted an eyelid to James Agozzi so far today. They've had a few drivers come close to rattling him in the opening couple of laps, but the young American racing under an Italian license doing an absolutely phenomenal job here. James Agozzi on the Tony Kart Factory chassis. He came into the weekend as a man who we all thought would be in the top 10. We all thought he'd have some good chances of a decent top 5 finish or 2 in the heats. I don't think any of us would have put money on him getting the pole position because we just weren't sure if he had that raw pace yet. Now we know for sure James Agozzi is a proper threat. 3 from 3, and now he cannot be counted out of a late surge to the top of the title. Oh, we've got 2 karts off together in the middle of the second sector. And I think that's Adrian Maliero in trouble again with one of the CRGs. That's Simone Bianco for the 3rd time today. So Simone Bianco once again in trouble as the 2 karts have come together. It looked to me as though Simone Bianco was actually parked on the rear quarter of Adrian Maliero's kart. There they are walking away thanks to the work from the marshals. But Simone Bianco, what does the poor man have to do to catch a break? He's just had nothing but flotsam and jetsam thrown at him in every single heat he's come to blows it. Look at him, absolutely enraged, Simone Bianco, on the right of your picture. But this man, James Agozzi, has danced to victory 3 times over.
Yep, Agozzi dominated the field right now, and he's really shown us that he is a threat and he is someone to be counted in for the runnings. No one expected Agozzi to be this far up, but I guess we know now this is the true pace of Agozzi. It's such a shame there from Bianco, but this is the finishing order.
James Agozzi, your winner from Anatoly Kavalkin, Jan Pesarovsky in 3rd from Will McIntyre, Ian Eichmans and Alexander Kubenko from Dmitry Matveev and Augustin Bernier, Jan Puchu and Miguel Costa, Antonio Apicella and Rashid Al-Daheri, Gerazim Skulinov and Alexander Bondarev from Max Popov and Kahal Clark, Matteo De Palo and Andy Rattel, the privateer. Then it is Matis Subadu and Len Nys in 20th from Ben Silvesterson and Edgar and Piligov. Artur Dorisson, Max Orlov and Tim Gerhards were the last ones home. Adrian Maliero and Simone Bianco were out on the final lap. And Keanu Alazadi and Zachary David were out at the end of the first lap. So a real shame that we lost 4 very talented drivers from the field in that one. But for James Agozzi, it's plain sailing. Right, we go away from the juniors and into the next gaggle of drivers. It's obviously been a very exciting battle in the OK senior category thus far. We'll turn our attentions to them very shortly. Before we do that, let's take a look around the circuit on board with junior driver Matteo De Palo. You see him there on your screen. Now we'll get a fast run around the course and see what this race circuit is like now that it has been updated and adapted. So down the main straight, it is flat on the throttle through this first corner. You've got to try and pick a decent line through. Then onto the brakes, up in through this second corner. It's an open entry, then it tightens on the exit. You've got to get it lined up nicely for 3 and 4. Stay off the curbs at this section, then into the hairpin. It's an immediate run, but it opens nicely on the exit, so you can build the throttle. Left, then a little bit of a dab of brakes into the right. Get back on the throttle nice and early to give you more advantage and a bit of a determination on the straight. Then into the braking zone through the right-hander and tuck your way through the hairpin. Back on the power, up towards the left. Get a little bit of curb if you need it on the right hand, and then you get through into the left-hand hairpin. Nice tidy exit. Back on the power again, bit of curb on the exit. 1, 2, 3 left apexes to get close to. Then you hit the brakes and into the final turn. It's a tight entry, but a fast-flowing and rapid exit. And this circuit really has given us a very different experience since the adaptation of the layout. What a fantastic challenge. This is an absolutely completely transformed circuit compared to what we had 12 months ago. And it has got a lot of critics, but it's also got a lot of fans won. A lot of people saying they love the changes. Some of the people prefer the older version, but it definitely has divided opinion and given us some exceptional activity out there.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons why this new layout may not have some of the drivers as fans is the new resurfacing. You can see on that lap just the bumps and the aches of the drivers. Their ribs will be crunching as they go around the track. And it's not what you want to have as a driver, especially at such a high-speed circuit when you're carrying so much speed. But it's another challenge for these drivers, and they take it on so well.
I mean, as an old-school lover of motorsport, I'm always going to miss that challenge of Vesuvio Uno and Vesuvio Due, which saw some incredible scenes in recent years in the FIA Karting Championship. I mean, we'll never forget that dramatic European Championship showdown here 2 seasons ago, when we saw 5 drivers in contention for the title. The opening lap, of course, saw the likes of Anthony Abbas and Matteo Vagano take each other out in the opening corner of the opening lap of that final. And then a lap later, we saw Alessandro Orlando and Simo Puhaka do exactly the same thing into Vesuvio Due. 4 title contenders out in a lap and a half. And, of course, that race won by Lorenzo Camplese to give Jorit Pex in P4 the European title. What a showdown that was. But I have a feeling we'll see similar showdowns on this new improved layout.
Yeah, we'll see some very close battles on this new layout, which we've already seen this time around. We've had championship contenders, championship leaders already crashing out. We've seen Gauda and Slater come together, and many other drivers. You saw just 2 drivers there on top of each other, which just shows the dangers of karting, but the level of competition and how close the racing is between these guys, and how much they're willing to give to an extent around this circuit. But we move on to the OKs, and on the front row, arguably one of the most competitive front rows, it's Kimi Antonelli and Arvid Lindblad.
Yes, indeed, the 2 Kart Republic powerhouses on the front row of the grid. They are teammates and stablemates. But there are no mates once they get onto that racetrack, that is for sure. And Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the man who, on dropped scores, technically leads the European Championship with his victory in the qualifying heats and then the final at SA with a perfect score of 35. Both Rafael Chavez Camara and Arvid Lindblad are less than a couple of points behind him on dropped scores. So it is definitely going to be very close between these 3 in the title fight. So now it's all about who has the best consistency, the best speed, and the best raw tenacity in these competitions. It's never easy to determine who's going to have the pace once you get to each race out there on the circuit. Kimi Antonelli has already started in a very fighting spirit, as too has Arvid Lindblad. So we will watch again as these 2 challenge for supremacy. Second position on the grid for Arvid Lindblad. Not the best position for him to be starting with from that outside row, but we have seen drivers, particularly the likes of Joe Turney, be able to hold on to their second place through that first corner. It's not impossible. It just needs you to be alert and very, very forthright into that first apex. Third position on the grid, Brando Badua for the Paralin Motorsport team. He'll be there on the second row on the inside line, so he's got a great chance just in pure momentum to move up into that second position spot. Fourth position on the grid, already a race winner this weekend. Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian lion himself, will be there in P4. And the Alonso Kart chassis, number 121. And I know that Fernando himself will be very interested and intrigued to see how his young charge goes. Fifth position on the grid, Martinius Stenshorn, the young man from Norway. And I have to say, he's been one of the star turns of these first couple of heats of the weekend. He just gets faster and faster every single time. He's one of the youngest in the field for the OK Senior category, Martinius Stenshorn. And his new berth on the Charles Leclerc chassis with the Jordan Lennox Lamb crew. It's very, very impressive to see how he is getting on. And he's just getting faster and faster all the time. Sixth position on the grid, the 132. That is Marlon Hernandez. We'll see how he gets on from his position on the starting grid. Obviously, it's been a very upward hill for him to climb, the Frenchman, doing a fantastic job thus far over the course of proceedings. but it's great to see him there in the top 6. Rafael Chavez Camara, wise in his earlier heat, and that was a very impressive maneuver or two to get him up into the challenge for the top 3. We could see another choice maneuver or two from him, but this is the first time this weekend when we will see all 3 of the championship contenders, Kimi Antonelli, Arvid Lindblad and Rafael Chavez Camara, in the same race. But judging by their pace, Kai, this isn't going to be the last time we'll see all 3 of them in the same race.
No, it definitely isn't, and it's not going to stay the way that it is. I'm sure Camara is going to try and challenge Antonelli and Lindblad that are starting at the front of the grid. Camara a couple of positions back, but it won't be long before he's on the back of them. He'll make his way through the field, and he'll try and do it in style. Well, Nikola Tsolov is already a race winner, so expect him to definitely have some raw pace in this one. Stenshorn getting faster and faster with every race. Badua has the local knowledge, but also has definitely got the handle of this Paralin chassis. So Badua is definitely a factor in this one as well. Don't even worry about the drivers in and around them. There's plenty of great competitors that can try and make the difference. The home hero, Nicolo Kuman, also has a chance to make some progress in this one on the Forza Racing X-Prix, so he could have a good race ahead of him. Even a little further back on that inside line, there are a few drivers with a chance to make a difference or two. Juho Valtonen and Matthias Mogato are in that mix just outside the top 10. They could throw a bit of a spanner in the works to a few drivers. And of course, in 8th position on the grid on the outside of the 4th row, you've got the American star Yuga Chukwu right in that mix as well. So there's so many drivers in this field. This heat in particular, is almost a sneak preview of what the form is likely to be for the final. You've got so many great drivers towards the sharp end. There are a few big names missing from this particular heat, of course, and there's going to be quite a few of them who will want to put their names up there, but there's so much still to do. And this heat is a crucial one to win. You've got the 3 championship contenders up at the sharp end. Artem Sevrukin is nowhere to be seen in this one, but he has come out of the blocks fighting fit and taken a couple of victories already. He could steal pole position from all 3 of these men if they drop the ball. Yeah, a win in this heat's going to be very important, because winning this heat means that your competitor doesn't have that win, which is very important when it comes to the points, when it comes to the final. Obviously, 0 points for a win. These heats has its reverse order. 2 points for second, third for third, fourth for fourth, and so on for these drivers. Lowest points will start on pole position for the race. As we have Kimi Antonelli having a little talk with his mechanic before they jump into the seat and get themselves ready for another 10 laps of action. This is so difficult to call this weekend, because you've got at least 6 drivers in the OK Senior category that have the potential to win this final. All 3 of the Kart Republic stars in the top 3 positions of the championship. Antonelli, Lindblad, Camara. You've also got Nikola Tsolov, who's a race winner this weekend. Artem Sevrukin is riding the crest of the wave. And Joe Turney is very strong as well. So you've got 6 big names there who could be on the top step of the podium this weekend. And all of them have earned the right to be towards that sharp end. But there's so much that needs to get done and dusted first, because we've obviously got a pair of races now, a pair of races later this evening, and then 2 more races tomorrow to sort things out. Qualifying heat, A versus B. The 2 fastest groups, or at least the 2 fastest drivers from qualifying, Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Arvid Lindblad, meet on the front row for the first time this weekend. Then it's Brando Badua and Nikola Tsolov, Martinez Stenshorn and Marlon Hernandez, Rafael Camara and Yuga Chukwu, Nicolo Kuman and Victoria Blokina, Juho Valtonen and Eliska Babachkova, Matthias Mogato and Luigi Coluccio, Giuliano Hotzem and Michael Paparo. Then it is Lucas Malik and Kuba Rashki, Nicola Valente and Nicola Lacorte, Frederick Lund and Morgan Porter, Yannick de Brabanda, Mario Schettino, Ivan Klimenko and Laurence de Certua. 26 drivers, a very tough race in the offing. Very tough race indeed. So drivers go round their formation lap, get themselves mentally prepared and tyres and karts prepared for the start of this race. Arguably one of the most important heats of the weekend will soon be underway, with Antonelli leading off pole. So what can Lindblad do from the outside of the front row? We know he's got brilliant speed and incredible exuberance off the line. Antonelli has that as well, and he actually has the advantage of the inside line. He can pitch the kart further to the outside line, halt Lindblad's chance, even make him decelerate if he gets it right, and then just stretch away through that flat-out first corner
Not easy to get this right, that is for sure. The drivers coming off the final turn, they are in their 2 tram lines. They cannot leave the tram lines off the start. They have to wait till the lights go out, which they do now, and we are racing to the first corner. Excellent start through, no problems at all from the front. As Arvid Lindblad, I think, has had to tuck into 3rd place behind Badua. Yes, he has, so Badua is up into 2nd place. No major shocks there. Brandon Badua with the inside line, definitely at an advantage. Solov is right there behind Lindblad. They haven't allowed Stenshorn to creep through and crack the little gap in the inside line. So 6th place now, that looks like Rafael Camara. So a very steady start for the Brazilian. No major shocks, no major concerns. Lindblad goes for Badua early, and Solov fits through as well. So Lindblad and Solov both managed to get the pass on Brando Badua, and now Stenshorn and Camara are lining him up.
Yep, you can see Lindblad back into 2nd position. Camara can have a little look up the inside. Isn't able to make anything stick there, though. So up the inside, Solov goes for the move there on Lindblad around the final corner. Solov into 2nd, Lindblad down into 3rd. And he just needs to try and work together, these two, to catch on to the back of Antonelli now.
You got to feel for Brando Badua. That opened the floodgates. He's now down to 11th position. He let Hernandez, Ugachukwu, Kuman, Mogato, and Coluccio all sweep through. So Brando Badua has gone from 3rd on the grid down to 11th in the opening lap. It is the first lap from hell as far as he's concerned. More problems for Ivan Klimenko further back in the field. The Intrepid losing big ground there as well. Camara is hoping for some support there from his stablemate at the Kart Republic factory team. That is the 132 of Marlon Hernandez. Hernandez is actually showing up Yugo Ugachukwu a little bit here. But the American is right there queuing up. There's Nicolo Kuman on the X-Spree trying to work his way forward as well. And Kuman might have a chance here on Ugachukwu into the final hairpin. Thinks better of it. There's still obviously a bit of time left to go in this one. Look at Antonelli being hunted down by Solov. This is what we were expecting could have been a case at SA. Solov has the pace to match Antonelli, but he needs to really make it stick. So this is the first time we're really going to get to see what Solov can do in a wheel-to-wheel battle with Antonelli. We didn't really get to see it at SA because Solov was back in the pack after missing a heat due to a light hand injury. Now Solov can really start to attack Antonelli down the back straight. He is hunting him down. Could he make the bid? Yes, he's going for it. Nicola Solov takes the lead from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. The Bulgarian is in the lead.
Great move there from Solov to take advantage of the door being left open by Antonelli. All that Antonelli needs to do now is just latch on to the back of Solov and not let Lindblad get any closer than he is right now, or it's going to start getting dangerous.
Well, it looks as though the 3 men who are there at Kart Republic, all 3 of them, Antonelli, Lindblad and Camara, may have to be on the back foot and try and find something special because Nikola Solov is the man on top. Many people have seen this kid and figured out that he is going to be a bit of a star, but I'm not sure anybody really expected him to be challenging these 3 on the same bit of racetrack this early in the weekend. But Solov and the Alonso Kart chassis combination are rapid at the moment. Excellent stuff. Antonelli there 2nd, Lindblad, Stenshorn, Camara, Ugachukwu. Big moves coming further back. That was Kuman on Victoria Blokina, I do believe, for 10th place. So there's still some good racecraft happening all through the pack. But the heads are going to be scratching in Dino Chiesa's awning later because Nikola Solov is the man who's able to get a clean pair of heels over all of them. Yep,
Solov showing his pace at the head of the field right now. Antonelli, you can see, still pushing to try and catch back onto the back of the 1-2-1 that's in lead right now. Up the inside there, was that a move there for one of the Lennox drivers? As we have a look back down the field, we can see the 106 there, that's Luigi Coluccio. Coluccio hasn't had the best luck today, as you said. Didn't even get to start one of the races because of a mechanical issue, but he's back in the race and he's back in the fight.
Yeah, do not expect Coluccio to sit on his laurels and stay down the order. He's going to make his bid on Hernandez. Here he comes on the inside line. Coluccio storms through. Now watch him fight his way back. It's going to be tricky to get into the final 36. Which is obviously how many places are available in the final amongst the 62 drivers that are here this weekend in the OK category. But he will still push for it. He will still try his best to work his magic. Only half of the field are going to progress here this weekend at Sarno. So Solov, Antonelli, Lindblad, Stenshaw, then a bit of a gap back to Kamara, Yugachukwu, and then Coluccio, Hernandez, Mogato, Kuman. That's what we're watching. Mogato having a look on the inside of Hernandez, coming from a bit of a way back. Not quite able to storm up the inside, the Brazilian. So the Brazilian still there in 9th place, in behind the Frenchman Marlon Hernandez. Nicolo Kuman, the leading wild card in P10, in front of Juho Valtonen and Brando Badoa.
Yep, Badoa still sitting very nicely, though. He's trying to make his way back through the field after not the best start there for Badoa. He's still sitting in 11th. The 1-2-6, we saw him right at the front after the first lap, and then just drop down the order. So our leaders are going to come down into the final bend now, and we'll soon round once again. Lindblad has dropped back off the back of Antonelli. You can see the gap just extending between the 101 and the 102, but Solov sitting pretty nicely out in front.
Now this is an interesting little scrap. Kamara versus Ugachukwu. Ugachukwu squeezes to the inside, makes the bid and gets through. The American is up into 5th place past the Brazilian. So Ugachukwu takes over P5. I said it was getting interesting, and it certainly has. Ugachukwu, of course, is about to bow out of his current title. He is the outgoing European champion in the junior category. That will obviously pass to someone else, as Ugachukwu is now in the senior, and he's not quite in position to challenge yet for the senior title. But this is all about progression and all about working and development and unlocking that raw pace that can make you start to think about winning on the World Championship weekend in December out at the Speed Park Biragoy circuit in Brazil. But this is a really interesting challenge now from Nikola Solov. He extends to 7/10 over Antonelli as Ugachukwu tries to get away from Rafael Kamara as they duel over P5.
Yep, battling over P5, Ugachukwu and Rafael Kamara. Kamara will be looking for that position back as soon as possible. Fast lap there from Solov. 54.804 has been set by the current leader. 7/10 to Antonelli behind. But Ugachukwu doing a great job out in front to hold that 4th position. As we have a look back, that's Arvid Lindblad now under pressure from Matthias Stenshaw.
Well, Martini Stenshaw has been wanting to break through into that top 3 for a fair while now. But Arvid Lindblad is keeping that kart perfectly stable out in 3rd place. Can't quite match the pace of Antonelli, but to his comfort, nor can Antonelli on Solov. So Solov is actually keeping himself nice and sturdy at the front of the field, and he extends the gap with 2 to go to 0.8 of a second. Here's the battle further back. This is Kuman, who's been steadily working his way up the field. Nicolo Kuman is now in 7th place in front of Hernandez. So Kuman doing an excellent job here on the Forza Racing X-Prix, and another wildcard showcasing his form as Ugachukwu sets the fastest lap at 54.7. But this is really exciting work from Nicolo Kuman in P7.
Yep, Ugachukwu sets fastest lap, but a great job there from the driver in P7. As you said, the wildcard Kuman, he's up 2 positions from P9 where he started on the original grid, and he's doing a great job out there in the field in 7th right now. But we're on the penultimate lap of the race currently, and we'll soon be rounding the final bend, and it will be Nikola Solov who gets the board to start the final lap of the race.
What a drive this has been from Nikola Solov. He has lost a couple of tenths of a second of his lead over Antonelli coming into this one, but he doesn't need to panic here. This is exactly what we were hoping to see from him in terms of a race drive at Essay. Marlon Hernandez with the warning flag there, not quite sure what the Frenchman has supposed to have done. But this is what we were fearing could happen if Nikola Solov had been given his opportunity. He could well have started the final at Essay from the top 3. And although he's lost a massive amount of ground in the championship, this is still a good chance to showcase Solov as one of the men who could be fighting for the World Championship in Brazil in December. Nikola Solov coming through in fine station and fine speed at the moment, all looking pretty neat and tidy as he comes into the final hairpin. It's all done and dusted as Nikola Solov takes a 2nd victory over Antonelli and Lindblad, and that is a big change in the form book for this one. Solov can beat the 3 championship leaders.
Yep, great moment there from Solov to take a win over the big drivers in this field, the championship contenders, losing out to Nikola Solov, who takes the win there for the Fernando Alonso team. And I'm sure the big boss Alonso will be happy with that result over such a strong and competitive field.
He loves his karting, does Fernando Alonso. He's still kept dipping his hand into the sport whenever he gets an opportunity to, and he loves this new entity that he's been able to create. It's very popular, not just in Spain, but all across Europe as well. And Nikola Tsolov getting things very, very important for the team. They're still waiting for their first victory on the top step of an FIA Karting podium. And this is getting serious now for Nikola Tsolov. There's a genuine chance it could happen today here at Sarno. He is unlocking massive pace, and we could well see a changing of the guard here this weekend. For the second time, Nikola Tsolov takes the victory, and the Bulgarian has a great position now. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Arvid Lindblad, second and third. Martinius Stenchon fourth, ahead of Yugo Ugachukwu and Rafael Kamara. Nicolo Kuman, the leading wildcard, up in seventh place ahead of Marlon Hernandez, Luigi Coluccio and Lukas Malek. Then Matthias Mogato and Brando Badoa, Vittorio Burkina in a great 13th ahead of Juho Valtonen, Michael Paparo ahead of Giuliano Hodsem from Yannick de Brabanda and Eliska Babichkova. Nikolai Violenti is 19th place in front of Ivan Klimenko. Then Nicola Lacorte, Frederic Lund, Morgan Porter and Cuba Raski. The retirements, Mario Schettino and Laurence Lecertua, who had problems in the early phase of the race. But that is a very interesting change of the guard as Nikola Tsolov not only fights with Antonelli, Lindblad and Kamara, but beats all three of them. This is now a very interesting contest. Not that it wasn't already, but Tsolov has thrown his hand into the ring. I can beat these guys, you know.
Yeah, Tsolov, if he keeps up this pace and keeps up the results, he really does have a chance of getting a good result in the final later on in this race. And I'm sure this came as a little bit of a surprise and a little bit of an awakening to Antonelli, Kamara and Lindblad in the field, expecting them to dominate, but Tsolov comes and proves them wrong.
It's quite nice that we're getting to see some of the other drivers challenge the established guard that we've seen from the first two weekends. One of those drivers that we have been able to see out there doing a great job is the Japanese sensation, Rintaro Sato. We were very excited to learn that his father, the two-time Indy 500 winner, was going to be here this weekend, so we couldn't resist catching up with Takuma Sato, a former Formula One and IndyCar driver, and of course a kart racer back in his day as well. And we wanted to figure out what he's been enjoying about watching his son race and his impressions on the professionalism and the development of the FIA Karting paddock from the last few years.
Obviously, last year for everybody it's a very challenging time with a lot of restriction for travel that I couldn't really come over to the Europe. But this is, yeah, like you said, it's the first time actually come to the European Championship, helping out to my friend Ricky, and of course my son is racing there. So it's nice to see them all, and this is just a fantastic opportunity. It's a very different environment when I started. My time was, obviously at that time it's a lot of competition karters, it's always all over the world. But my case, of course, the parents had no idea for the racing. So I started racing myself when I was 20 and did only a year and a half for the karting and then jumped onto the cars after that. This level of all the kids starting from this, the most pinnacle and the most competitive series in the European Championship in here, it's absolutely fantastic environment. So seeing with all the 11 years old, 12, 13 years old, you know, then get to the 15 years old, to absolutely the pinnacle on the karting here. It's just great to see it, and their development, learning the skill, the racecraft, managing the tires, everything is here. I hope he's finding himself a lot of opportunity here, and most importantly, have fun. That's important because don't want to be too intense in this age. I know everybody naturally gets most competitive out of there, so a lot of pressure on the shoulder for the tiny little boys. But you know, for the Rintaro's case, I wanted just him to explore himself, to feel it out, and if he then have a great race, that's for me it's a happy moment. And to see any opportunities comes along to him, that we take it. In childhood days, it's just for everyone else. You know, it doesn't have to be in the racing part, but it's absolutely make what you are. And for the environment, you know, I think everybody trying to go one goal. The age is just regardless nationality and an age. Everybody trying to together with the mechanics and engineers and team owners and sponsors, and to be in that environment for when you're a teen. I think it's very important for the future life, even not you doing on the racing itself, but I think make it what you are. Here in particular, a lot of children has so much determination and obligation, and I think that being that competition made you only stronger. I think every part is very, very important. To me, it's extremely valuable to go to the UK to learn how to speak English, because at that time I had zero English, when I first come to the UK. Living with your team owner at the home, staying at first, and through the many hours with the mechanics and how to learn English and go to language school, etc., etc. Living outside the world, your own country, the different cultures, and you have to cope so many things. And for me, I think every single minute is so important. Actually, on the track time is extremely valuable for the kids too. So I think in the end, everybody comes through this competitive field to go to the pinnacle of the racing, either sports car series or Formula. Either way, they know what to do. So I think for me, the experience I've gone through it, wasn't competitive karting series, but to me it was enough to give me a great competition motivation and experience through here.
Excellent to hear from two-time Indy 500 winner and IndyCar Series racer Takuma Sato ahead of this brilliant weekend. His son has been absolutely lighting up the timesheets all weekend, right up towards the sharp end. He gets a breather now, actually, which I'm sure he's very grateful for, because he's not going to be out on this particular heat grid. That one is going to go the way of the drivers in qualifying groups D versus E, and that's going to put Timotis Kucharczyk in pole position on his Kubica chassis. Beside him will be Joe Turney in the Tony Kart factory effort. Second row of the grid will see Giovanni Trentin to the inside line, and the wild card with a great chance to storm his way forward into the second position off the line. Fourth on the starting grid there will be Norton Andreasen, the Swedish driver aboard his Ward Racing Run Tony Kart. Then it will be a pair of Tony Karts on the third row of the grid. It will be a Ward Racing driver on the inside, namely Arthur Rojon, and a Works driver on the outside, namely Tuka Tarpanen. Then on the fourth row of the grid, we will see Bruno Del Pino of Spain alongside Christian Bertucca of Italy. And then rounding out the top 10, it's going to be Alfio Spina in the Paralin Motorsport kart that will be there in 9th on the starting grid alongside Andrei Zhivnov, who will be in 10th position on the grid. Then Caspian Hagman, the Swedish driver in his Ward Racing Run Tony Kart. And Caspian Hagman continuing his fabulous run through the field as he develops in this 2021 season. Alongside him, Ariel Elkin, still making good progress, the VDK Racing driver, friend to everybody in this paddock, it's absolutely sure. Emili Koivisto will be there, 13th on the starting grid, the Finn for Koski Motorsport beside the Brazilian Ricardo Gracia in the X-Prix. And then 15th on the grid will be Sandro Holtzem. The two CV Performance brothers are in the field again this weekend. And then Ivan Dominguez on the Alonso kart chassis will be there in 16th position on the starting grid. The young man from Portugal. The racers are in position. Hopefully we're going to see everybody in position. I don't see Rasmus Dutsimis, so I think he must have had some kind of problem. Whether it was a mechanical or whether it's a driver problem, we're not entirely sure. I'll try and figure that one out for you a little bit later on in the day, but certainly not a great situation for Rasmus Dutsimis to be in, as he now finds himself out of the race battles so far. Just trying to gauge where we are with things for Rasmus Dutsimis. He did not take the start of his previous race. I certainly haven't heard of anything that might have kept him back in previous races. He obviously had a difficult start to proceedings earlier, but he was out there on the starting grid for the first race. He finished up in 12th position, so I'm not entirely sure what it was that's held him back. Anyway, the drivers are on the starting grid for this one. It is Timo Kucharczyk and Joe Turney from Giovanni Trentin and Norton Andreasen, Arthur Rojon and Tuka Tarpanen from Bruno Del Pino and Christian Bertucca, Alfio Spina and Andrei Zhivnov from Caspian Hagman and Ariel Elkin from Emili Koivisto and Ricardo Gracia, Sandro Holtzem and Ivan Dominguez. Then it is Rasmus Dutsimis, although he is not there on the grid, I notice, from Sebastian Gravlund. Roma Andriolo, Maxi Angelard, Senya Phoenix, Jose Hernandez, Ismakujarak Matkodjiav and Hugo Besson, the 24 drivers that will take up the grid in this one. Interesting charge forward to come potentially from Joe Turney, side by side with Timotis Kucharczyk. We could see some interesting battles in this one, but can Joe Turney win again?
Yeah, Joe Turney's been looking so strong this weekend, and especially in his heats so far. He's been so good off that outside row, And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another win here from Turney in this heat. He's just been so competitive, and whenever he gets an opportunity, whenever he gets a chance, he's up the inside, and quite often drivers don't expect it.
Well, Joe Turney's always had this tenacity and this sheer grit, very similar to the kind of mentality that we used to see from Nigel Mansell, both in karting in the late 70s and in Formula One when he got there. So Joe Turney with that same sort of guile and determination. Here we go. Good start. Turney is actually slightly level with Kucharczyk through the first corner, is able to get through into second place again. So Turney getting himself very much into a race-winning mode as he's there in second place. The field knits its way through the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? Yes, they do. So no major dramas or concerns. And so at the front, Kucharczyk from Turney, no problems there. Trentin through in third position. It's as you were from the start for the top four. Kucharczyk from Turney, Trentin and Andreasen.
Yep, good start there from the top four, but we go up into the top corner. No overtakes there. In the midfield, we see a couple of moves there. That was one of the Tony Kart drivers making an overtake in the midfield. But we go through, and you can see still our leader leading the way in the Kubica car once again. Turney has held on to second position, but Kucharczyk looking strong on form like usual. Up the inside, that's a move there from the 113. That's going to be Christian Bertucca. That makes an overtake there for the Birolart driver. So Kucharczyk still leading from Turney, and in third position, that's Giovanni Trentin.
Finally, we get to see Christian Bertucca at his best as he works his way up into fourth position. He's been threatening to do this several times in his young FIA karting career. Now he's really got a chance to make it become something special. Bertucca has always had flashes of brilliance and some great opportunities to work forward, but the Italian now has a good opportunity to charge forward into third place. He's got Giovanni Trentin, a man he's crossed swords with several times in his home race series. But now here he is in fourth place in this heat, and it's about time that Bertucca got the chance to shine into third place on the inside of Giovanni Trentin. Built up to that one nicely, and the Birolart youngster is through. Now here's the move from Andreasen. He gets through on Trentin as well, so into the final turn. And Andrei Zhivnov, the Russian, is lining up a move there as well as they come down the main straight. Almost conspicuous by his absence this weekend, Andrei Zhivnov. It's not like he's hard to spot with the pink and navy blue helmet. So it's going to be an interesting one here from Andrei Zhivnov to try and work his way forward. But no quarter given from Giovanni Trentin at the moment. It's all as it was in the top three for the moment in time. Kucharczyk, Turney and Bertucca. But Bertucca is still trying to step up the attack and find a little bit more. Must be having a nosebleed. Third position in an okay heat. There goes Zhivnov on the inside of Giovanni Trentin. That's for P5. Good work from Zhivnov to make up another place. So some exceptional performances so far in the field. Now Andreasen is getting close to the mark of Christian Bertucca. He's looking for a way to get by onto the inside. He'll go for the move into the hairpin. Lovely job from Andreasen. No problem at all on the exit as well. He shuts it down. Bertucca has to concede, and now he's in fourth.
Yeah, you can see Bertucca there. He gave him minimal room. Wasn't letting Andreasen run away with the overtake. Wasn't letting him get it easy by any stretch of the imagination. But there you can see Norton Andreasen and Christian Bertucca just in behind Zhivnov. Not so far behind either. Kucharczyk, fastest lap. Not really a surprise at this point. 1.1 seconds back to Joe Turney. Turney just not able to respond with the same pace.
So with Kucharczyk leading the race, Turney is doing his best to get close to him, but he's actually losing ground to Andreasen more than he's catching back up to Kucharczyk. So this is going to be a very tricky situation for Joe Turney. Having won earlier on in the day, he now needs to defend his position, because in this sort of pace, in this sort of mode, Kucharczyk is just stretching out a gap in front. So Andreasen will be wanting to snatch a second place. It'll definitely do his weekend's chances no end of good if he can get by. Bertucca and Zhivnov are still there in position. Rojean is in P6 now from Trentin, Spina, Tarpanen not having a great race by his standards, Elkin in 10th. And then we have 11th place for Sebastian Gravlund, Ricardo Gratia, Bruno Del Pino, Sandro Hodsem and Caspian Hagman. Still lots of great challenges to come. And here is Andreasen getting in behind Joe Turney. Can he get through at the end of the straight here?
Yep, took a Tarpanen now, as he said, really struggling in this race right now. Andreasen up the inside, Turney, he's going to try and hold it, but just not able to. Now you can see Bertucca all over the back of Turney. Turney, will he be able to hold it, or is Bertucca going to be able to make an overtake? Zhivnov is now brought into the occasion. They go down through the twist section and go down towards the final corner now. Up the inside, that Batuka, very late move, makes his way past Tony. Zhivnov, will he get them both? Yes, he will. Zhivnov up the inside of both of them, gets himself into third. Batuka up into fourth, and he'll be looking for that position straight back.
Well done by Zhivnov to make up 2 places in one fell swoop. We've got someone coming into the pits with a problem. That's Giovanni Trentin. Trentin is coming in from third on the grid. He's there at the pit lane, and he has pulled up. Giovanni Trentin with mechanical failure crawls to a stop in the pit lane, and that is heartache for Giovanni Trentin. He was going so well up to that point, as Turney has now got himself back past Christian Bertucca for 4th position. So the positions change hands again then. Turney through in a 4th place. But you've got a feel for Giovanni Trentin. He was looking good at that point. Now, Tarpanen. Oh, Tarpanen comes together with one of the Paralins, and 2 of them go with. So that's a big off. Tarpanen collects the Paralin of Alfio Spina, and Tuukka Tarpanen is out. Wow. A big mistake then from Tarpanen and Spina. They just got too close together. Arthur Rojon had to take avoiding action, but Tuukka Tarpanen out of this heat, and that really does cost the Finn big time in this one. He had big pace today, but it's just not going to come his way. He's going to be very fortunate if he can collect this all together and get himself back into a competitive position for the final. The dust kicked up is now blustering over the whole circuit as Tuukka Tarpanen walks to sit over at Marshall Post 9.
Yeah, that was a dramatic incident there. Tarpanen collecting the field, and drivers splitting all over the place, trying to avoid the stranded kart. But Kachacek still leading the way. You can see 2.1 seconds over Andreasen in second, Zhivnov in third, Turney in a very close fourth. He'll be looking to try and get that position back. So Turney has made his way back past Batucca, but he'll be looking for third once again.
So the battle's still raging in the middle of this field. That's a nice maneuver from Bruno Del Pino as he dives up the inside of Caspian Hagman. So some good racecraft in the mid-pack. You've also got Roman Andriolo and Ivan Dominguez right in that mix there as well. So Andriolo trying to close up on Dominguez. This is the battle for third. Zhivnov, Tony Bertucca looking back. There's the run for 6th position. And there's a train of karts that goes all the way back down to 14th from P6. And Elkin is up in 6th position. That shows you what that little fisticuffs between Tarpanen and Rojon did. Now there's Turney back in a 3rd position on Zhivnov. He's been working it up patiently there to get into 3rd place. So Turney still very much up for the scrap for the win here. 3rd position will do nicely.
Yeah, beautiful move there from Turney. He gets himself in third. Up the inside, that's Batucca. He'll take that position. Thank you very much. Zhivnov down into 5th. So Batucca takes the opportunity and will take the position. Zhivnov still fighting back though. And who's that off? That's Alfio Spina.
Yep.
Spina pulls into the pit lane.
Damage, obviously, after his collision with Tarpanen. That's how that sorted itself out. Batucca trying to fend off now from Zhivnov. It was fascinating to watch Batucca going through the S's after his overtaking move. 3 wheels on the deck and 1 in the air as he came over the curbs. You really are throwing the kart around the circuit in full intensity. But Bertucca doing a great job here in 4th position, working his magic this weekend. Into the final lap comes our race leader, Timo Kachacek. 2.4 seconds clear of Norton Andreasen. Not many people have got a gap as big as that today.
No, Kachacek is showing everyone else how to drive this track. It's like nobody else is on the same level as him. As we go down the straight, that's a move there from Senja Phoenix to make an overtake on the driver.
Oh, she's
ahead.
run wide. She's run wide.
Oh,
I think she's lost brakes. Now, she did say, I was talking to her earlier in the race, she managed to make an overtaking move, but she had brake failure at one point over the course of the weekend. She might be just getting worn brakes, and that's definitely making things very tricky for her. So she runs wide at the first corner, losing the place she had just gained. She was up into 19th place. She was up into 18th place on Hernandez. Here comes Kachacek, though, out of the final turn, and a great result for the pole. Excellent display, great work. He comes through in fine style. Great job for Timo Kachacek. 2nd place for Norton Andreasen, 3rd for Joe Turney, but a 2.4 second margin. That shows you that Kachacek is in this to win it.
Yep, Kachacek is really trying to show other drivers that he's in contention for the win, that he's a force to be reckoned with. Norton Andreasen in second, and Joe Turney will round out the top three. Great driving from all of them.
That was a very fascinating heat. We've had big names in that one be completely crushed by young Timo Kucharczyk, who is one of the new recruits to the OK category, one of the junior converts, and I have to say, still one of the smallest drivers, certainly in the field, and one of the most youngest. But Timo Kucharczyk putting a brilliant show on here to take a fabulous and very convincing victory in front of Andreasen and Turney, two drivers with a good bit of experience now in the OK senior class category. But even Joe Turney could not quite keep up with the young Pole today. There is the 117. Is that post flag? No, that's earlier on. That's Tuukka Tarponen. He's returned to the scene of his kart. So Timo Kucharczyk taking the win from Norton Andreasen and Joe Turney. Christian Bertucka, fourth place from Andrei Zhivnov and Ariel Elkin. Sebastian Gravlund and Sandro Holzem in eighth place from Ricardo Gracia and Emili Koivisto. What a race it was. Lots of carnage there. 11th place for Caspian Hagman. 12th for Ivan Dominguez. Roman Andriolo in front of Arthur Rojon. Bruno Del Pino 15th in front of Hugo Besson. Then Maximilian Angelard and Jose Hernandez. Senja Phoenix comes home in 19th place. 20th for Ismakuja Ahmed Kodjiav. And then the retirements, Alfio Spina, Tuukka Tarponen and Giovanni Trentin. So some big moments then and some retirements, unfortunately, in the field. But a fabulous situation for the man out front, Timotas Kucharczyk of Poland, putting in a fabulous display and a really solid effort from the competitors in that one. Well, that's the last of the rotations of OK senior races. They are going to have two more senior races later in the day, later this evening. And then obviously we will have one more race each tomorrow for the senior drivers. But it's definitely been a very exciting and tough and close battle in the senior category as the drivers will continue their charge forward and work their magic around the circuit. But now we turn our attentions once again to the junior battle. So it's going to be a very interesting run for the OK junior drivers in qualifying heat B versus E. We see the Pragas coming in at the end of the race there. They've had a very interesting return to form this season as they continue to work their magic around the circuit. We spoke yesterday to development driver in the field and top 6 driver in the senior category championship standings in the European category this year, Yannick de Brabanda, about the return to form for Praga.
Mainly Praga contacted me for doing some development work, hands of my experience over the years. I wanted to start racing again because I was missing it after some absence. So I instantly found like an agreement with them, and I'm enjoying it. It's a tough competition, and we still can improve, but that is what is making it more exciting, you know. Well, it's a mental thing, I guess. A lot of experienced drivers, they don't want to compete anymore. It's easy to get beaten because these guys, these kids, they're 13, 14 years old, but they're driving every week, you know. After Esse, after the last race, I didn't do anything for 5 weeks, just working, taking care of my son, real life at home. And so, of course, it's not an easy thing, you know, to do. If you want to do it like in a professional way, I should be like minimum every 2 weeks in the car, which I'm not doing. I'm just here for development work and to make everything ready for next season. I didn't expect to be in the front this fast. We don't have factory engines. We're just trying to develop the engines and the chassis at the same time, which is like a more complicated thing to do. Also in the previous races, I only had one teammate, which was also not so easy to do all the testing because you only have 5 sessions on Thursday and you need to prepare anything. I didn't do any testing forehand, so it's like all very compact and you really need to take care of the time limits to see what you want to test actually. That depends, you know, some drivers they adapt fast, others they don't. Some drivers they are, for example, tall like me. I got like a really tall neck and upper body. This kind of layout with the heat what we got here, it's not making it more easy. So it's not really about how much you can adapt yourself, but about how everything is around you, you know. My situation is not suiting Sarno for the current circuit. The old Sarno was suiting me well. This one, it's not suiting me. I guess, yeah, for sure it's helping in some way, but not me. I wasn't part of the team when Jeremy won the World Championship last year. I only started in Genk on the European Championship there. So I don't know how the vibe was at that moment in the team, but I know they told me that they want to continue with the development work, what they had in KZ. They want to make the same efforts for OK. At the end, most young drivers, they come through OK Junior and OK. They pass through and go to Formula. So I guess they're more focusing now on the OK story than on the KZ story. I think lately they're trying to focus on getting the drivers out of karting as soon as possible. I think people spending more money than when I was young. A racing weekend is more expensive than it was in the past. Because of the fact that it's more expensive, they want to pass them faster to the cars, you know, because at the end the total budget will increase as well if they don't go earlier to the cars. So for sure, if they could go to KZ before going to cars, to Formula, it would be a good thing to do, but I don't know if they are working on it or not.
Great to hear from Yannick de Brabander. The Praga team still making steady progress and working their magic together. The drivers in the junior category getting themselves ready for their final heat of the afternoon. And pole position once again, Freddie Slater with those magic gloves for this weekend. 3 lions on his hands, the World Championship trophy still gleaming. 3 qualifying heats have hurt so far, but it hasn't stopped him dreaming. Come on, I had to do it, didn't I? Freddie Slater on the front row of the grid alongside Douwe de Decker on the front row of the starting grid. Alex Powell is there in 3rd position, trying to fight his way forward once again as well. And 4th position for Josh Erfen on the 2nd row of the grid in the Kart Republic chassis, hoping to shake off the difficulty of the previous heat when he was in the wrong place at the wrong time and essentially got spat out of the queue by the rest of the opposition. Salim Hana has had his fair share of that as well this weekend. He's hoping that's not going to be the case again. Andres Cadenas, the Peruvian, he's 6 on the starting grid. Akshay Bora had his fair share of calamity in the last heat as well. He'll be hoping that there's none of that in this one. 7th on the grid for him. Alongside him on the grid is the German Maxim Rem, who hasn't quite been able to unlock the same sort of pace and gusto that we saw from him at Genk or at SA. Hopefully this is the race that starts to turn that little freight train around. Adam Hideg, what a race performance he's had this weekend. The young Hungarian has really made a great developmental curve forward now, and he is pushing towards that front end of the field. 9th on the grid and on the front row of, the 5th row of the grid, I should say, for each of his heats. Very impressive to see the Hungarian come forward and do such a good job. And alongside him on the starting grid in the 238 kart, 236 kart, I should even say, is the Swiss driver for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, Enea Frey. 1 minute to go till the drivers head out onto the circuit. Freddie Slater versus Douwe de Decker. This could be an interesting one. De Decker has won a race so far this weekend. Freddie Slater has yet to do so, but when he has finished, he's never been outside the top 3.
Yeah, that's good to see there from Douwe de Decker. He's been consistent with his results, and that's what you need to see if you want a good result here and a good starting position for the final. Douwe de Decker showing it how it's done with the consistent results, never been outside the top 3 in his finishes. So let's see if he's able to keep that up.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. There's plenty of talent in this field to try and work their magic forward. But the battle is really going to rage out on the circuit this time. Freddie Slater, Douwe de Decker, Alex Powell, Josh Erfen. Just in those first 2 rows, you've got race-winning pedigree in spades. So this could be a fascinating challenge once again. Alex Powell has already managed to get one over on Freddie Slater 3 times over. Can he make it a 4th from 2nd row of the grid? Qualifying heat B versus E. Drivers heading out on track once again. And there is 1 race to go for each of these drivers today. They will have 1 more heat tomorrow morning, of course. But now this is their last chance to go into the evening with a big positive smile. Freddie Slater and Douwe de Decker from Alex Powell and Josh Erfen. Salim Hana and Andres Cadenas from Akshay Bora and Maxim Rem. Adam Hideg and Enea Frey from Renault Frankfurt and Maciej Lidige. Tomasz Stochemanis and Heitor Delanyol. Marcus Sayeta and Artur Pulain. Lucas Samalisto and Maxon Verbruge from Jaroslav Trukin and August Terbo. Kimi Tani and Oscar Wirtz from Hugo Jeruin and Clement Autran. Theodor Odmark, Guy Elbag, Konstantin Krapin, Ekaterina Luisha and Juan Cota Alonso. 29 drivers and Freddie Slater versus Douwe de Decker. I'm really excited about this one.
Yeah, Slater, he has to get top results in all of his heats if he wants any chance of a good finishing position. But De Decker, he'll be looking to keep his clean sheet of a top 3 finish in every single heat so far that he's raced in. But Slater, he's not going to let him through, is he? Freddie Slater, RFM, we know he's going to try and hold that lead. De Decker, not going to back down though.
Absolutely right. Freddie Slater is going to be absolutely ruthless in this race. This could be his first heat win of the weekend. He's been there or thereabouts for the entirety of, but he just let it slip through the net in his incident with Dion Gauda in the second heat. He's never been out of the top 3 other than that. So Slater is definitely still a contender. Do not count him out. De Decker, Powell, Irfan, Hanna, Cardenas will all want a piece of this race. Slater controls the pace beautifully, and he's going to wait till the last possible minute to get the start. That's well done. And now the field is bunched up tightly. Slater through the first corner, Powell into second. De Decker holds on to third. Round the outside. And there's going to be a challenge right from the off as drivers get close to the curb on the way through the hairpin. They know they need to get on with this now. The field congests its way through, but it's not going to be a big chaos run through the first couple of corners. In through turn 5, everybody keeping nice and neat. You can't win the heat on the opening lap, but you can definitely lose it. So everybody just keeping themselves to themselves, not getting flustered. Slater leads, Powell second, De Decker third, and Hanna is up to 4th.
Yeah, great start there from De Decker. He has to slot into 3rd position, but he holds on to it well. You can see he's still got pressure behind there from another RFM car. So you could argue that Powell and De Decker are in within, and De Decker defends on the inside. Already feeling pressure is the Kart Republic driver. You can see Powell checks over his shoulder, looks who's behind, and he sees nobody close enough. When will he go for the overtake, though? We've seen Powell go for many attempts of an overtake there as it gets very, very close there between De Decker and Hanna.
Hanna is sliding around all over the shop in turn 2 and in turn 5. The back end of the Cosmic was absolutely on the lock stops. So Salim Hanna struggling to get under control of the kart at the moment. Let's watch him again into there. A little bit of a twitch, but nothing major. So he just needs to just calm it down, tone it back in, just breathe, get himself back into a rhythm. He can get De Decker on pure pace here. It's definitely looking pretty challenging. The kart looks fast, but it just looks a little bit too loose at the moment for Salim Hanna. He needs to just rein it in a little bit more control, a little bit less eagerness. He just needs to rein it in a little, and now he's doing it. So Salim Hanna getting a bit faster in the sectors. He was dancing on the edge there and almost threw it away on that past lap. Now he's got a little bit more speed underneath him. But here's De Decker charging up behind Alex Powell now, so Slater might have a bit of a recipe for success in this one. He is still there in front of Powell by a very little margin, but this time Powell is not going to find it so easy to take on Freddie Slater. Slater with a little bit more speed out of the blocks this time, so he looks a little bit more convincing from the front end of the field. De Decker is having to be a little bit protective. Again, Salim Hanna, the back end just sliding around all over the shop for the Colombian. How is he hanging on to it?
Yeah, it's not looking smooth there for the Colombian driver. It looks like he's hanging onto the kart because it's currently on rails as he just tries to keep enough grip to hold on to his position, which he's managing to do so far.
De Decker shut down the move from Hanna there. Did you see? He just blended off the brake, coasted it into the inside apex, actually got quite close to Alex Powell. And we've got an off at the final turn. Somebody has gone off there. I think that is going to be August Thurbo. As Hanna tries again. There is the card that's come off. It's actually Juan Cota Alonso, not for the first time today either, but the Spaniard not having an awful lot of joy this weekend, as now De Decker shutting down Salim Hanna, who has the fastest lap. He may be loose, but I tell you what, loose is fast as far as Salim Hanna is concerned. He's trying his best to close up. Powell has got close to Slater again. De Decker is getting close to both of them. So this is still very much open house between these 3 drivers. Any one of them could still get the victory in this one. But Juan Cota Alonso, I'm afraid, has now walked away from his kart. He's out of it. Hugo Geruin has not been able to take up the start since his incident earlier on. I wonder if he's picked up a light injury that has kept him from the fray, whether it's a bad hand or something, but whatever it might be. 3 laps to go. Slater, Powell, De Decker, Hanna, Bora, Irfan.
Yeah. Very close throughout this field. You can see De Decker just catching onto the back of Alex Powell now. Powell breathing down the neck of Slater, currently in the lead of this race. But you can see Powell just trying to set himself up for an overtake. trying to get a chance for an overtake on Slater, but Slater denying any opportunities.
Do you know what? I think Powell was expecting to come into this one and think, right, I've done this twice to Freddie already. I can do this a third time, no problem. But Ricky Flynn have done their homework. Look, Alex Powell has lost the place. He's lost the place to De Decker, and Salim Hanna was trying to get past the Jamaican there as well. Couldn't make it stick. I think the Ricky Flynn boys have done their homework. They found whatever it was that was costing Freddie Slater raw time. Now he is much quicker. He is a much stronger driver, and he has bounced back in fine style this time. He looks back over his shoulder. He knows that De Decker is a few kart lengths behind. He takes a long time to check over his shoulder because he needs to read the situation and figure out, right, how close is Powell to De Decker? How close is Hanna to Powell? Can I really start to go for a good lap here? Can I stretch out this advantage? Do I need to panic in the last couple of laps? At the moment, Slater has it all his own way.
Yep, Slater in a good situation right now, but De Decker, you'll try and cut down that gap as much as possible. Try to apply as much pressure onto the shoulders of Slater as possible. But Powell, he's looking strong, and that's a move there from on the X-Bree kart. That looks like that was Renault Franco going for an overtake there. The 258 manages to make that position up. But Slater just holding his position. De Decker trying to edge onto the back of Slater. Isn't looking possible right now, but Powell with a consistent top 3 result. This is looking strong for him.
It certainly is. Brilliant racing from Renault Franco. I went and found him at the beginning of the weekend, and I said to him, you would drove beautifully at Wackersdorf. Surely that's giving you more confidence for this weekend. He said, I haven't found the pace yet. I don't know if I can find it. He certainly has. He's right there challenging with the top 6 now. He's there in 7th position, having worked his way forward. This is a good challenge from the X-Bree. Renault Franco really starting to close up on the 6, but the top 6 are absolutely bolted together. Slater hasn't been able to dominate. De Decker is there in 2nd, Powell 3rd, 4th is Hanna, 5th is Bora, 6th is Erfan. Erfan trying to go right round the outside of his teammate, but Akshay Bora holds it nice and firm to the inside line. You're not going to get that move made on me. So Slater, De Decker, Powell and Hanna, they come through absolutely together. And this is going to be a close finish. It's not going to be a debate as to who's going to get the victory, though, because Slater has worked hard for this one. They've managed to dig deep and find something. Freddie Slater rightfully takes the victory in this heat. He is back, and he is absolutely as strong as ever before. That will be a relief for Freddie Slater. That will be a rejuvenation. He can go into the evening knowing you're only as good as your last race, and his last race was a win.
Yep, Slater had that incident earlier, bounced back in beautiful form, has the 201, takes the win there, dominates the race, leads from start to finish with no problems at all. De Decker, great job there to get 2nd, keeps up his streak of a top 3 in every single heat so far. Powell in 3rd, just managed to hold on as it gets to the end of the race, but Hanna very, very close in 4th position.
What a sensational performance it has been to come back. A lot of drivers would have let that earlier incident get to them. They would have crumbled. They would have cracked under the strain. Not Freddie Slater. He is iron steel out there. Great to see him come back. De Decker doing a great job as well to get one over on Alex Powell. That will count for a lot as far as he's concerned as well. That puts him back into contention. Freddie Slater, De Decker, Alex Powell. What a top 3. Salim Hanna in 4th place from Akshay Bora and Josh Erfan. Renault Franco and Andres Cadenas. Enea Frey and Adam Hideg from Maxim Rem and Thomas Stalchamanis. Luca Samalisto 13th in front of Maciej Gledij. Then Artur Pulain and Konstantin Krapin. Maxime Verbruge in front of Theodor Odmark. Then it is Marcus Saeta in front of Oscar Wirtz. Heiter Delaniol is 1 place ahead of Clement Outram. August Therbo in 23rd position in front of Kimi Tani. Then Guy Elbag and Jaroslav Trukin ahead of Ekaterina Lucia. Just the one retirement from the race, namely Juan Cota Alonso. No start for Hugo Genuin, and we haven't for a couple of races, so I assume he is out of the weekend. Well, very exciting stuff. Some top battles out there on the circuit. And Freddie Slater bounces back after the difficulties and the rather awkward start to his weekend. He is now finding the form we knew he always had, and he is getting himself back into position once again. Right, there are still some good battles to come from drivers. We've seen some new faces here this weekend, and one of them is about to take to the circuit for the last time today. He'll have one heat tomorrow, of course. But the young man from South Africa who has made his debut this weekend in the Koski Motorsport awning, Mika Abrahams, has been doing a fair job. I caught up with him yesterday.
In South Africa, there's not much karting because of COVID. It was very hard to kart, so all the time I had to train, prepare myself mentally, physically, and also I'm grateful to be here today at CIRCUITO because it's an amazing event by the FIA. It's just a great opportunity to represent my country and try and do well. They've helped me so much in the first day I've been with them yesterday. I've definitely come to grips fast with the chassis and engine. It's a great experience and they're a very good team. To come here and with the high grip and everything, it's a bit hard to adapt to the tracks and also the heat and everything with setup changes. All the drivers are so great here, so just one small mistake and you're finished. It's a great experience because it makes you a better driver. If I can do well with my team and hopefully with this opportunity I can excel in motorsport. You can just fine-tune yourself every session because the grip increases session by session. Your mental state also changes session by session, so you must always just mentally prepare yourself before you go out on track and just know that you have the capability of doing it and you're capable of being fast. I have great support back home and it's a very nice experience to be racing here for them.
Great to hear from the new boy in the paddock, Mika Abrahams of South Africa. Hopefully this is his first of many appearances in the paddock, and he is obviously going to be taking to the grid in this one once again. The drivers will be quite glad of being in the dummy grid at the moment because thanks to the nature of where the sun rises and sets, the dummy grid is actually in the shade at the moment. It's actually been a bit of a greenhouse effect over the course of the day thus far, being in the dummy grid. But now that the sun has actually moved to the Vesuvius side, it is actually now causing a bit of a shadow and a nice little cool temperature condition out there on the dummy grid. How these drivers and mechanics are coping with the intensity of the heat, I will never know. We've actually got a makeshift air conditioning system. It's not quite perfect in our own commentary box, but it's certainly doing the job to keep us going till the bitter end. How the drivers and teams are coping, I will never know, but that just goes to show, you know, you need to have true stamina and very, very can-do attitude to be competitive and strong in this field. So the drivers there lining up. Jan Pisarowski will be in pole position for this one. The very fast and very talented Polish driver will be there looking for a second heat victory. Alongside him on the grid, though, Brazil's Matheus Ferreira, the Kart Republic driver, looking for another win in the FIA Karting Championship paddock. Managed to take one at SA, second on the road, but after the penalty for Freddie Slater then, he was able to get his first win. Third place on the grid for the Chinese star Yan Puchu. He's making steady progress. He's really hoping that this heat is going to be the one where he showcases the speed and the results that match his talent. Fourth on the grid, Jimmy Helias, once again, the Frenchman, doing a fair job this weekend. What an incredible display from the wildcard racer. And I have a feeling we might be seeing him a bit more often in this field. He's certainly earned his place and certainly seen an incredible raft of pace. Even in the heats, when you've got the established guard of drivers that have been here since the start, Helias has been very, very competitive right from the start, so great to see. Fifth on the grid, the pride of Scotland, Will McIntyre. They're in fifth position, and he will be there at the front end of the field. The Birolart driver going very well indeed from the third row of the grid, starting to unlock some of that raw pace. Tobias Clausen once again takes up his position in sixth on the starting grid for this one. Seventh on the starting grid, the young Ukraine star Alexander Bondarev. Very impressive performance from him so far and a really good effort from the young man from Ukraine. He's been rapid all weekend long, some superior speed and skill, and great to see him there on the fourth row of the starting grid. Alongside him is the young man from the United States, Caleb Gafrara, who represents his country in the Academy Trophy, as well as racing in the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team colours in the European Championship. Ian Eichmans, hopefully a return to the podium isn't far away for the young Belgian. He's there in ninth position on the starting grid on the Cosmic. And then in 10th position for Forza Racing, it is the 260 of the Slovenian star Mark Kastelic, who is getting faster and faster every time we see him. I can remember his maiden weekend when he was there in the Academy Trophy for Slovenia. I think one of the first drivers from his country to represent his nation in the Academy Trophy. But it wasn't altogether the most rapid and lightning of displays, but he's really dug deep. He's found his magic. He's joined the Forza Racing team, and they are unlocking the best of him. So it's really good to see these drivers finding raw pace. These last races of the day out here in Europe, they are so difficult for the drivers. They've already got a few races to build on, Kai, but this is where the heat and the temperature is at its highest. So this is actually one of the toughest races of the weekend for the drivers. And don't forget, they've only got 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres to last them from the start of qualifying to the end of the last heat. So they're also trying to figure out which tyres to use when. And obviously they're graining from the second they go out on the circuit. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation here, but with it being this late on the day, as you said, it's hotter, it's also more humid, and I think for the drivers, their stamina's running low, so they'll be a bit more tired, which means mistakes might start to creep in, which means that may lose more positions on the field, which is definitely not what a driver wants in a certain situation like this. But these heats are where it becomes important, because if you're on top of your game, if your stamina's still quite high, this is where you gain on other people's mistakes, and this is where you excel in comparison to everyone else.
So with the drivers lining up in position then, they obviously get the signal from Ross Upton. 3 minutes to go until the drivers head out onto the circuit. And Jan Bezodowski. I've been very impressed with Jan all weekend, actually. He's been looking reasonable in the first 2 weekends. He had some flashes of pace. Now the whole team is working together as a strong unit. They're unlocking that raw pace. And Jan Bezodowski finally able to show what he is able to do. He's got a great performance so far this weekend. He's done an absolutely exceptional job flying around every heat. He is at the front. He's a race winner, and he deserves to be there.
Yeah, Bezodowski's been driving brilliantly this weekend, and I think he's definitely been competitive in consideration to the people around him. He's been getting some good results, and he's bringing it home for the Tony Kart team and constructor. He's definitely been working together with his teammates, and I think that's always a factor which is shown in his driving, and it's always beneficial when it comes to trying to catch to a pack ahead.
I think it's very easy to look at him and James Zagotzi as the most improved drivers over the season so far. But then I wonder if that's about the team as much as it is about the drivers, because the 2 drivers have definitely put on a good show. But Tony Kart really have found something special here at Sarno. It is their home circuit, of course, here in Italy. They know it very well, and they obviously want to unlock the raw pace. They have a few secret weapons in their arsenal, not the least of which is the legend that is Marco Ardigo. We'll hear from him a little bit later on in the broadcast. But definitely the team seems to have got their magic back here at Sarno. Jan Puchu is another one I want to pick up on. 3rd position on the grid for each of these races, certainly on the 2nd row of the starting grid for every heat. Ever since that announcement that he is part of the Mercedes Junior program, it's been all about trying to give him the right platform to move forward. This weekend, he really has taken the opportunity to showcase what he can do. This is a much better run in this weekend for Jan Puchu, and hopefully this is the start of a massive developmental turn.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the mental side to it is very important, especially being signed with such a big constructor. That can come with quite a bit of pressure, especially with your first couple of races. I think that you're always trying your best to impress the people that have signed you on, trying to keep you on the work, the challenge. But I think the problem is with some drivers is when they're signed onto constructors like this, then it's a little bit too much pressure and they try a little bit too hard, which then eventually leads to them making mistakes and them not driving as well as they can.
Well, it's obviously something that they have to adapt to and deal with. So let's see how the drivers will prepare for their final heat of the Saturday afternoon. And so the competitors head out onto the circuit once more. It's going to be a very interesting battle in qualifying heat D versus F. Jan Bezodowski will be in pole position. Matias Ferreira of Brazil will be there in 2nd position. Jan Puchu 3rd from Jimmy Helias, Will McIntyre and Tobias Clausen. Alexander Bondarev and Caleb Gafrara from Ian Eichmans and Mark Kastelich. Gerasim Skulinov and Nacho Tunion from Matteo De Palo and Martin Molnar. Alexander Gubenko and Kirill Kutskov, Maxim Orlov and Mika Abrahams. Keanu Alazari alongside Aurelia Nobels from Benjamin Silvesterson and Joel Bergstrom. Len Nyes and Shimo Zhang from Max Popov and Maximilian Obst. Then Tim Gerhards and Edward Robinson taking up the final positions on the grid. 7 laps once again of this 1.55 kilometer circuit. The air temperature on my timing screen shows that it's 30 degrees Celsius. It's still it's a tough one. It's not the hottest it's been all week by a stretch, but it's still incredibly intense. And now they have had 3 very fast races and a warm-up to come forward. This is where the pressure is at its highest.
Yeah, the pressure will be on these drivers in this heat for D versus F. Will now line up and get ready for the formation of the start. We round the final bend. You can see Nigel trying to get the drivers to slow down. Clark at the course. They'll now round the final corner and creeping towards the line. We'll accelerate now and we'll start the race. Will we go green? Yes, we will. Diving down into the first corner. Great start there on pole from Jan Pisarovsky. But going a bit in top corner, William McIntyre's managed to slip through into 3rd position as he's now chasing down the back of Jan Puchu. Jan Puchu managed to hold his position as McIntyre is being overtaken by the Czech Republic driver. As you can see, that's going to be Matias Ferreira. Gets himself up in a 3rd position. McIntyre's not going to let that slide, and he'll try to go for it back again.
Not bad at all. Perfectly clean start from Pisarovsky. And now we've got the slide of Jan Puchu. Having got into 2nd position, he now really wants to hold this together and keep himself in a tight-knit position. Jimmy Helias has not lost a massive amount of ground, but McIntyre has managed to get himself into P4 behind Matias Ferreira. Then it is Helias on the Tony kart in 5th position. So here's McIntyre already going for the move on Ferreira. That didn't take long at all. Tucks into 3rd position. Now he's setting off after the Chinese driver in front. Jan Puchu trying to hunt down Jan Pisarovsky. And already there's a little bit of dust thrown up. We've had somebody go off the circuit. 2 of them going off the circuit, in fact. It's Aurelia Nobles and Max Obst. So Obst has recovered, and I'm afraid Aurelia Nobles is out of the race. There she is. So Aurelia Nobles no longer competing. The Brazilian is out, and that is a real shame for her. So it's game over for the Piralat driver. But Pisarovsky, Chu, McIntyre, Ferreira, and Bondarev at the front of the field.
Yep, great start there from McIntyre as defending a little bit there was Jan Puchu as he feels the pressure from McIntyre behind, as well as Ferreira. Now on the back of this pack you can see catching on, and that's going to be Alexander Bondarev as he makes his way onto the back of this pack. Ferreira not in the best position, to be fair, and up the inside that's William McIntyre making a move there. Jan Puchu down into 3rd. McIntyre will take advantage of the situation. Now he's only got 1 car ahead of him. Can he hit the front? He hasn't quite done it yet today. Will he be able to? And oh, there's 1 driver very, very wrongly off. And into the pits is that Obst.
Obst has already come through. It's, I think, one of the SP Motorsport cars. Keanu Alizari is making his way down the pit lane. So Keanu Alizari diving his way through the pit lane and getting back out onto the circuit again. So a very unrestrained Keanu Alizari there. We had another issue. It was Matteo De Palo who's come off the road somewhere. So Matteo De Palo is right down the order. There he is, walking away from his kart up at turn 5. Yellow flags are out for De Palo, so that is unfortunate for the Italian, and he will rejoin. Now Pisarovsky in front of McIntyre. The timing screen seems to show that Keanu Alizari is leading the race. He's not, unfortunately, this time, as Matteo De Palo's kart is moved away. Alizari just came through the pit lane and then rejoined the circuit. But I have a feeling that he's done it a little bit too quickly for the liking of the officials. So Pisarovsky, McIntyre, Chu, Ferreira, Bondarev and Eichmanns as they continue on in position. But this is going to be a tough one for McIntyre. McIntyre swarming around behind his main opposition. And this is where McIntyre is really going to start to build a position down the max straight. Surely he's going to make his bid on the inside. McIntyre fends for the moment. Here he goes. And McIntyre takes the lead, much to the delight of the boys and girls in the red and white awning on the pit straight. Excellent work from McIntyre. He now leads, and Chu is already looking threatening to Pisarovsky.
Great move there from McIntyre up the inside. That's Ferreira, manages to make his way through on Jan Puchu. And up the inside, that's going to be a move there from Bondarev. He's going to get both of them. Ferreira still fighting back down the straight. He's going to squeeze him. Ferreira still on the inside. Bondarev's going to hold it, and he manages to go around the outside through turn 1. Bondarev takes the position, and you can see McIntyre there. And Pisarovsky not opting to try and take the position back. McIntyre hits the front. Great move there from Bondarev to get past Ferreira.
Spectacular from the young man from Ukraine. Excellent work from Bondarev. As onto the main straight, Keanu Alizardi is being shown the mechanical flag. So unfortunately, he's out of the race. I'm not sure what this problem is, but he's certainly had a difficulty of some kind. Meanwhile, the 225 Ferreira battling away with Bondarev, and he's got back through. So the Brazilian into third. He's still a factor in this. He may not be the most bombastic of race drivers out there, Matheus Ferreira, but he's always good at putting himself into a competitive position. He's back into third place. He's not sweating. He's not getting himself flustered. He is there, not too far behind McIntyre and Pisodowski. Across the line and into lap 6 goes the race leader, McIntyre, from Pisodowski, Ferreira, Bondarev, Helias, Chu, Kutskov and Aikmans. So it's already a very exciting battle, but Ferreira is now trying to drop Alexander Bondarev and close up on McIntyre and Pisodowski. If they start battling on the final lap or even on this lap, then Ferreira's got a chance to make something come alive in this race. As into the pits to retire, as rather sadly, comes the Alonso kart of Keanu Alizardi to join Aurelio Nobels and Matteo De Palo on the sidelines. There he is. This is just not his season. He is better than this, way better than the results are showing. And hopefully it's going to turn around very soon. Next time out, of course, we are in Zuera 2 weeks from now for the FIA Karting European Championship. Maybe that will be his opportunity on the Alonso kart chassis home soil. That'd be nice to see. Out of the final turn, though, McIntyre's looking good.
Yep, McIntyre will take the last lap board this time round, followed by Jan Pisarowski. We got Ferreira, then we got Bondarev in a 4th position. A great battle between these 4 drivers. McIntyre very close behind there is Pisarowski, and then you've got Ferreira, fastest lap that time round. The Brazilian driver now closing in behind the Tony kart in the Kart Republic. He's definitely got a chance as they run down the long straight up towards the hairpin. Will Ferreira go for it? No, he won't. Defending on the inside, that's Pisarowski. Now they come down through the twisty section. Overtakes can't really be made through here. And it's looking pretty good here for Pisarowski, but he's still going to hold it to the line, Will Ferreira.
Yeah, Pisarowski has definitely been able to protect in that final hairpin, but is he a little bit too conservative? Ferreira might get alongside him here. Watch out for Bondarev too. McIntyre wins it at the line. And it is Pisarowski who just hangs on from Ferreira and Bondarev. Very close as they come through. Excellent racing all the way to the death, but Will McIntyre takes his first win of the weekend. And you know what? That couldn't be better time for his composure. That's going to give him so much confidence heading into this evening, because McIntyre, he's been looking crestfallen this season. He's been shaking his head. There have been mechanical problems. There have been difficulties. He's been spat out of the queue more often than not. And now, finally, Will McIntyre is where he belongs, at the head of the field, and he is winning in style.
Yep, great drive there from McIntyre to take that heat win, and I'm sure that'll fill him with some confidence for the rest of the weekend. Hopefully he's able to carry over these results and keep it up, but McIntyre, he hasn't been in the best spirit, I think that's fair to say. Hopefully this cheers him up.
He's definitely got reason to be happy with that. Not only did he take the win, but he did it in style, pushing his way forward and showcasing the raw speed of the TM Racing engine on the Birolart chassis. Will McIntyre ahead of Jan Pisarowski and Matheus Ferreira, Alexander Bondarev and Jimmy Helias, Jan Pichu and Kirill Kutskov from Ian Aikmans, Nasher Tunion and Gerasim Skulanov in the top 10. Mark Kastelic 11th place in front of Max Orlov, then Tobias Clausen ahead of Max Popov, Alexander Gubenko and Joel Bergstrom in front of Martin Molnar and Caleb Gafrara down in 18th place. A bit of a struggle for him this time. Then Mika Abrahams in 19th ahead of Edward Robinson, Ben Sylvesterson, Shimo Zhang, Tim Gerhards and Maxi Obst from Len Nyes in 25th. The only retirements from the race, Keanu Alizardi with a mechanical problem. Matteo De Palo spun off on lap 3. And on the opening lap, we lost the Brazilian driver Aurelia Nobels after a collision that she had with Max Obst. So the drivers continue on their way through into the next qualifying heat. That will be for qualifying drivers in groups A versus C. You can see Caleb Gafrara there in the waiting area to return. We caught up with him yesterday and we asked him how his transition from the Academy Trophy to the European Championship is coming along.
I really like the experience. Compared to the US, there's so much more. Like over here, you get all the great drivers that have been putting down laps every day. And it's just a big change, so now I have to get used to that. I really like the guys on the team. They're really funny and they're really nice. Like, it seems to have a lot of grip. Even with the MG tire, I didn't think that there would be much grip, and there's already a ton of grip on the second day. With the MG tires, I don't think it'll be difficult for everybody, because pretty much you can go out and put like 10 laps in, and it'll be like a fresh set of tires. Everyone will for sure, like the fast people will for sure be pretty quick. But I hope to be in the top 15, top 10 this weekend, so.
Fantastic stuff from Caleb Gafrara, and great to catch up with him. Hopefully his transition continues to accelerate through 2021. Now, we come to the last OK Junior race of the day. There are obviously still 3 races tomorrow morning as well to determine who will start the final from pole position, and of course which 36 drivers will make it through to the final. But this is an interesting setup we have now for the next junior heat, because we have 2 race winners on the front row of the starting grid. James Igotzi, who has come through this weekend from pole position in time qualifying and is so far unbeaten with 3 wins out of 3. And the man alongside him who has been flying his flag in fantastic style, Sri Lankan Yavan David, national hero back home already, and he is doing a fantastic job on the front row of the starting grid in every heat this weekend. 3rd position on the grid for this one, Antonio Apicella for Team Driver Racing Kart, the Italian star. A brilliant performance in qualifying yesterday, and here he is continuing his work and doing a fine job with it. The feisty and tenacious Kai Sorensen, 4th position on the starting grid for the young American, and he is right there at the sharp end of every heat. Elbows out, no desire to back down off the challenge, and pure determination in every apex. Wonderful to see the great racing from the sharp end of the field. That 3rd row of the grid, we see Anatoly Kivalkin once again, the Russian driver for the Paralin Motorsport team. And alongside him on the grid, the Singaporean Dion Gowda, who has already won heats over the course of this season, has struggled a little bit today, but he's there or thereabouts everywhere you turn. 7th on the grid, Rashid Al-Daheri, the young Emirati, in his Paralin Motorsport kart, racing under an Italian license, of course. Gustav Wisniewski, the Polish driver on the Sauber Karting colours, is right up towards the sharp end as well. 8th position on the starting grid for him. He's had flashes of brilliance, but also had some unfortunate incidents that have taken him down the order. So hopefully this is going to be the former of those scenarios. Cahal Clark lines up 9th position on the starting grid in his 2nd season of European competition, his 1st in the FIA Karting Championship. At 10th position, Harley Keeble. Every single time he gets into that Tony Kart this weekend, he does not leave anything on the table. He has charged his way through in every race, and he has crossed the line in the top 5 in all 3 races prior to this one, on the road at least. So fantastic stuff from Harley Keeble, and a race winner himself, of course. And that just continues the confirmation that the Tony Kart factory team really have found an edge here this weekend. Now, we've been in this situation many times before, Kai. We've had the pole sitter from the time qualifying come into these races having not dropped a race. Where does that weakness lie in James Igotzi? We haven't really seen it from him this weekend. He seems to be absolutely invincible thus far.
His weakness lies in his own mind. He's won all 3 heats so far. All he needs to do is keep it calm, and if he overreacts to a situation, to a certain situation, if someone overtakes him, all he has to do is keep calm and try and get the position back. He can't lose his head on the track, and that's where his vulnerability would be.
So he will be there on the front row of the starting grid. Yavan David, always able to fight himself out of a corner as well. He's not exactly had the perfect start every time. He won his first race, of course, but since then he's been battling his quarter in the top 5 in every single race, battling with many people, including his own teammate Kai Sorensen. But he always seems to have this ability to read a situation, wait for the moment, then clinch it, and just leave everybody else to scatter amongst the debris. So really impressive work from Yavan David. He's got good read on these situations and is able to put himself into a fighting position every time out. These drivers obviously wanting to end their Saturday on a high, but it has been quite an incredible journey to get to this point. Let's talk you through the results of the heats in the top 5 for each of the drivers so far in the junior category. Alex Powell, of course, opened his account earlier today with a win over Freddie Slater. Alexander Bondarev driving beautifully for a third-place finish ahead of Akshay Bora and Ian Eichmans. Fantastic performances from them over the course of proceedings. Qualifying heat C versus F saw Yavan David take his victory, and the Sri Lankan has been mighty ever since that point. The second place was Matthias Ferreira in front of Dion Gauda from Tobias Clausen and Kai Sorensen, so right up there in the sharp end of the field. Then we went on to qualifying heat A versus E, and that saw James Igotzi take his first of 3 wins so far, ahead of his opponents Anatoly Kivalkin and Due De Decker, Josh Erfan and Rashid Al-Daheri at the sharp end of the field. Then the lunch break, then they returned to action with Harley Keeble snatching a brilliant victory over Alex Powell. Third place for David Walter with Yavan David and Renaud Franco. That was the race that we saw the dramatic confrontation between Freddie Slater and Dion Gauda unfold. The race after that one, of course, was qualifying heat D versus E, and that gave Jan Pisarovsky his first race victory of the 2021 season. Will McIntyre second in front of Alexander Bondarev, Due De Decker and Josh Erfan in the top 5. And then the race after that was qualifying heat A versus F. Q race win number 2 for James Igotzi from pole position. Matthias Ferreira, Anatoly Kivalkin, Jimmy Helias, Rashid Al-Daheri and Caleb Gafrara in the top 6. Then we went to qualifying heat C versus E at about 2:45. Due De Decker was the winner of that for the first time this weekend in front of Harley Keeble, Yavan David and Kai Sorensen, with David Walter creeping into the top 5 in valiant fashion. Then Alex Powell taking a second win in front of Matthias Ferreira of Brazil, who is there and thereabouts every time. Freddie Slater third, Tobias Clausen fourth, and Renaud Franco in a very positive 5th position. Then we had qualifying heat A versus D, and that was the hat-trick for James Igotzi, who thus far has not only won all 3 of his races from pole position, he has yet to lose the lead. So James Igotzi is making this a clean sweep if he continues on his current pace. Anatoly Kivalkin second, Jan Pisarovsky in third, fourth for Will McIntyre in that race, and Ian Eichmans in 5th position. Qualifying heat B versus E saw Freddie Slater take his first win of the weekend, and that gives him a little bit of his mojo back. Due De Decker second from Alex Powell, Salim Hanna of Colombia and Akshay Bora of Singapore, both making good comeback drives. Then we had Will McIntyre just then take his victory in front of Jan Pisarovsky and Matthias Ferreira, Alexander Bondarev and Jimmy Helias in the top 5. So now the question remains, can James Igotzi make it 4 from 4? And is anyone going to challenge him for the victory in the offing? Well, there are 2 other race winners in this field that could make that happen. Yavan David and Harley Keeble. And they are going to be the toughest opponents that James Igotzi has had yet over the course of this weekend. That is for sure. So Igotzi is going to make it a very, very impressive race if he's going to win this one. But so far, the Tony Kart in his hands and his feet have already proven that they've got good raw one-lap pace. He's got good focus. He's got good strength. So it's all about what everyone else does to challenge him.
Yeah, keep it out a great heat that time. As you said, he got that heat win. And that will fill him with confidence as we make our way into the race. But will it fill him with confidence enough to take one over on his teammate that's absolutely dominated, to say the least? Hasn't even lost a single position over the 3 heats that he's won so far. Can he make it 4 for 4? But more importantly, can he do it without losing a position?
Well, it's definitely going to be tough. This is going to be a grid full of some of the feistiest racing drivers on the grid. You've only got to look at the likes of the drivers behind them on the 2nd to 5th rows on the starting grid. Some great overtakers, some serial racecrafters. Kai Sorensen, Dion Gauda, Anatoly Kivalkin and Rashid Al-Daheri, the Paralin twins. Gustav Wisniewski, never one to back down from an overtaking move. And let's not forget that Harley Keeble is there in 10th position. He has overtakes written all over him. So there could be some great challenges in this battle. And we'll see a lot of competition for the top spot. But James Igotzi has it for the moment from pole position. Let's see how it goes. Can Yavan David topple the man who's been unbeaten all weekend? This is a fascinating race to bow out on Saturday evening. Let's talk it through the grid. James Igotzi and Yavan David, the American and the Sri Lankan. Antonio Apicella and Kai Sorensen from Anatoly Kivalkin and Dion Gauda. Rashid Al-Daheri and Gustav Wisniewski, then Cahal Clark and Harley Keeble. Dmitry Matveev beside Jules Caranta, Augustin Bernier and David Walter. Then Edgar Anpiligov and Thais Kieran, Adrian Maliero and Nathan Tai. Miguel Costa and Francesco Marenghi. Simone Bianco and Lucas Flusha. From Zachary David, Guillaume Bouzard, Arthur Dorisson, Alva Siemesvara, Matis Subadou, Kirill Dzitiev and Andy Rettel. Xander Reed is the non-starter in the field. So we will have to see just how much pressure James Igotzi can cope with here. Jovan David is going to be right there with him. So let's see if there is an opportunity to make this work. Igotzi, 3 wins from 3, has not even had an overtake on him so far this weekend. So we are going to see a very, very tough pressure from these young drivers. Jovan David, though, is a race winner, as is Harley Keeble today. We've seen Rashid Al-Daheri and Dion Gauda both take victories this season as well in the previous 2 weekends. So there's a lot at stake here for James Igotzi. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He can't go forward to get too flustered. Let's see what it's like as they come off the final turn. Igotzi looks to his left, and Jovan David is there or thereabouts. It's about who's going to get the start right coming off the turn. You've got to time it right, and I think they've gone for the throttle. Is this going to be a good start? Yes, it is. We're racing. And immediately Igotzi is going to draw across to keep Jovan David at bay. David chops across and holds second place. That catches out Anatoly Kavalkin, I think, who runs off on the grass. Sorensen, sorry. So Sorensen drops to the back of the field. So David's fourth right candor through the first corner has caught out his teammate, and Sorensen now drops to the back of the field. The American will be devastated, but David is adamant he's not going to lose that second place, and he's already stepping up the attack on James Igotzi.
Yep, Igotzi trying to hold that first position, defending the inside. He doesn't want to lose a position to anyone in the field right now. He wants to hold this lead, hold it from start to finish, and get an easy cruising win. But it's not looking the way. Who's that who's went off? That's a 2.65.
That is one of the experts. It's Alva Siemesvara, the Finn. And here comes David, going to try and make his move on Igotzi, and he's not going to be the only one. Jovan David takes the lead. Kavalkin, Al-Daheri, and their teammate in the mix there as well. That is Wisniewski, sorry, the Sauber driver. Igotzi down to 5th. The floodgates have opened as Jovan David takes the lead. Not for long. Kavalkin gets through. Kavalkin takes the lead. So 2 different leaders in the space of 3 corners have taken the advantage away from Igotzi. There is Flusha recovering after a slight off there. But Anatoly Kavalkin takes the lead from Jovan David. James Igotzi is down to P5.
Igotzi loses another. Igotzi going to lose another position to Dion Gauda. So Igotzi doesn't just lose 1 position in this race, he loses 4 at once, another one to Gauda. That's a total of 5 lost from Igotzi. This race is just not going his way. As I said, he just needs to keep his head and try and regain his composure and get through the field again.
Gustav Midneski is trying to get his move on Jovan David. He gets there into the first corner. So the pole is in his second. You know what this means, don't you? It's game on. Oh, and Jovan David is being forced into the inside of Wisniewski by Rashid Al-Daheri, but it works. They both managed to find the gap and get through. So David into second, Rashid Al-Daheri into third. I think the Emirati senses a chance to go for second place here. He works with David to get past Wisniewski. Anatoly Kavalkin has been given a gap, and now he's there. Al-Daheri on the inside of Jovan David. Thank you. And he's in a second place. So now it's a parallel 1-2. Kavalkin leads, Al-Daheri second, Jovan David third, and James Igotzi down to P6. It's game on.
Kavalkin doesn't just lead, he leads by a country mile. 2 laps completed so far in the race. This is going to be the 3rd completed now, and the gap is just extending lap by lap. You can see Al-Daheri in second, Jovan David in third. Is he going to go for an overtake up in the second corner? Looks like it's just going to be held there by Al-Daheri. Are they going to work together to try and catch on to the teammate of Kavalkin? That's the question.
Check out this battle behind them, though. From 4th place down, it's an absolute freight train. Dion Gauda, James Igotzi, Harley Keeble, Antonio Apicella, Dmitry Matveev, Gustav Wisniewski, David Walter, and Augustin Bernier trying to get away from Edgar and Piligov. This is an absolute riot in this race now, as we've got Walter battling away with Bernier. Bernier trying to hold on to the position. Rashid Al-Daheri fighting his way up to second place in front of Jovan David. But Anatoly Kavalkin now has a 1.1 second advantage. David tries again, trying to edge Rashid Al-Daheri up the road. Come on, let's go after the leader then. If you want to be in front, you're going to have to take a little bit of a love tap.
Yep, so running away with it, 1.2 seconds. Kavalkin leads over Al-Daheri. Will he go for a move? Van David set up perfectly. He has a little look at it. Doesn't go for the opportunity though. You can see Dion Gowder in the background leading the pack of Agozzi and Keeble behind. Kai Sorensen picks up a fastest lap. 56.375 goes to the 2:43.
Al-Daheri and David, without a shadow of a doubt, two of the best in this field, trying to get down the gap between themselves and the race leader, Anatoly Kavalkin, who has bit the bullet and cleared off at exactly the right moment. He got the lead on James Agozzi and then allowed the rest of the drivers to squabble amongst themselves for second place. Well, that's fine. You have your own ding-dong. I'll just get away. That's fine by me. I'm going to disappear out into the distance as David again has a little subtle look at I lost my place there. The heat's getting to me now. Rashid Al-Daheri. It is Al-Daheri who's there in second place. And now Van David looking for his way through to come by on the inside. There's the move on the inside from Keeble. Keeble gets past Agozzi. Here we go. Now the two Tony Kart teammates have swapped positions as Harley Keeble takes on James Agozzi. For whatever reason, the change in humidity, whatever it might be, a slight dip in temperature, a slight gain in temperature, whatever it might be, Agozzi is not the man on form in this final heat. He won all 3 races at a canter. Here's Al-Daheri on the inside of Van David. Gowder tries to put himself in there. David is squeezed wide. Keeble and Agozzi both get through as well. And Antonio Apicella picks up a warning flag. Here we go.
Yeah, this is really starting to heat up the battle as we make our way down towards the final corner for our leader, Kavalkin. Outstanding performance so far.
There's an off in the background. Now that is got to be Walter, I think.
Yep.
David Walter, unfortunately, now I think he was battling away with Gustav Wisniewski and Antonio Apicella. So Walter recovers going into the final lap, but it's all gone wrong for the Dane.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see from the Koski Motorsport driver. But we see our leaders, that's Harley Keeble there, trying to make his way through the field, the 205, all over the back of Dion Gowder right now. Keeble, will he take the opportunity when it's presented to him as we cut off the battle and up the inside? Is that going to be a move there? He's going to try for it. Has the move secured though as they come through our shot? No, it hasn't. Keeble's dropped another position and he's been overtaken there. That's Van David who's managed to get past.
But Anatoly Kavalkin is going to be disappearing to the final corner at a canter. David tries one more time to get on Keeble. He can't do it. Anatoly Kavalkin picks up his first win in the category as across the line, Gowder second from Al-Daheri, Keeble, David and Agozzi. Oh my goodness, this OK Junior battle is not done yet. Agozzi is finally toppled from the top spot. 3 wins and a 6th place. So now we have got quite a battle on our hands tomorrow for who is going to grab pole position. The favourite is still Agozzi, but it's not a guarantee anymore.
No, Agozzi really struggled in that heat, really struggled in that race. And you could see by just drivers swarming him all over the place. But you'll have to compose himself going into tomorrow, fresh head, start another race and get back into it.
What a phenomenal final battle. Really exciting stuff in the closing stages. And we saw some great challenges all the way through the field in that one. Lap 2 of the OK Junior finale today. Absolutely sensational. A versus C, giving us so much tension and so much drama. Well, that really was exceptional. Anatoly Kavalkin from Dion Gowder, Rashid Al-Daheri, Harley Keeble, Van David and James Agozzi. Gustav Wisniewski in 7th place, David Walter in 8th from Edgar Piligov and Antonio Apicella. Nathan Ties 11th from Augustin Bernier, Jules Caranta ahead of Cathal Clark, Thijs Kiernan and Miguel Costa from Kai Sorensen and Francesco Merengue in 18th place. In front of Zachary David and Guillaume Bouzard, Adrian Maliero is 21st in front of Dmitry Matviv and Simone Bianco. Kirill Lazitiev and Andy Rattel from Alta Dorison, Mati Subadu, Alva Simasvara and Lucas Flusha. And would you believe it, despite all of that, 29 karts started, 29 karts crossed the line. Not a single DNF in all of that.
I think that may be the first of the day.
it's quite possible. I think every single heat so far has had at least one dropout, certainly in the juniors. So that could be the first junior race of the day that hasn't had a retirement. And there was certainly enough incidents in that one that could have resulted in a crash or two. So fair play to everybody for, yes, it was very feisty. It wasn't exactly squeaky clean all the time, but definitely a very exciting race. And that's what we've come to expect from Sarno and the FIA Karting OK Juniors. Right, 2 races to go today, and they both come from the OK qualifying heat A versus C. And we've got some very talented drivers to take to the circuit in this one. But of course, there is that big challenge still to come from the drivers at the sharp end of the field. One man has been unbeaten so far today. That is Artem Sevryukin. He lines up second on the grid for this one, alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the fastest man from pole position. So that'll be an interesting one to figure out. Now, this race is going to feature one of the drivers from the TEPZ racing team. And it should be 3 sisters on the grid this weekend, Teresa, Eliska and Petra Babichkova. But after a light arm injury earlier in the season, Petra Babichkova has had to sit out this one. But she is still here cheering her sisters on in spirit. Teresa and Eliska are in the field, and they are being coached by a very prolific racing driver to FIA Karting fans and a world champion to boot. We spoke with the 2017 world champion earlier in the day, Danny Curl.
It was difficult to carry on money-wise, and all that situation was just getting more and more, and I'm at the age now where I need to start living my life away from karting a little bit. But I obviously enjoy the sport, and I wanted to stay within the sport. And for me, since winning the World Championship, the best way to do that at the moment is to try and coach some young drivers, try and progress them through the stages that I went through. And yeah, that's why I'm at the, what I do at the moment. I was always very good at adapting to different scenarios, and which is what helped me when I won the World Championship, because I'd never raced OK before the World Championship, my first ever event. And I feel like if I didn't adapt in different ways with my previous team, J-Kart, then I wouldn't have been able to be in a position to win the World Championship. And for me, that was a big thing. And also for young drivers, the more they can adapt, the better, so they can adapt to different situations. For me, it's particularly difficult because I haven't even driven this circuit before. Obviously, from different tracks, you learn different things, and every track has got a little piece of another one. And if you pile them together, then you start to understand the corners and the bumps and what you have to do to try and fix the car and fix the driver for the whole track. But it's particularly difficult, especially this one at the moment. A lot of grip goes down. The track's quite bumpy itself. It makes it quite difficult. But if you know how to pile everything together, then you can start to understand it for yourself and try and carry that information across. They cope quite well. This one is particularly difficult for them. I feel like they made a big step forward from when I first met them, and the whole team themselves, because obviously we're running as a tight team. It's only us, it's only me, Mats, Van der Brand, and a few other people, mechanics and stuff. Obviously when you do a lot of different events, it's good for them to understand how to get better, but also coming here is very difficult for them. They're not really used to this sort of bumps on the track and the grip level, and also with the OK, they don't really do a lot in it. It's going to be difficult, but obviously they need to go through this learning curve, and out the other side, hope that it will help them for events in the future.
Great to hear from the 2017 world champion, Danny Curl, and his coaching escapades these days, looking after the Babichkova sisters in the TEPZ racing team. But now we are ready for the final 2 heats of the OK category. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, pole position in the Kart Republic Motorsport machine in the Argenti Motorsport colours as a Mercedes Junior from pole position yesterday on home soil. His season really has turned around since SA. He knew exactly what he had to do to fix the difficulties at Genk. That is something we don't even really talk about anymore. And he is in there in position. Love his new helmet design, actually. He's actually decided for the 2021 season to take a bit of a cue from the world situation, and he's even managed to find an emoji with a mask on the back of his helmet. He clearly is very good at keeping up to date with current issues. I'm not sure many racing drivers would pick up the current COVID-19 pandemic on their helmets, but certainly Andrea Kimi Antonelli keeping his humour very high. But he is a very likeable chap.
Yeah, a lovely kid and a great driver out on track. It may be all fun and games off the track, but once he's on that track, when the visor's down, it's a different person. It's all focused on the race and all ahead, as we see. Is that fresh tyres there on the left-hand side for Antonelli?
I think he's decided to go for, yes, brand new left fronts. I don't think he's the only one either. I think Artem Sevrukin has done exactly the same thing. Now, obviously, you've got to remember that these guys have only got 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres across the entire weekend from the start of qualifying through to the end of the final heat. So they have to try and pick when they are going to put the fresh front and the fresh rear on. And it does look to me as though you're absolutely right. It looks as though Antonelli and Sevrukin on the front row of the starting grid have elected to do exactly the same thing and put the fresh set on the left side of the kart. And I guess that would make a lot of sense. It's a clockwise circuit. It's a right-handed track, if you like. So the left tyres are going to take most of the wear and most of the pressure. So it's right to make the choice to switch to the inside, to the left-hand side tyres at the right moment. But clearly a lot of drivers seem to feel that this is the right moment to do it at the start of the 4th heat.
Yeah, I think getting later on into the heats, this is one of the last heats here for these drivers. So it would make sense to put the fresh tyres on now so they're moderately fresh as well later on. But with the fresh front left and fresh rear left as well, maybe that might be the advantage that Antonelli needs.
I think pretty much everybody in this heat is doing exactly the same thing, just looking down the grid, because obviously you want to try and utilize that third fresh tyre for as many races as possible. So I would guess they would want to do it for the last 2 races, obviously to give themselves the best possible chance of moving forward. Strategy is such a key element in this particular category as well, in the OK Senior category. When you've got 12 to 13 drivers that can win races every time, it's about outfoxing your opponents and trying to make the most of these situations and trying to adapt to the changes around you. Antonelli, though, pole position alongside the man who has yet to be beaten this weekend. Artem Sevrukin has taken 2 wins out of 2, and this is his 3rd race. So now he wants to make sure it's a clean sweep. And if he does that, then he stands a really good chance of throwing a bit of a hammer blow to the trio of Kart Republic drivers in the mix. It's all been about Lindblad, Antonelli and Kamara this season, but Sevrukin has quietly got on with the job. He's 4th in the Drivers' Championship. He's right there. He's only a few points back from them, but if he turns the tide this weekend, he has a chance on dropped scores to cause an upset.
Yeah, and obviously Lindblad isn't in this heat. Kamara is in the heat. So Lindblad not able to be in contention in this race against his competitors, which you may say it's actually an advantage, as he may not have as competitive, well, definitely not his competitors, the drivers that he needs to be racing against in his heat, which means that he may be at a technological advantage, that he's in a bit of an easier grid, some may say, but there's definitely a very competitive grid here. Obviously, Antonelli managed to qualify in pole. He'll start on pole. Can he maintain it, though?
We've got the ex-Formula 1 driver dynasty lineup on the 2nd row of the grid as well, because you've got Brando Badura on the inside, Rintaro Sato on the outside. So definitely Formula 1 family on the 2nd row of the grid. The final minute board goes up, and so Antonelli will take his position on the starting grid in pole position. Artem Sevrukin, P3. Always fascinates me to watch these guys in the build-up. When you're there for this last minute, as you're about to go out, Kai, you've been in the situation when you've been waiting for the drivers to go, that last minute. How do you collect your thoughts? How do you get into that zone?
I think you just, well, there isn't really a specific way of gathering your own thoughts and getting yourself prepared from the race. I say remove all distractions around you, focus on the track. Maybe some drivers find it easier to visualize a lap in their heads. You'll see they'll put their visors down, close their eyes, and visualize a lap of the track in their heads. Some remove all distractions and just focus ahead.
It's a fascinating moment in the race weekend for the drivers as they prepare for the action. And now they will prepare to go racing. Here we go. The mechanics push their drivers out and off they go. The final heat of the day for these drivers. Qualifying heat A versus C. There is another senior race to come after this one, but this one's quite crucial as Andrea Kimi Antonelli tries to become the first man to beat Artem Sevrukin in a race this weekend. Brando Badua is on the second row with Rintaro Sato, Martini Stenshon and Evan Gilter, Rafael Camaro alongside James Wharton, Nicolo Kuman and Rafael Modenese from Juho Valtonen and Nathan Sharp. Then it is Matthias Mogato and Flavio Olivieri, Giuliano Hodsem and Nicolas Bertolatti, Lucas Malek and Teresa Babachkova, then Nikolai Violenti and Gerard G, Frederick Lund, Ruben Moya, Yannick de Brabanda, Eduardo Villa and Ivan Klimenko. So 25 drivers, they all want to go for that first corner, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli, from the fastest time in qualifying, has a great chance to step up and make this happen. Is he going to be able to beat Savrukin?
Only time will tell. We'll have to wait until the 10 laps is up. And when the checkered flag falls, that's only when we'll know if Antonelli is able to beat Savrukin. But as they grid themselves up, size up their competitors, and get ready for the start of the final race of the day for Group A and C.
There will be a final race for Group B and E after this one, but certainly for these guys, it's their last chance on Saturday to make something count. They ease down the throttle and position, and this should be a perfectly good start. The engine revs rise, and we're going to go green. Yes, we are! We're racing! And Antonelli has got a great start, as to his Brando Badua. Not a great getaway at all from Artem Savrukin. He drops into third place early doors. Kamara's got a great getaway. He's up into fifth place early doors. Rintaro Sato a little bit impeded. I think he's down in about seventh position, and we've got two drivers rubbing very close together, wheels off the course there. So an interesting battle, but several drivers not getting the start they wanted. Savrukin boxed in and down to third position behind the fast starting Paralin driver Brando Badua into P2. Stenshon up to fourth, Camaro is fifth, and down to seventh behind Evan Gilter is Rintaro Sato.
Yep, Sato definitely didn't get the best start off the line there. But you can see that's our leader there, the 101. That's Antonelli still leading the way as we go through the final corner for the first time of the race. And we'll cross the line, get an update of the order. Who's that going slowly?
That is the 110.
Yep.
Now that is Ruben Moya. So problems there for the Spaniard. So Ruben Moya is, I think, going to pull straight into the pits. He does indeed. So problems for the Kart Republic driver. He's out of it rather sadly. His transition from CRG to Kart Republic has not been so successful as he parks the kart. What a shame. Antonelli, Badua, Savrukin, Stenshon, Kamara, Gilter, Sato, Valtonen, Modenese, and James Wharton in the top 10. Here comes the move from Savrukin. Don't give him an inch. He's going to take a mile. And Brando Badua loses second place to Savrukin. Now watch the Russian charge after Antonelli.
Yep, Savrukin, he's going to be on it now, and he's going to push as hard as he can to catch onto the back of Antonelli, who with drop scores is currently the championship leader with drop rounds, of course. When we come down the straight, Artem Savrukin, you can see he's got his target locked in his sights. Checks over his shoulders, still sees that Badua is not too far in behind. But Savrukin goes up through the top corner. Antonelli, it's all about damage control now. He has to either defend from Savrukin or let him past and tuck in.
So Antonelli, Savrukin, Badua, Stenshon, Sato is the top five now. Gilter and Kamara are the ones that are on the back foot as they go down the back straight. Up into the braking zone for the right-hand hairpin. Antonelli leads. Savrukin still trying to chip away at his advantage. Sato having worked his way forward. Valtonen on Kamara. That's going to be satisfying for the Finn. So Valtonen gets through on Rafael Chavez Kamara. Good battles there as the races continue. I think we've got somebody off in the background. It's one of the CV performance cards. That's got to be Giuliano Hodsem, I think. So Giuliano Hodsem down at the back of the field. Indeed it is. He's obviously had a moment there with Frederick Lund on the last lap. So Antonelli still in front of Savrukin. Stenshon is playing the long game. He's working with Brando Badua to catch up to the two men in front. Now he's deciding, no, do you know what? You're too sluggish. I'm going to get into third place.
Great move there from Stenshon to make his way past Badua. Artem Savrukin, fastest lap, not surprising anyway. 54.755 is set by the Russian driver in P2 right now. Antonelli, if he checks over his shoulder, he's going to get a surprise because there's a new contender in behind. We make our way through the top corner. Savrukin just getting ever so closer to Antonelli. There's Stenshon after he's just made that move on Badua. Badua just not able to respond with the same pace to try and get that position back.
So Martinius Stenshon with a great chance to catch up to these two. And Savrukin is just chipping away at Antonelli's advantage. He really has got a good package underneath him. So is Savrukin Gonna get this opportunity. The gap comes down again to 0.26. Rintaro Sato sets the fastest lap of the race. 54.74 for the Japanese driver. But Artem Sevrukin really feels like he's got a chance to take on Kimi Antonelli. This is the first time really that the Ward Racing team have not only got a kart that can run at the front quite consistently and solidly without hesitation, but can actually take on the might of Kart Republic in a wheel-to-wheel duel as well. We can see how quickly Sevrukin has been able to challenge Antonelli's lead. So this is definitely going to have some meat to it as this battle continues to give us plenty of action. That's one of the Tony Karts getting through. I think that is Tadej Babičkova on Gerard G, the man who won that crazy heat at Genk. So some fascinating battle. Oh, that's Rintaro Sato. Sato's out. Is that Sato? Yes, it is. Rintaro Sato out of the race. Absolute disaster. He has come together with Brando Badua, I do believe. Badua has dropped down the order, but Rintaro Sato with a broken kart is out. And that puts the Japanese driver's chances absolutely up the Swanee.
Yep, you could see the rear bumper there of Sato's kart just hanging on by the threads. But Antonelli now with a lot of pressure up the inside.
Here we go.
Goes for the lead, takes it, and will now try and run with it. Antonelli, all he needs to do, slot in behind and try and use the slipstream to his advantage. Hold on to this second position, but you can see Sevrukin, he is determined to run away with this one. Antonelli won't let him go that easily though.
This is such a game changer in the European Championship, with now Artem Sevrukin proving he's not only fast enough to get past Antonelli, but can actually start to drop him. We may have a new contender for the European crown here. Artem Sevrukin, fourth in the championship coming into this weekend. If he can bring this game into tomorrow as well, he will be unbeaten if he wins this race, as we know. But if he can carry this through into tomorrow, we may need to get the Russian flag ready on the top step of the podium here at Sarno. Artem Sevrukin is suddenly emerging as the man with the plan. My goodness, Andrea Kimi Antonelli not quite able to match his pace. There must be something about Sarno, those Tony Karts really going well round here.
Yes, Sevrukin bringing something to the table that Antonelli is not capable of as they round the final corner to start the the 8th lap of the race. Antonelli just about hanging on in behind the 105 of Sevrukin. Just not close enough to try and get that position back though. They go up through the top corner. Antonelli loves that place for overtakes, but not this time round and not in this heat so far. So Sevrukin still leads from Antonelli. 3rd position there. You can see Stenshorn just in the background, biding his time, trying to wait for a mistake from either of the top 2 to catch on to the back of them. It isn't looking hopeful for Stenshorn, but he's sitting in a good position right now.
So the battle is definitely going to be very, very tight indeed as the contenders race for position. Sevrukin out in front of Antonelli, Stenshorn in 3rd, Gilter is in 4th place. Now, what a quiet drive it has been from Evan Gilter to put himself into position. The VDK driver just quietly letting the badinage happen around him and has picked up some places. 4th position now for the Frenchman ahead of Juho Valtonen and Rafael Camara. Then it is Modenese. Oh, Morgato's got through into 6th place, by the way. So Morgato's come through. And that's a good run from the Brazilian to get past his countryman. So Morgato versus Camara. It is the Birolart that's ahead of the Kart Republic. Again, some surprising changes in the form book here as Andrea Kimi Antonelli is trying his best to close up on Artem Sevrukin, but he just can't match him.
No, he really can't. Lucas Malik, though, can in 54.736. Is the fastest lap set there by the 133. But as our leaders make their way down towards the final corner and the final bend, it will be last lap this time round. And I'm sure that Sevrukin will be glad to see this board. Antonelli, not so much. He wants a little bit more time to chip away at Sevrukin. Try and gain onto the back of the Ward Racing driver. Antonelli just doesn't have the edge.
Well, he wants to figure out how on earth have Ward Racing turned this around so dramatically. Artem Sevrukin has been a consistent point scorer across the first 2 weekends. They've been there or thereabouts in terms of one lap pace, within a quarter of a second each time, but they never really unlocked the true race pace to give Sevrukin the keys to the castle. Now he has got his chance to do it, and this is a sudden upset. This isn't just an opportunity for Artem Sevrukin, it's a chance for everybody else now. They know that this could be a bit more open for the last part of the season. Artem Sevrukin is going to come out of the final bend, and he will remain unbeaten today. 3 races, 3 victories. Artem Sevrukin is now the favorite for the top step of the podium tomorrow.
The Russian is undefeated as he takes his victory lap for his final heat of the day. He'll be happy to say the least with the result and the work that's been put in by the team and himself today. It all pays off, and in the end, he is looking like the quickest driver on the track right now in the OK class. If he can carry this over to tomorrow, he's going to be a serious contender. Even Lindblad will have to be scared.
Yeah, this is a really exciting change in the guard for Artem Sevrukin, the Ward Racing team, and their Tony Kart chassis. They really have delivered something pretty spectacular here today. 3 races and 3 wins for Artem Sevrukin. He's just taking it in his stride. He's definitely picking up the mantle left over from the likes of Dino Beganovic 2 seasons ago and Nikita Bedrin last year. They are continuing to channel these incredible talents in the Ward Racing fold. Artem Sevrukin, win number 3 from Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Martini Estenchon, Evan Gilter and Juho Valtonen from Matthias Mogato and Rafael Kamara, Lucas Malek and Rafael Modanese from Nathan Sharp and James Wharton, Nicolo Kuman and Gerard G from Yannick de Brabanda and Teresa Babichkova. Then it is Brando Badua way down in 16th after his incident with Rentaro Sato, Flavio Olivieri and Nicolas Bertolatti. 19th place for Frederick Lund, Ivan Klimenko and Nikolai Violenti from Eduardo Villa and Giuliano Holzem. The retirements, there were only 2. Rentaro Sato, who had his problem in the middle of the race. And then, of course, we lost Ruben Moya on the very first lap of the contest. Well, that's a big shot. Rentaro Sato dropping out of the race, having a difficult one for the Ricky Flynn driver. And, of course, Artem Sevrukin, unbeatable at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant heat, packed lots of action and some interesting facts that we need to know going into tomorrow. But next up will be the final heat for the day and the final heat for the OK class. Who do we need to keep an eye on? It's Arvid Lindblad starting on pole. Joe Turney alongside him. These 2 drivers have good history.
So does the man in P3, though. Nikola Tsolov has already taken a double victory today. He could make it a 3rd win, couldn't he? Nikola Tsolov with a great chance to make this one a pretty special day at the office. And then in 4th position, you've got the very talented Swedish ace, Norton Andreasen. Even in P5, you've got talent in abundance. The 132 in the mix there. Going to be very interesting to see what the Kart Republic driver is able to do from the 3rd row of the starting grid in this one. The very talented Marlon Hernandez of France. He will be there in P5. And alongside him on the grid, Tuka Tarpanen, the Finn, who's obviously got to bounce back after his earlier DNF. So lots to talk about in this one as well. Yugo Chukwu will be on the 4th row of the starting grid alongside the 113 of Christian Bertuca. And then the final row of the grid to round out the top 10, Victoria Blokina. I'm so impressed with her this weekend. 9th position on the starting grid, top 10 on the grid for every single heat. Her qualifying's been exceptional, but that's not all she's got underneath her. She's done a brilliant job in the races as well to hold her own up against the top 10. This is still only her 3rd weekend in the FIA Karting paddock, and she's come straight in and been very competitive, very consistent, and very mature as well. So great to see Victoria Blokina doing a grand job. Alongside her on the starting grid, it is Andrei Zhivnov, the Russian, her teammate in the Ward Racing fold. A lot of talent in this field to be unlocked. So let's ask the ultimate question. How have Tony Kart turned this around? How have they managed to get themselves towards the front end of the field? Well, one man who's in the know is the former world champion and the new team manager at the Tony Kart Factory team. Yesterday we spoke to Marco Ardego.
My second year, but for me is still, new job. Every day and every month I learn from my team because what I do before is a driver, but compared with team manager is a little bit different. So I need to understand more and learn, especially every day and every race, especially in European Championship because it's so important. Put our name in the top. Every year is something different. So I know because I know many times the drivers, many years, and I drive in karting. And one year was amazing. The other year is a little bit difficult. So this is the story of motorsport. I hope in the future we come back again in the top 10. Top 3, sorry, like last year. The track is changed, so we try a lot of things to come in better. We don't have nothing for the past because the track is completely changed, but our work is in the same direction. I think in the end we can try the best solution for the final. Tuka is at the moment is quite okay because he's a talent, sure. He don't need a lot of time to understand the situation. No, for sure it's not easy for me because it's so easy when I speak with the driver to understand the situation, setting of the chassis or tire or something, but management the situation is quite difficult for me because I need to sure learn every day. And I try to learn every day. Yeah, the best way is they have someone to talk about. Good situation in the race, and I try to help all the day.
Well, there's certainly some secret ingredient in the water for the awning that is green, white with red streaks. They're definitely finding that raw pace all over again. Great to see them fighting back and trying to recapture that pace that they found at Portimao in the World Championship final last season. Well, Arvid Lindblad and Joe Turney can go to war on the front row of the starting grid as they duel away for position. Nikola Tsoloff there in third position, definitely a threat to the front end of the starting grid. Norton Andreasen there in P4. Marlon Hernandez and Tuka Tarpanen in the mix. Hugo Chukwu and Christian Bertucca, along with the Ward Racing teammates Victoria Blakina and Andrei Zhivnov. Plenty of skill and dexterity in this field. A lot of drivers that want to put on a bit of a showcase here.
Yeah, a lot of drivers that will be wanting to give a good show here. One of those will be Arvid Lindblad, as he did not have one of the best heats earlier on in the day. He'll be looking to redeem himself. After that, he'll be looking for a good result, if not a win in this heat. Lindblad, he'll be back onto his top form as usual. But as he said, we've got Nikola Tsoloff starting in third position that has had 2 wins in the heats today. He'll be looking to make it 3, and he definitely has the pace to do so.
Now, there's one driver in this field, particularly in this particular grid, that is baffling me to a certain extent. 2 weekends ago, we saw Morgan Porter challenging for the victories in some of the heats, and for some reason or another, his pace has just completely dissipated. I'm not quite entirely sure what it is that's kept Morgan Porter down the back end of the grid, because we know that this is not the Morgan Porter we're used to seeing in the FIA Karting European Championship. He's been a race winner multiple times in this paddock and one of the fastest drivers, pound for pound, in the OK Senior category. So they must be having all sorts of mechanical difficulties with that particular chassis, that particular kart, in order to keep him from the front end of the field. Morgan Porter is not a slouch, and yet he's not able to showcase his ultimate pace. I'm hoping that this is just a flash in the pan, and when we get to Zuera in 2 weeks' time, he'll be back to the front end of the field again.
Yeah, Morgan Porter just not being on his top form as usual. Don't really know what's been going on. You never know what's been going on behind the scenes in the awnings, but Porter, he'll be looking to try and improve over the weekend. Unfortunately, he hasn't done as well as he'd hoped so far, but let's see if it improves.
Well, to the front end of the field, Arvid Lindblad and Joe Turney still battling away. Both of them with race-winning pedigree this season. Joe Turney's done it today. Lindblad has been very close to that, but is obviously fighting for the European Championship. So, It's time for these two to go to battle one more time today. But for the first time, they will have met each other on track. And Nikola Tsolov is there in third. There is so many factors in this one. Nikola Tsolov may end up with another victory. He's won twice already, don't forget. So Nikola Tsolov has a chance to grab another one, and we'll see how that works out. So the competitors make their way out onto the circuit. And it's Arvid Lindblad in pole position from Joe Turney. Nikola Tsolov in third from Norton Andreasen. Then it is Marlon Hernandez and Tuukka Tapanen from Hugo Chukwu and Christian Bertucca. Victoria Blochina and Andrei Zhivnov from Eliska Babachkova and Ariel Elkin. Luigi Coluccio and Ricardo Gracia from Michael Paparo and Ivan Dominguez. Kuba Rashki and Sebastian Gravlund from Nicola Lacorte and Maxi Angelard. Morgan Porter, Jose Hernandez, Mario Schettino, Hugo Besson and Laurence Lecertua after his troubles in time qualifying. 25 drivers, Arvid Lindblad versus Joe Turney, but that's not the only factor. Nikola Tsolov is right there in third to try and snatch a third win.
Yep, Tsolov definitely in contention for another win here in this final. Not in this final, in this heat, sorry. Joe Turney, though, he's been lightning off the start. He's been amazing at the start so far over the course of today, and he'll be looking to keep that up. Arvid Lindblad, all he has to do, keep it calm and composed and keep it on the front row.
So let's see how the drivers get themselves under starters' orders here. Nikola Tsolov is another driver who can make it 3 wins out of 3 because, of course, he's only started 3 races, including this one. So let's see what Nikola Tsolov can do. Can he match Artem Sevrukin? We'll find out. Let's race to the first corner. No problems for Lindblad. No problems for Turney either. It's a little bit close between Hernandez and Andreasen. They almost cause a conflagration. Tsolov is there in third position. He has to hang back. Turney in the lead. Joe Turney has made a spectacular start from second place and caught Arvid Lindblad napping.
Yep, gets himself into the lead in the Tony Kart colours. As you said, the green, white and red machines have found something different that nobody else has managed to get over this. We get up the inside. That's Hugo Chukwu going for an overtake on his teammate. But Joe Turney hits the front. Will he stay there, though, with the pressure of Arvid Lindblad and Tsolov piling on his shoulders?
That's the first time all weekend we've seen the driver go from second on the grid to lead by the end of turn 2. Only Joe Turney has been able to show the tenacity and the wit out there on the circuit to be able to make it happen. Now Turney in front of Lindblad and Tsolov. Hugo Chukwu P4 from Hernandez, Tapanen, Blochina. A great start from her. Zhivnov, Coluccio, Andreasen and Ariel Elkin. Lindblad forces the issue back on the inside of Joe Turney. Oh, big wheel bang between Turney and Tsolov. That almost ended in a massive accident as they just caught wheels at the wrong moment. They were so lucky to get away with that.
Turney getting away by the skin of his teeth, you could see. Nikola Tsolov, there was no intention there, but there's intention there to get the position, and he pulls it off nicely. Joe Turney down into third now.
Oh, no, who's that that's gone? That is one of the World Racing Karts.
Yep.
That is Victoria Blochina.
Oh, no.
She's been so strong all weekend. And she had made her way up into 7th place off the starters. But we got another spinner. Don't tell me that's Tapanen again. That looked to me like one of the Tony Karts at the front end of the field, and I think it is Tuukka Tapanen. It is. Tuukka Tapanen for the second time today has been pitched into a spin. There he is. Tuukka Tapanen off the road. Same as Victoria Blochina on the same lap. What has he got to do to change his luck?
Yeah, that's such a shame to see there from Tapanen. We know he's such a quick driver. He's got so much skill. But that spin, that just puts him out of contention for any good positions, especially for the second time today.
Hugo Chukwu gets the move there on Turney.
Against Joe Turney there. Joe Turney holds on to the position. Turney had his 5 seconds of spotlight, and now you can see the drivers going through the floodgates. Hugo Chukwu looking to be the next as he catches them napping up the inside, follows through there. That's Hernandez as he makes his way through as well. Joe Turney was adjusting something on his radiator, and he has 2 Car Republics up the inside.
That is one of the most astonishing overtakes I have ever seen. Hugo Chukwu round the outside of the triple apex. He managed to pull off that move before the yellow flag as well, so there's not going to be an issue with that overtake. Hugo Chukwu, absolutely phenomenal move on Joe Turney. attorney to get into third place. Now, Solov, fastest lap, 54.686, and here he goes. Lindblad just covers the move, but you can sense that the Bulgarian is going to try and take on Lindblad for the third time today.
Yep, you can see Arvid Lindblad still in the lead. The race just about covers off Solov. Solov had the fastest lap last time round, and he's looking and running very, very strong. Is the 1-2-1 Nicolas Solov in the FA chassis. He'll be looking for any opportunity available to him. Maybe not into first corner. Will he get him into the second as they run up the hill? Will he go up the inside? He has a little look of it. Lindblad covers the line. Goes a little bit wide, does Nicolas Solov. Opportunities are running out through the lap now as they file through the twisty section where we haven't seen many overtakes actually being made through there over the course of this race so far. But Arvid Lindblad just about holding onto the position. You can see tucking his head down straight up the inside. That's Nicolas Solov. He'll take that one there. As he saw last time round, Lindblad managed to hold on to it, but not for any longer.
Nicolas Solov so fast around Sarno, and he is going to match Sevrukin's unbeaten run if he keeps this together. Don't forget that Solov and Sevrukin will meet for the first time in tomorrow's morning heat. So that is going to be the real first test to see which of them is going to be able to beat the other. And only one of them can win, don't forget. So Solov versus Sevrukin, only one of them can get the win off each other. And that will give us the real taste of who is going to be victorious here at Sarno. But it's a massive shock to the system. We thought it was going to be between the main three protagonists of this championship fight after the first two weekends, Antonelli, Lindblad and Kamara. No, sir. No, sir. It's been Sevrukin and Solov all the way this weekend in the OK category. And they are both going to get 3 wins apiece unless Lindblad can do something about Nicolas Solov up front.
Yeah, and with the gap that's starting to form between Solov and Lindblad right now, it isn't looking like Lindblad is going to be able to do anything about the run and the race that Solov is right now. You can see his mechanic just signaling to him, great job, you've got a gap, and Solov will take that on board and keep driving his own race as Lindblad just falls further and further back off the back of the Fernando Alonso cars.
Well, it's been a very tough race for some, but out in front, Nicolas Solov has made it look like child's play today. 3 heats and 3 victories, and that is not something we ever thought we'd say about not just one different driver from the top 3 in the standings, but 2. Sevrukin and Solov have shown everybody the way home so far here at Sarno. Andrei Zhivnov and Norton Andreasen now battling away for 5th position. Their teammate Victoria Blakina should be with them, but unfortunately she was spat out on lap 2, and that is so unfortunate. She's been a mighty whirling dervish this weekend. Luigi Coluccio, 7th place. Here's the move from Andreasen on Zhivnov, and there might just be space for Coluccio on the exit after the hairpin. Yes, there is! Coluccio gets by as well. Great to see him return to the front end.
Yeah, Coluccio's been really struggling over the course of this weekend.
Oh, here he goes
far.
again on Andreasen!
Nice move there from Coluccio to make his way past both of the Ward Racing drivers. Coluccio making his way through the field and struggled earlier on today, but clearly not struggling now.
I'm going to stake my claim out there and put money on this. Coluccio has all the makings of a World Championship podium. There, I said it. He can win the World Championship. Zhivnov back on his team at Andreasen. I could see Coluccio being on the World Championship podium in Brazil in December. I'm going to put my hat on the ring and say it there. There is Victoria Blakina. What a shame. She should be in this fight, and she should be battling for the top 6. It doesn't quite seem right that she's unable to get her chance. Norton Andreasen now tucked up behind his teammate as Coluccio fights his way back to B5. What a comeback after a terrible qualifying. Coluccio, he's barely ever out of the top 5, and he's fought his way back into it again in this heat. Great stuff.
Yeah, great defensive drive right now from Coluccio as he fends off Zhivnov and the teammate of Anderson as they go through and on
we've had
to
it
the
off.
back straight.
That's one of the Birilarts gone off there. Now that looks to me like Christian Bertucca. His bad luck has returned. Christian Bertucca has flown off the road. Now he's trying to push start it to get back into position again. But I think he's got a broken rear axle. He's not going to be able to make it happen. So Christian Bertucca, the axle looks bent on the right rear.
Yep.
So I don't think he's going to be able to restart. What a shame for Bertucca, and he absolutely fuming out of that one. But here's Solov going into the final lap.
Yep, last lap of the race is now upon us. Solov is leading by nearly 1 second over Arvid Lindblad. He hasn't just won the race, he's won it in style with a big gap over one of the biggest championship contenders. You can see Coluccio defending there from Zhiznov as he just makes his way through the second corner, and now will soon be going onto the back straight with a train starting to form. Will Coluccio be able to hold it? Zhivnov's off! Zhivnov's dropped many positions!
Yeah, he's run wide, so Zhivnov further back in the pack has had a problem. But how about this, FIA Karting hardcore fans? When you got up this morning, did you genuinely think we were going to see neither Lindblad, Antonelli, nor Kamara do this incredible job? Sevrukin dominant, but so too is Nikola Solov. 3 wins apiece. Tomorrow is going to be so spicy. Lindblad in second. Yuga Chukwu fights back beautifully for third place. But now it's either going to be Sevrukin or Solov that will start pole position for tomorrow's final, and they'll decide it on track against each other in tomorrow morning's heat. Bring it on!
Solov finishes off the day with a statement that will be left on everyone's mind overnight. Can Nikola Solov win here in Sarno? He's going to have to go up against Sevrukin. This battle is going to be legendary.
We're going to need to dig out the Russian national anthem and the Bulgarian national anthem, because one of those could be played on the podium tomorrow, and they would have every reason now to expect it could be them. 3 races, 3 wins apiece. Neither driver has met each other, and they will do so tomorrow morning, and it'll be the most important race of each driver's career. They've got to turn up and show up on high form tomorrow morning, so they'll need good rest this evening. My goodness. What a day at the races it's been. Nikola Solov wins for the 3rd time. Arvid Lindblad second from Yuga Chukwu. Joe Turney from Luigi Coluccio. Norton Andreasen, Maurlan Hernandez. Ariel Elkin fights back to the top 10. Ivan Dominguez. And in the Formula K kart, Michael Paparo in 10th. Andrei Zhivnov drops to 11th in the last lap from Sebastian Gravland and Kuba Rashki. Nicola Lacorte, Ricardo Gracia, and Laurence de Certua. Morgan Porter fights back to 17th in front of Jose Hernandez. Then Max Angelard and Hugo Besson from Mario Schettino. The retirements, there were many of them. Christian Bertucca, Eliska Babachkova, Tuukka Tarpanen, and Victoria Blokina in separate incidents on lap 2. But my oh my, have we got a great day in the offing tomorrow. Sevrukin versus Solov will decide pole position for tomorrow's final. It's going to be great.
That's going to be the closest race, and everyone is going to be waiting for this race to get underway. But we're going to have to wait and leave it on our minds overnight. Who's going to win it, or who's going to take it over the other? Sevrukin or Solov? It's going to be amazing.
Thanks, Kai. So, what a way to round it off. We're going to come back to the action tomorrow morning, bright and early, 10:40, once again in the offing, as we get the final qualifying heats for junior and senior underway first thing tomorrow morning. It's still open season in the OK Juniors. There are some fast drivers, but we don't know who's going to take the pole. It's still quite tight at the top of the table. But in the OK Senior, it's 2 men battling for pole tomorrow morning. Artem Sevrukin versus Nikola Solov. You'd be bonkers to miss it.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out. Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.